Chapter 41, Tang Bingyan hugged Su Tian from behind. Mr. Tang, Su Tian really didn't come back to the company just now. He really went to Jiangcheng Hospital to see an old Chinese doctor who had just returned from a consultation in a provincial capital. Continue. Tang Bingyan's eyes suddenly turned to Away, and two cold words came out of her mouth. Away couldn't help but shiver, took a deep breath, and continued, Su Tian never went to the resuscitation room, and he never met Lin Miaoyin. This is the footage I intercepted from the hospital. As he said, Away turned on his phone and played a video. The video was not only very clear, but the sound was also very clear. In the video, the background was the hospital's consultation room, and the doctor on duty was an old doctor in his 50s. The doctor had just finished diagnosing a patient when Su Tian walked in and sat in front of him. Young man, what's wrong? The doctor asked. Hello, I was recommended by Dr. Zhang Zizhen. I heard that you are an expert in treating insomnia? The doctor's face brightened slightly when he heard that Zhang Zizhen had recommended him. Oh. It turns out that it was recommended by Mr. Zhang. Last time, Mr. Zhang mentioned to me that your wife has been suffering from insomnia recently, right? Yes, she has nightmares when she falls asleep. I don't know if you can treat this disease. Mr. Su, I will prescribe a sedative for you to take a few courses to see if it works. Most of these diseases are caused by stress. As you know, young people nowadays are under a lot of pressure. Apart from taking medication, the best way is to spend more time with your wife and comfort her. The doctor said with great care. The few minutes of surveillance video ended. The room was silent. From the short conversation at the beginning, it was not difficult to hear that Su Tian had already started looking for a doctor for her a long time ago, searching for doctors and medicines everywhere, but he did not tell her. Although Awei didn't like Su Tian very much, it was easy to tell from these conversations that Su Tian was really trying this time. Mr. Tang, here is the list of prescriptions from the hospital, and the registration slip. Awei carefully placed the copy of the slip from the hospital in front of Tang Bingyan. Mr. Tang, it seems that we have wrongly accused Su Tian. However, when Awei put down the documents, he looked up and saw that the beautiful figure on the sofa had already gotten up and left the room. Soon, Tang Bingyan returned to the villa. As soon as she opened the door, she smelled a pungent smell of medicine. Su Tian in the kitchen heard footsteps and turned around to see that Tang Bingyan had already reached the kitchen door. Wife, you're here? The medicine will take a while to work. The doctor is an old Chinese medicine doctor. I heard Zhang Lao say that he has cured many people of insomnia. Su Tian put on his apron and said with a gentle smile as if nothing had happened. Tang Bingyan pursed her lips. She stood quietly, staring at Su Tian in front of her, not knowing what she was thinking. After a moment, she seemed to sigh lightly. Then she slowly walked behind Su Tian and awkwardly hugged him around the waist. What's wrong, honey? Tang Bingyan didn't say a word. Su Tian couldn't see her expression, but he felt Tang Bingyan's hands around his waist tighten. He smiled faintly and turned to embrace Tang Bingyan, saying, Honey, the doctor said you're under too much stress and too anxious. If it's because of me, I promise you I won't leave you again. Tang Bingyan replied softly. That afternoon, Su Tian didn't go to work because he was with Tang Bingyan. The next day, Su Rixin saw Su Tian walk into the office unharmed and his whole body felt bad. Knowing that Su Tian had gone to the hospital yesterday, how could Tang Bingyan let Su Tian off so easily? After returning to the office, Su Rixin felt more and more frustrated. Soon, he suppressed his thoughts and called his secretary's phone. Secretary Li, there is an important client here at the company who needs Su Tian to follow up today. Yes, Mr. Su, which client from which company? Asked Secretary Li. The president of Anjiang Group and Rongxuan. Soon, Su Tian got the information on Rongxuan. The file was very detailed, with all of Rongxuan's personal information recorded on it, including some of her family information and her hobbies. Su Tian saw that the date of the record was from half a year ago. This client has been following for half a year and still hasn't been settled. It seems very difficult. But, like stocks? During this period of time in the last life, he happened to learn about the stock market. Because his memory was very good after being reborn, he still clearly remembered the few stocks that rose the most and fell the hardest. Half an hour later, in the office of the president of Anjiang Group. President and someone from the Su family is here again. And Rongxuan's secretary knocked on the office door carefully and respectfully said to her. The Su family? And Rongxuan's expression of indifference showed a hint of displeasure. How dare they send someone here again? The secretary replied in a trembling voice, Mr. N, you previously agreed to give them another chance, and this time they have sent a new person, who claims to be the second largest shareholder of the Su Group. Although the secretary also felt that Su Tian had no chance of success this time, she still reported to Rongxuan in a responsible manner. And Rongxuan's expression eased slightly when she heard this, but her cold aura still did not subside. Finally, they're not so stupid. Last time, when Su wanted to discuss cooperation with them, he sent a small department manager to talk to her, obviously not taking her, the president of Anjiang Group, seriously. At the time, she didn't even look at the cooperation plan and had the company's security guards throw the person out. Now Su has sent the second largest shareholder, which barely meets her requirements, and she can give the other party a chance. So what do you think, Mizan? The secretary didn't dare to speculate and could only confirm Rongxuan's meaning again. Let him in. Not long after, the secretary led Rongxuan to the office. Hello, Mizan, I'm Su Tian from the Su Group. Su Tian handed over his business card with both hands, but when he saw that Rongxuan didn't want to take it, he put it on the desk. Instead of looking at the business card, Rongxuan stared at the computer business card on the desk. Although she gave Su Tian a chance, it didn't mean that she would be easily persuaded. If Su Tian's performance does not satisfy her, then his fate will be the same as that of the previous little manager, and he will only face the fate of being driven out of the company by the security guards. What are you looking at, Mizan? Just as Rongxuan was about to give Su Tian a hard time, she saw Su Tian casually walk around the side of the desk, from which angle she could just see the contents of the computer screen. How dare you? Don't you know the rules? Before Rongxuan could react, the secretary standing at the door suddenly shouted, all the company's secrets are on the computer of the general manager, and you can peek at them? Although Su Tian is the second largest shareholder of the Su Group, the entire Su Group is a small company that is of no importance to the general manager. As the secretary of the general manager, she naturally does not have much respect for Su Tian. Su Tian heard the secretary's reprimand and did not get angry. He just laughed lightly and said, if it really is a company secret, then General N wouldn't have looked at it in front of me. Are you saying that you are questioning General N's understanding of such a basic principle? Chapter 42, General N has arrived. You're talking nonsense. The secretary originally wanted to give Su Tian a hard time, but she didn't expect to be countered by Su Tian, and now she hurriedly expressed her loyalty to Rongxuan. Mizan, I really didn't. You can trust me. That's enough. You can go now. And Rongxuan waved her hand at the secretary expressionlessly, sending the person out. When she looked at Su Tian again, there was a little more interest in her eyes. But the gaze was still cold. Su Tian? You're quite clever. Thank you, Mizan, for your praise. Su Tian took out the project plan from his briefcase in time. To be honest, the plan that Su had prepared was fine, but it was too standard and would definitely not impress Rongxuan. Before coming to Anjiang Group, Su Tian made a few changes to the plan based on his memories from the previous life. He believed that this time he would definitely get a positive response from Rongxuan. However, Rongxuan did not even look at the plan that Su Tian had placed on the desk, but instead directly ignored Su Tian and focused all of her attention on the stock software on the computer screen. She had bought a stock that had made her a net profit of 30 million some time ago, and now she was planning to invest tens of millions more of her liquid capital. But at this moment, Su Tian, who had been quietly acting as a backdrop, spoke up again. Mizan, you can't buy this stock anymore, and you should sell the ones you still have as soon as possible. Mizan's fingers paused on the mouse, and she looked at Su Tian with a frown. Why? In a few hours, this company will have a shocking scandal, and the stock price will drop directly, and there won't be any improvement in the next few months. Su Tian remembered this stock. Although it had always been favored by investors, the company's share price had plummeted because the boss had been arrested for prostitution and the story had made the front page of the social section. And Rongxuan suddenly laughed when she heard this. How do you know that there will be a scandal at their company? Don't tell me you're also a gossip columnist? Obviously, she didn't believe Su Tian's words. She had done some research before buying the stock and found nothing wrong with the company. And Rongxuan, I know you don't believe me, but we can make a bet. Su Tian picked up the proposal on the table again. If the stock price does not fall before 5 o'clock today, you win, and we will give you a 3% discount on the basis of the proposal. But if the stock price really falls as I said, I hope you can sign the contract with us at a normal price. You have a good plan. And Rongxuan sneered, in this way, no matter whether the bet is won or lost, I can cooperate with you. You figured it out. Su Tian pretended to be annoyed, but there was not much regret in his expression, as if he had expected this all along. And Rongxuan raised her eyebrows at this. Then she looked at Su Tian and smiled, "Then I'll give you a chance. If you lose, even if you cooperate with our Anjiang group, you will still lose tens of millions. Can you make the decision for Su's company?" "Of course." Su Tian smiled indifferently, "But I won't lose." After that, Su Tian put the proposal down and turned to walk out of the president's office, saying, "I have something to do, so I'll go back to the company first." "Haha, overestimating yourself." And Rongxuan was amused and looked at the stock software on the computer screen again. The stock she liked had been rising all the way, with a good upward trend. "I really don't believe this stock will fall today." After a while, just as she was about to add a few hundred more shares, the secretary hurriedly knocked on the door and came in. "Mizzen, it's bad." "What's wrong?" And Rongxuan's eyelids twitched, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. The boss of Zhengtong Group was sentenced to 15 days in detention for prostitution. "What did you say?" And Rongxuan's face changed dramatically. Zhengtong Group is the stock that she and Su Tian bet on. As soon as the news of the company's top leader being caught for prostitution broke, the stock price immediately dropped to the limit. Although Rongxuan still had some of her funds locked up, because she did not invest any more, the 30 million she had previously earned just made up for the loss, leaving her with no profit or loss. "And Rongxuan, you haven't invested any more, have you?" The secretary did not know about the bet between Rongxuan and Su Tian, and was afraid that Rongxuan would blame her for the loss. "This Su Tian is really interesting." And Rongxuan did not answer the secretary, but instead ordered, "I'm going out, get my car ready." Su Tian came out of Anjiang Group and went straight back to Su's company. According to his plan, it won't be long before Rongxuan sends someone to sign a contract with them. Now he is the vice president of Su's company. Although Su Rixin was reluctant, he had someone prepare an office for him yesterday and put up a sign saying vice president. In his previous life, he worked hard for Su's company, but he didn't even have an independent office. He had to share a large office with the employees in the marketing department. Even so, he thought that Su Rixin wanted to train him and was grateful to Su Rixin. He had trusted the wrong person before, but now that he had been given another chance to make amends, he would never make the same mistake again. "Mr. Su, the boss says there's a meeting." As soon as Su Tian was settled in his office, Su Rixin's secretary came over. "I understand." After sending Su Rixin's secretary away, Su Tian printed out the contract he had already drafted and put it in a folder before getting up and going to the meeting room. When he entered the meeting room, he found that the company's shareholders and senior management from various departments had all arrived. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Tian calmly found an empty seat and sat down. This was really a bit like a three-way interrogation. As expected, before he could sit down, Vice President Wu on the opposite side said in a questioning tone, "Vice President Su, regarding the cooperation with Anjiang Group, has General N given any response?" Vice President Wu is Su Rixin's right-hand man, so at times like this, he naturally steps in for Su Rixin and says what Su Rixin is not at liberty to say. "I guess it's not going to work. He's back so soon." When someone makes a move, the other people on Su Rixin's side, like a switch being flipped, all turn their attention to Su Tian. I think he probably didn't even get to meet with General Manager and was sent back. Before, when we sent the marketing manager over, we couldn't even get a meeting. You know that Manager Cui is the top performer in the company. Vice President Su has only been in office for a short time and doesn't know anything. It's a minor matter that he didn't win the agency rights for Anjiang Group, but if he offended General Manager by barging in, that would be a huge loss for the Su family. Don't say that. Su Rixin saw that the company's senior management had said everything they wanted to say, so he stepped forward in time to solidify his good brother image. Xiao Tian also wanted to share my worries. No matter how well he and General Manager talked, I wouldn't blame him. Mr. Su, although you are the general manager of the company, normally we should not question your decisions, but you are protecting the vice president, which is not only harming him, but also the company. Yes. The vice president did not win the contract. According to the company's rules and regulations, he should be punished. That's right, even if he is your brother, he is not an exception. Although Su Tian is now the second largest shareholder of the company, and there may be big figures behind him. But the company's power is still in the hands of Su Rixin, and Su Rixin's shares are higher than Su Tian's, so except for some fence-sitters, the company's senior management, who were originally on Su Rixin's side, still had a clear position. Under Su Rixin's instructions, they made things as difficult as possible for Su Tian, inciting the emotions of other neutral shareholders, hoping to make it clear to everyone that even if Su Tian became the deputy general manager, he was a useless waste and not worthy of respect. Su Rixin barely suppressed a smile in his eyes, and in front of everyone else, he still looked at Su Tian with a difficult look. Xiao Tian, I believe you can improve, but since other senior executives and shareholders have spoken out, you should give everyone an explanation. Su Tian raised his eyebrows. Explain what? Vice President Wu spoke again. I'll be straight with you. I don't think Su Tian is qualified for the position of vice president. He should be sent to the grassroots for a few days of training before considering a promotion. Everyone here, who hasn't experienced the grassroots before, has only risen to this position today? A waste of air who relies on family connections will only make outsiders think that our Su group is unprofessional. Some of the Su Rixin's senior executives present nodded in agreement. I also agree to revoke Su Tian's position as vice president. The cooperation with Anjiang Group is so important, and he messed it up. He must be punished. Su Tian messed up such an important cooperation as soon as he took office. If he continues to be the vice president, I'm afraid that the company will go bankrupt in no time. Su Tian listened to these people's condemnation of him throughout the meeting. Only when the emotions in the meeting room were so intense that they wanted to kick him out of the company immediately did he slap the table heavily. Who says I messed up the cooperation with Anjiang Group? Vice President Wu scolded him coldly. You're still trying to argue? Did you sign a contract with Anjiang Group? Although it hasn't been signed, it's almost done. As soon as Su Tian finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the meeting room. Ha 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 ha. Who gave you the courage to say such things? If it didn't work out, it didn't work out. What excuse are you looking for? Does Anjiang regret coming to you to sign the contract? If general manager and really signed a contract with you, I would kneel down and apologize to you in front of the whole company. Vice President Wu didn't let go of any opportunity to target Su Tian, but if you don't sign the contract, how about you just leave the company on your own initiative? Do you dare to promise that? Yes, why not? Everyone originally thought that Su Tian would back down to save himself and stay in the Su group. But no one expected him to choose to fight back. Are you sure? Even Su Rixin didn't expect Su Tian to be so decisive. Xiao Tian, if you admit your mistake now, I will transfer you to the marketing department for a period of time. You still have a chance to be promoted. There is no need to be so hostile with everyone. I have won a big client for the company. Why should I admit my mistake? Su Tian glanced at his watch. At most an hour. Anjiang Group will soon send someone to sign the contract. Fine, since you are so stubborn, I will not care about you. Su Rixin sighed and looked disappointed. However, while he was saying this, he was secretly delighted. Su Tian is such a fool, he can't be happy unless he's dead. He thought that this kid had recently made some progress and needed to be careful. Now it seems that he was worrying for nothing. With Su Tian's uselessness, the Su group and Tang Bingyan will be ruined by him sooner or later. And Su Tian, this loser, will be waiting to kneel at his feet and beg for mercy like a dog. Vice President Wu waved to the assistant at the door. Someone, go contact Anjiang Group. Since you are so stubborn, we won't spare you any face. However, at this time, the assistant's face changed after receiving a phone call. President Su. President of Anjiang Group is here. Chapter 43. Does Su Tian have a girlfriend? What? Everyone present was shocked to hear the assistant's words. No one expected the high and mighty in Rongxuan to come in person. Hurry, go and greet General An. Su Rixin quickly spoke up. After saying that, he immediately got up and walked out, but before he could walk out of the conference room, he saw a cold and beautiful woman with a strong aura and a group of bodyguards walking in from the outside. Everyone in the meeting room gasped when they saw the newcomer, and even slowed down their breathing. The rumored in Rongxuan was said to have a stunning appearance, but she was also a cold-faced tyrant, and countless men who had a crush on her had suffered repeated setbacks and were unable to recover. Today, when they saw in Rongxuan, they could only say that the woman was truly worthy of her reputation. Whether it was her appearance or her aura, everyone present was instantly awed and dared not even breathe. I'm sorry that I didn't come to greet you, but I hope you don't mind. Su Rixin put on a smile that he thought was impeccable and walked over to Rongxuan. However, Rongxuan didn't even look at him and walked straight past him into the meeting room. Su Rixin's smile froze on his face. Rongxuan's reaction made him lose face in front of his subordinates. But he couldn't react and didn't dare to complain to Rongxuan. After seeing Rongxuan's reaction, everyone in the meeting room was a bit confused. And Rongxuan didn't even give Su's own face, so what was her purpose for coming to Su's? Could it be that Su Tian had offended this overbearing flower at Anjiang Group before, without knowing the limits of the sky and the earth, so much so that she had to come in person to reprimand him? The thought of this possibility made everyone feel dizzy. Not being able to cooperate with Anjiang Group is not the most fatal thing. If you anger Rongxuan, that would be a disaster for the Su Group. Everyone in the meeting room was panicking. Everyone looked at Su Tian with resentment and anger in their eyes. A useless person who is good for nothing. Is he going to get them all killed? General An, Su Tian has been fired for his work mistakes. It has nothing to do with Su's. If you want to get rid of him, you don't need to worry about us. Vice President Wu was worried that the entire company would be blamed, so he chose to take the initiative and draw a clear line with Su Tian. No need to consider you? And Rongxuan just looked at the person talking, her tone extremely cold. Having been in the business world for many years, she immediately saw through the minds of these people. Then, she glanced and saw that Su Tian was still calm and composed, and the interest in his eyes was even more obvious. The reason why this man didn't wait for her to sign the contract at Anjiang Group, but instead returned to Su's first, seemed to have taken her reaction into account. Now that she had come to Su's on her own initiative, not only had she signed the contract, but she had even managed to intimidate him. Haha, what a good plan. And Rongxuan hated being used by others in her life, but today, she didn't mind letting Su Tian use her to hit the faces of other senior executives at Su's. The reason is that she has already become interested in this seemingly ordinary man. Of course, Su Tian has offended General Manager An, which is a great crime. We will definitely be righteous and hand him over to General Manager An for you to deal with. Vice President Wu smiled in a flattering manner. As long as General Manager An says the word, we will immediately arrange for security to break Su Tian's legs and take revenge for you. Upon hearing this, Rongxuan smiled and said, in that case, the contract I signed with Mr. Su should have nothing to do with the Su Group. Boom! And Rongxuan's words were like a thunderbolt, directly stunning everyone in the meeting room. In particular, Su Rixin and his cronies, who were certain that Su Tian had offended Rongxuan, were all staring with wide eyes, looking unbelieving. What did you say, Ms. An? It took several seconds before Vice President Wu asked in disbelief. And Rongxuan looked at him indifferently and then said, I am very interested in the proposal that Mr. Su brought over. I came here to sign the contract with him. Since you said it has nothing to do with Mr. Su, then this cooperation will have to be carried out in Mr. Su's personal capacity. No. Su Rixin was completely dumbfounded. He had tried hard for half a year, but he could not get Rongxuan to budge. How could Su Tian, a layman who had never formally managed a company, so easily facilitate a cooperation with Anjiang Group? How could that be? How could that be? Immediately, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and asked in a desperate voice. Ms. An, are you really here to sign a contract with us? No, I'm not signing a contract with you, but with Su Tian. And Rongxuan's cold and unquestionable voice was heard clearly by everyone in the meeting room. If Su Tian is not working at the Su Group, then I, Anjiang Group, will wait for him to form another team. There was a moment of silence in the meeting room. After a while, Su Tian had already taken out the contract and placed it in front of Rongxuan. Su Rixin only reacted after a while and hurriedly corrected himself. General An, you misunderstood. We were just joking with Su Tian. He is the second largest shareholder of the company and my younger brother. How could he be fired? We also misunderstood that he had offended you, so we wanted to teach him a lesson. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, everyone is happy. And Rongxuan glanced at Su Rixin with a faint smile. Misunderstanding? Then she shook her head with a smile, and at the same time signed the contract handed over by Su Tian directly. She found that the contract handed over by Su Tian was still under the name of Su Group. After signing, she looked at Su Tian, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. In fact, Su Tian could have taken this opportunity to set up a separate business, and the cooperation with Anjiang Group alone would have been enough for him to quickly build a team and attract investment. However, it seems that Su Tian didn't want to do that. Of course, it was a misunderstanding. Su Tian, don't you think so? Su Rixin looked at Su Tian with a worried expression, afraid that Su Tian would really set up a separate business at a critical moment. Since you say it was a misunderstanding, then of course it was a misunderstanding. Su Tian took the contract from Rongxuan and said in a neutral tone. I will follow up on the follow-up cooperation as the deputy manager. After that, Su Tian looked at Rongxuan and said with a smile, and I wish us a happy cooperation. Yes. And Rongxuan nodded. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Su Tian said and walked out of the meeting room directly. Seeing Su Tian's back disappear at the door of the meeting room, a little light appeared in his eyes. It's almost 4 o'clock, Mizzen. This is a rare opportunity. Why don't I treat you to dinner? Su Rixin smiled and came up to Mizzen Rongxuan. We'll be working together in the future, so we need to get to know each other better. No need. I'm working with Su Tian. As for you, there's nothing to know. Mizzen Rongxuan's cold demeanor returned. After that, she didn't even look at Su Rixin and walked straight out the door with her staff. Su Rixin was furious that Rongxuan had given him such a cold shoulder, but had been so nice to Su Tian, the useless good-for-nothing. His blood pressure was rising and his face was turning purple. But he couldn't afford to offend Rongxuan, so he pretended that nothing had happened and quickly followed in Rongxuan's footsteps to see her off. Have a good day, Mizzen. I heard that you are Su Tian's older brother? And Rongxuan, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and looked back at Su Rixin. Yes, I am Xiao Tian's older brother. I usually get along very well with Xiao Tian. Su Rixin said with a shameless face and a calm expression. Since Rongxuan is very satisfied with Su Tian, he naturally wants to make Rongxuan believe that he and Su Tian are very close. Does he have a girlfriend now? Girlfriend? Su Rixin was slightly stunned and did not understand the purpose of Rongxuan's question. Does he have a girlfriend? Rongxuan saw Su Rixin stammering and frowned unhappily. Her eyes already faintly showed impatience. Chapter 44, I'll take you to see my wife. Su Rixin almost subconsciously shook his head. No, he didn't. Joke. If Rongxuan knew that Su Tian's wife was Tang Bingyan, she would probably want to cooperate more deeply with that waste. After all, people who want to get close to Tang Bingyan can line up from downtown Jiangqing to the suburbs. He absolutely couldn't let Rongxuan know that Su Tian had such a big backer. No. Rongxuan, for the first time, raised the corner of her lips and nodded to Su Rixin with satisfaction. That's good? Su Rixin was full of questions, and he didn't understand what Rongxuan meant. Rongxuan naturally wouldn't have the patience to explain to him. While Su Rixin frowned and thought hard, she had already stepped away in her 7-centimeter high heels. On the other side, Su Tian returned to the office and asked his assistant to send the revised proposal to the marketing department. Since his rebirth, many things have been different from his previous life. In order to prevent Su Rixin from doing anything desperate, Su Tian decided to participate in the cooperation with Anjiang Group this time. The afternoon passed quickly, and it was almost time to go home. Su Tian packed up his things and was about to leave when he heard a series of crisp high heels outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked 3 times, and then a graceful figure appeared at the door. Su Tian looked up in surprise. Mizzen, is there something you need? The fact that Rongxuan had come to sign the contract with him in person meant that he had won the bet, so he was not under any pressure in the face of Rongxuan. Did you plant an informant in Zhengtong Group? No. Su Tian shook his head. Then how did you know that their boss was caught prostituting himself? Rongxuan asked curiously, could it be that you have the ability to predict the future? Just think of me as having the ability to predict the future. Now that I have one, I hope to have a pleasant cooperation with you in the future. Su Tian had no intention of explaining more to Rongxuan, as it was pointless. You can call me Rongxuan, and Rongxuan is too formal. Rongxuan changed her usual strong style, and even her voice became softer. Isn't this inappropriate? Su Tian looked at Rongxuan in surprise, not understanding what the other party was doing. Su Tian, you are a smart person, so I will get straight to the point. Rongxuan is not the type of person who is coy. When she realized that she was interested in Su Tian, she decided to take the initiative. In addition to a cooperative relationship, I also want to develop further with you. Develop? Develop what? Su Tian was not completely insensitive, but because this was said by the female CEO who had made countless men eager to pursue her but unable to reach her, it was too much of a shock. He even thought for a moment that he had not rested well recently and was hallucinating. Do you really want me to make it clear? Rongxuan's face was slightly annoyed, but she continued, Su Tian, I like you and I want you to be my boyfriend. What? This time Su Tian was really confused. And Rongxuan, who had only met him twice, had actually taken the initiative to confess to him. What was going on? And Rongxuan saw Su Tian's confused expression and smirked with satisfaction. Then, she directly locked the office door and walked up to Su Tian. We are all adults and single, so nothing is impossible. I don't have high demands for a boyfriend, just one thing: when you are with me, you must be completely loyal, otherwise. Wait. Su Tian quickly pushed in Rongxuan away, who was trying to come closer. Who said I was single? I already have a wife. He had finally managed to win back some goodwill from Tang Bingyan, and he didn't want to let their relationship fall to the bottom again because of some rotten flowers outside. This woman, don't mess with him. And Rongxuan's face suddenly turned cold when she heard Su Tian's words. Even if you don't want to be with me, you don't need to make such a rotten excuse. I've done some research and you're still single. And Rongxuan was angry. Usually, it was the men who were attentive and flattering to her, and she had never actively pursued anyone. For the first time in her life, she had lowered her guard and made a confession, but she had been rejected. She should have stopped immediately, but her desire to challenge herself made her unwilling to give up so easily. You've done some research on me? Su Tianxin realized that he had been desperate to distance himself from Tang Bingyan and had kept his marriage a secret. Apart from the Su and Tang families and a few close friends of Tang Bingyan, few people knew that he was already a married man. And Rongxuan had not investigated him and thought that he was single, which was normal. After all, from the moment he was reborn, he had decided that he must live a good life with her in this life and make up for his mistakes in the last life. What's more, with Tang Bingyan's possessiveness, if she misunderstood that he was still involved with other women, it was doubtful whether he would be able to leave the villa tomorrow. The main thing was that it didn't matter if he took a little bit of abuse, but it would be bad if his wife got angry and hurt her health. Thinking about this, Su Tianyi said to Rongxuan with a serious expression. And then you probably didn't check it out clearly. I do have a wife, but because my wife and I are very low-key, we haven't deliberately made our relationship public. You're low-key? And Rongxuan snorted. She didn't believe Su Tian's excuse. So low-key that even his own brother didn't know he was married? Who would believe such a lame excuse? Su Tian, even if you're rejecting me, you should think of a more reasonable excuse, right? What do you think I am, and Rongxuan, that you can deceive me so easily? And Rongxuan was really a little angry. If it were any other man, he would have agreed to her confession the moment she said it, but Su Tian reacted calmly and used the lie that he already had a family to reject her. This made her feel that her self-esteem had been challenged, which directly stimulated her desire to win, so she would not give up so easily. I'm not lying to you, I really have a wife. Su Tian was very helpless. Maybe when I have the chance, my wife and I will treat you to a meal together, which will also be a pre-celebration of our successful cooperation. When he brings Tang Bingyan to meet in Rongxuan, the other party should believe it, right? I just don't know if Tang Bingyan is willing to cooperate. After all, Tang Bingyan's daily schedule is very full, and this kind of meaningless dinner invitation will probably be classified as a waste of time by her. Bring your wife to meet me? And Rongxuan's expression flashed a strange look, and then she nodded. Okay, if you can really let me meet your wife, I will believe you and I will not be bothered again. No matter how proactive Rongxuan was, she had her own pride. Her self-esteem and principles made her unable to do such a thing as being a third party. However, she really didn't believe that Su Tian had a wife. Chapter 45, My wife is busy making money to support me. Su Tian saw Rongxuan nod and thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll go back tonight and ask my wife when she has time. And Rongxuan only thought that Su Tian was trying to stall for time to find a woman to fob her off, and couldn't help but laugh lightly. Your wife is still a busy person? Su Tian nodded as if it was a matter of course. Yes, she's busy making money to support me. And Rongxuan. Does that mean he's a kept man, and he's taking it for granted? But Rongxuan was silent for a moment. Then, as if she had suddenly realized something, she suddenly laughed. I was worried that you didn't like money that much, but since you like it, you should have said so earlier. Su Tian was not surprised to hear Rongxuan's strange statement, which was considered strange by ordinary people. After all, Rongxuan was a well-known strong woman, and supporting a man was nothing for her. However, no, my wife is prettier and richer than you, and if I want it, all her assets can be given to me. Compared to her, I have no reason to choose you. And Rongxuan's eyebrows furrowed at the news. Su Tian lied to her that he had a wife in order to reject her, but he even said that she was prettier and richer than her. Well, I hope to meet your wife who is about to be praised to the sky by you tomorrow. After saying that, Rongxuan looked at Su Tian and walked straight to the company gate. After Rongxuan left, Su Tian looked at the time and was about to drink some water before going home to discuss with Tang Bingyan about meeting Rongxuan tomorrow. However, when Su Tian was about to leave after drinking water in the pantry, a handsome young man in his 20s walked in. The handsome young man frowned when he saw Su Tian and asked in a strange tone, "Why are you still here? Don't you have to please General Manager?" Su Tian looked up and saw that the handsome young man was a shareholder of the company named Yun Shua. Yun Shua is a typical second-generation rich kid. After graduating from university, he inherited the family business, but his mind was not on business, and he had always hired professional managers to manage the family company. As for the shareholder meeting of the Su Group, he originally didn't want to participate, but because he and Su Rixin had a good relationship, he was worried that Su Rixin would be difficult by the company's veterans, so after Su Rixin took over the company, he frequently came to attend the shareholder meeting to support him. But according to Su Tian's memory from his previous life, Yun Shua trusted Su Rixin and treated him like a little brother, but in reality, at this time, Su Rixin had already given him a huge green hat. Later, he also learned that Su Rixin had stolen his beloved woman and died of depression. Su Tian withdrew his thoughts and a changeable look flashed in his eyes. He had no interaction with Yun Shua and didn't want to make enemies with him, so he explained, "I and General are only in business cooperation." Haha, business cooperation? Yun Shua looked at Su Tian from top to bottom, his expression contemptuous. "Don't pretend, I heard everything Rongxuan just told you." After the meeting, Yun Shua overheard Rongxuan and Su Tian's confession. He immediately understood why Su Rixin had been preparing for half a year to get the order, but Su Tian had taken half a day to get it. This directly led him to conclude that the reason Su Tian had Rongxuan sign the contract with them was because Su Tian had used underhanded tactics to seduce Rongxuan. In fact, if Yun Shua had been more patient, he would have heard Su Tian's refusal of Rongxuan. But after hearing Rongxuan's confession, he decided that Su Tian would do anything to get the Anjiang Group order, and angrily ran to the general manager's office to tell Su Rixin the news. Now he is even more indignant on Su Rixin's behalf. Obviously, Su Rixin is so capable, but Su Tian, who was about to sign the contract with such a despicable method, is climbing to the top. Shua, I think it's a misunderstanding. Su Rixin, who had just walked into the pantry behind Yun Shua, spoke up for Su Tian. "I believe that Xiao Tian is not that kind of person. He would not resort to underhanded tactics to get the contract. This contract must have been obtained by Xiao Tian's ability." Although Yun Shua's words were very subtle, Su Rixin directly pointed out that Su Tian had seduced Rongxuan in order to get the contract from Anjiang Group. In this way, it seemed to confirm his guilt. "Rixin, don't take his side anymore. He's a good-for-nothing who never works hard and just hangs around all day. How could he possibly be able to sign a multi-million-dollar contract? I know he's your brother, but you can't keep letting him get away with it. Otherwise, our company will be ruined. If our competitors find out that Su Tian seduced Mizan in order to get the contract, the reputation that our company has worked so hard to build will be ruined in an instant." It was almost time to go home, and the employees in the company were not working hard. Many of them chose to hang out in the pantry. They had already heard the news that Su Tian had won the cooperation project with Anjiang Group, and they were all surprised that Su Tian, who originally knew nothing, had changed so much in such a short time. But at this moment, the employees heard Su Rixin's words and suddenly realized. It turned out that in order to win the cooperation project with Anjiang Group, Su Tian shamelessly seduced Rongxuan. It is not uncommon for people to do things behind the scenes in the business world, but as a man and the second largest shareholder of the company, he actually did such a thing. Sure enough, Su Tian has not changed, and he is still not up to the table. Shua, I think you really misunderstood Xiao Tian." Su Rixin was pleased in his heart, but on his face he pretended to be anxious to defend Su Tian. He said, "Even if Xiao Tian admires her, there is nothing wrong with it. What if the two of them are in love? Mutual affection?" Yun Shua sneered. "The men chasing Rongxuan can be lined up from the center of Jiangqing to the suburbs. What does she see in Su Tian, a good-for-nothing who can't do anything? I think Su Tian must have used some despicable means to deceive General Manager. Mr. Yun, you can't say that." Su Rixin saw Yun Shua's words getting more and more outrageous, and he interrupted him directly with a cold face. "Outrageous? Then why do? You think you were able to get the contract from General Manager so smoothly? And why did she come to your office to tell you that she liked you?" Boom! Yun Shua's words were like a bombshell, instantly blowing up the employees who were watching. They had some reservations, and even if they were gossiping, they tried to keep their voices down. But when they heard Yun Shua say that Rongxuan had actually confessed to Su Tian in his office, they all stared at him in disbelief and let out a cry of surprise. Chapter 46 Su Rixin, Scumbag. Who is Rongxuan? She is the famous cold queen in the upper class of Jiangcheng. She really likes Su Tian? Is she blind, or does she have to submit to Su Tian because he has something on her? Suddenly, the employees who were watching looked at Su Tian with even more contempt. Not only is he a good-for-nothing, but he is also a scumbag who plays with women's feelings for his own benefit. It's not that I don't want to say it. Su Tian sighed, looking embarrassed. It's because Mizzen asked me to keep it a secret. But since you've all got such a big misunderstanding, I'd better explain it for the sake of Mizzen and my reputation. It's true that Mizzen has someone she likes, but it's not me. She said she'd never chased after anyone, and asked me for some advice. The confession you heard before, Mr. Yun, was just Mizzen using me as a practice partner. The employees around Su Tian were all stunned when they heard what he said. Is that true? However, everyone thought Su Tian's explanation was more reasonable. After all, no one believed that Rongxuan would be interested in a loser like Su Tian. How do you explain the contract? Yun Shua's face changed, but he still aggressively pursued the question. Su Tian raised his eyebrows and then looked at Su Rixin with some confusion. Big brother also knows about the contract. Mizzen has long wanted to cooperate with us, but when she asked Big Brother to meet her, he didn't have time, so I had to go to see Mizzen on his behalf. Wait a minute. Su Rixin suddenly interrupted him. Mizzen has long wanted to cooperate with us? When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? That day, Big Brother and Mizzen went to the concert and forgot their work phones at home. I answered the phone for you, and then called you, saying that the concert was about to start and asking me to go and talk to Mizzen. Su Rixin's face suddenly changed, and he subconsciously looked at Yun Shua, feeling a little guilty. It was only at this moment that he remembered that he had indeed received a call from Su Tian a few days ago, but at that time he was focused on making the beauty happy and gaining the support of the beauty's family. However, how did Su Tian know that he was with Xingyue that day? Did he accidentally reveal it to him? Damn it! Su Tian, that idiot, actually told Yun Shua that he was dating Xingyue in front of him. What if Yun Shua found out? Seeing Su Rixin flustered, Su Tian's lips curled into a slight mocking arc, which disappeared in an instant. Although Su Rixin usually called Yun Shua his brother, in reality, he was actually secretly dating Yun Shua's childhood sweetheart and fiancé, Xingyue. In the last life, even after Xingyue married Yun Shua for the sake of the family's interests, she still often cheated on him with Su Rixin behind his back. Yun Shua was too trusting of Su Rixin, and in the end he was ruined by him, from a second-generation rich man with no worries about food and clothing to a homeless vagrant living in a rented room. Su Tian would know about this because in the last life, after Yun Shua was down and out, he wrote a song to express his anger, which was accidentally posted online and became the most popular online song of the year, blowing up all major short video platforms. As a result, Yun Shua turned over a new leaf, entered the music scene, became a hot new star, and soon became the king of the music scene. However, he suffered a double blow of betrayal from friends and lovers, and even though he returned to the top, his life was not happy. In order to forget the pain, he worked hard and his body collapsed before he was 30. The main reason Su Tian returned to work at the Su Group was to get back the shares that belonged to him, but the main goal was to recruit Yun Shua. As the times change, the development space for traditional industries is being compressed again and again. Therefore, he understands that if he wants to stand by Tang Bingyan's side, he cannot cling to these Su family industries, and must innovate. The future is the world of self-media, and those who are the first to try their hand at it are making a fortune. He already had some preliminary plans, and knowing Yun Shua's talent, he naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. The first step was to ease the relationship with Yun Shua. Sure enough, when Yun Shua heard Su Tian mention the concert in Misen, his eyebrows furrowed. He had no interest in pursuing the matter of Rongxuan and Su Tian's confession, but instead stared at Su Tian and asked, "The concert you mentioned, is it the concert held at the Jiangcheng Grand Theater at the beginning of the month? Is it the famous Russian orchestra, the Kasa?" "Yes, Mr. Yun, do you like classical music too?" Su Tian pretended to be surprised. "I heard that tickets for this concert were hard to come by, but with your status, it shouldn't be difficult to get VIP seats, right?" "Of course not." Yun Shua clenched his fists and his eyes shot out with anger. "So the Misen you mentioned is in Xingyue?" "Yes, she's my brother's university classmate." Su Tian looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and laughed heartily. I almost forgot, Mr. Yun and my brother were classmates at university. Isn't Miss N your fiancée? A junior employee nearby exclaimed in surprise, but was quickly covered by the person next to him. Yun Shua liked Xing Yue very much, and they often showed their affection for each other at the company. Even the junior employees knew that the two were engaged. Now Su Rixin was going to a concert with his best friend's fiancée? That was inappropriate in any way. The employees looked at Su Rixin, and the expression in their eyes changed from respect to doubt. Their boss Su, could it be that he is really a scumbag who poaches his friends' women? Su Rixin, what's going on? Yun Shua's face was as gloomy as could be. Of course he remembered that concert. He had specially asked someone to buy 2 VIP tickets in order to please Xing Yue, but Xing Yue had said that she had a music-loving girlfriend who really wanted to see the performance, and had been disappointed for a long time because she hadn't been able to buy a ticket. Yun Shua had no interest in classical music, so when Xing Yue said that, he gave her both tickets. He had actually been suspicious that Xing Yue was seeing someone else for a while, but he didn't want to make any wild guesses without proof. But this concert thing was too strange. Even if Su Rixin really wanted to go, there was no reason for him to go to his friend instead of his fiancée. Then, Yun Shu thought of something else. On the night of the concert, Xing Yue came back with a gift box, saying that her best friend had given it to her as a gift for the tickets. She had been wearing the bracelet as a gift. Originally, Yun Shu thought it was really a gift from a best friend, and didn't care. Even if Xing Yue never wore the jewelry she gave him, he always thought that it was because he had bad taste and Xing Yue didn't like it. Now it seems that the bracelet was not a gift from a girlfriend at all. Ashua, you're mistaken. It's not what you think. Su Rixin had originally wanted to make fun of Su Tian, but he never expected that it would backfire on him. He wanted to go up and punch Su Tian to vent his anger. Chapter 47, Su Rixin sends a message to Tang Bingyan. However, the most pressing task at the moment was to dispel Yun Shua's suspicions, so Su Rixin could only grit his teeth and explain. Yun Shua, this is really a misunderstanding. It was Xing Yue who said that her best friend had suddenly stood her up, so she called me to accompany her to the concert. Yun Shua's face suddenly turned even colder. So you admit that you were the one who went to the concert with Xing Yue that day, right? He had been wondering why Xing Yue and her best friend had gone to the concert with such care, doing their hair and makeup and carefully selecting their clothes and accessories. He and Xing Yue had grown up together, and he knew her very well. Usually, she didn't even bother to put on makeup when she went out with her best friend. But that time was unusual, and he just thought that because they were going to a concert, and Xing Yue wanted to dress up a bit more formally. But just now he heard that the person who went to the concert with Xing Yue was Su Rixin, and his long-standing doubts suddenly had an answer. No, I'm Xing Yue. Su Rixin was at a loss for words and didn't know how to explain. Xing Yue? Yun Shuo's eyes and eyebrows were full of coldness. You call it affectionate? Heh, Su Rixin, you and I were classmates for 4 years in college. You knew that Xing Yue and I were childhood sweethearts, and that we had met our parents and had an engagement. But you hooked up with my woman behind my back? No, Shua, you really misunderstood. Su Rixin already felt the strange looks of the employees around him. He understood that if he didn't make things clear today, his reputation in the company would plummet. Soon, he tried to calm down and looked at Yun Shua sincerely, saying, Shua, the reason I went to the appointment was actually to explain to Miss N that I wanted him to be with you. Oh? Really? Yun Shua angrily took out his phone and found a photo of the necklace that Xing Yue posted in her circle of friends that night. He asked coldly. You carefully prepared a gift just to reject her? She is still wearing this bracelet, how do you explain that? Su Rixin's face turned pale. Damn it! That stupid woman actually wears the bracelet he gave her every day. He had clearly told her not to be so high profile. So Mr. Su had also given a bracelet to Mr. Yun's fiancée? The employees who were watching were shocked. How could Yun Shua's fiancée be like this? I never accept a man's bracelet casually, and I can't wear it every day unless it's from a man I like. Yun Shua's fiancée's family must not be poor. She is not a greedy woman who covets money. The reason she accepted the gift is that she likes General Manager Su. The employees were like discovering a new continent. Although they dared only whisper, the words still reached the ears of Su Rixin and others. Su Rixin wanted to immediately expel the gossiping employees from the company, but at this time, the more agitated he was, the more guilty he felt. Hey Shua, let's go somewhere and talk. I really don't want to ruin your relationship with Missin. There's no need. Yun Shua clenched his fists and suddenly punched Su Rishin in the face. Su Rishin, you really make me sick. After saying that, Yun Shua turned his cold face and walked out of the crowd. More and more employees gathered to watch, and those who came later were all puzzled when they saw Yun Shua leave with a gloomy face. Mr. Su is being too unkind. Yun Shua is his good brother. Su Rishin usually gives the impression of a dashing young man at the company, and no one would have thought that he was a backstabber who would steal his good brother's girlfriend. Su Rishin was so angry that his face turned pale, but he couldn't let it show. He was about to send the onlookers away when Su Tian came to him with a worried look on his face. Big brother, did I say something wrong? Su Rishin's lips twitched slightly. But so many people were watching, and he couldn't let his big brother's image crumble. So he can only suppress the anger in his heart and pull a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. It's nothing to do with you. It's all a misunderstanding on Shua's part. I'll find a chance to explain it to him. Su Tian looked relieved when he heard this. I also think it's a misunderstanding. How could my big brother like his best friend's fiancée? Even if he did, he would only keep it to himself. He couldn't possibly do something so disgusting as to poach his best friend's fiancée. Su Rishin. This idiot. However, he didn't want the rumor to spread in the company, so he smiled and looked at the employees around him and said, I don't like in Xing Yue. I went to the appointment that day to make things clear with her and let her be with a Shua. I gave her the gift as a return for the concert tickets because I heard that the tickets were very expensive. I didn't expect a Shua to misunderstand and make such a fuss. That's right. Su Tian suddenly realized, I was wondering why I felt strange when I heard Yun's complaint just now. He must have misunderstood. How could you like Yun's fiancée? The woman you like is clearly a strong woman. After all, your dream is the same as mine. Okay, it's time to go home. Tian, pack up and go home early. Mom knows you've been working hard lately, so she made you some ribs. Su Rishin saw that Su Tian was getting more and more upset, so he quickly interrupted him. At the same time, he looked at the employees who were watching the opera not far away and said coldly, It's time to go home. Do you all want to stay and work overtime? The employees immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Su Tian looked at Su Rishin's flustered figure and raised his eyebrows without saying a word. Although these rumors could not shake Su Rishin's position in the company, they would also affect the company's employees' views of him. For a person in power who was only average at work, employees won't care too much about his virtues. But when everyone finds out that Su Rishin's talents are not that outstanding, they will start to dig up old accounts and pick out all kinds of problems from him to prove that he is not worthy. And after today's incident, Yun Shua will definitely not be able to support Su Rishin without any worries, which means that he has one more enemy at the shareholders' meeting. Although Yun Shua still has a negative opinion of him, he believes that he will have the opportunity to gain the other party's trust in the future. After work, Su Tian naturally did not go back to the Su family as Su Rishin had asked him to. The reason why he did not retaliate now was simply because the timing was not ripe. The moment he learned that he had been reborn, Su Tian vowed to get back everything that the Su family owed him. But before returning to the villa, Su Tian deliberately went to the commercial street, stood in line for an hour and bought 2 boxes of rose cakes. While Su Tian was waiting in line, bang! Clang! Su Rishin was in the office, throwing everything he could smash to pieces before he would stop. That son of a bitch Su Tian dared to plot against him. If it weren't for Su Tian's words, Yun Shua wouldn't have fallen out with him, and the employees wouldn't have listened to those rumors. Although Su Tian was acting innocent, he just felt that Su Tian was doing it on purpose. In his anger, Su Rishin thought of Yun Shua's encounter with Rongxuan and Su Tian's confession, and he had a plan in mind. Then, he immediately took out his phone and sent a message. Dear sister-in-law, a female boss confessed to my brother today. Although the female boss's conditions are not comparable to yours at all, she was so enthusiastic and proactive that my brother, who is simple-minded and inexperienced, was worried that he would make a mistake if he couldn't resist her for a while. Please keep an eye on him. Su Tian's nonsense caused Yun Shua to break with him, so he shouldn't think too comfortably about it. Chapter 48, Where is your wife? Zhangcheng, Tang Villa. Tang Bingyan sat on the sofa, exuding a gloomy and cold aura. Mr. Tang, you. Wei immediately understood that it must be that scumbag Su Tian who had caused trouble again. But just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a noise coming from the entrance of the villa. Honey, I'm home. As soon as Su Tian entered the door, he saw that Awei's face was clearly full of a desire to kill him. He was stunned for a moment. The next moment, I guessed that it must be Su Rixin who had gone to his wife to complain again. Suddenly, Su Tian walked a few steps, came to the sofa, put the snack box in his hand on the coffee table, and squatted beside Tang Bingyan and said seriously, "Wife, I have something to report to you." Rather than letting his wife be disappointed in him because of the slanderous words of a villain, it is better to confess on his own initiative. This is the principle of confess and be lenient. Tang Bingyan stared at Su Tian expressionlessly. What is it? The news about Su Rixin still had a great impact on her. Just now, she almost blurted out that Su Tian should not go to the company anymore. But seeing Su Tian coming home on time after work, she didn't know why she dismissed this idea. She could feel the changes in Su Tian during this period of time, and she was even more afraid that these were all Su Tian's means to get rid of her. Tang Bingyan smiled bitterly in her heart, and she never thought that she would also have such a time of walking on thin ice. Then give him another chance. If Su Tian really can't resist the temptation. Tang Bingyan's beautiful eyes were filled with a variety of complex emotions. In the end, she sighed in her heart. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Honey, today I went to talk business on behalf of the Su family and met a female client. After the contract was signed, she actually said she liked me. Su Tian's expression was indescribable. I told her straight off that I had a wife, and that she was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, even more beautiful than a celebrity, but she didn't believe me. Honey, do I not look like a man with a beautiful wife? Tang Bingyan. She didn't expect Su Tian to confess so willingly, and was surprised. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Su Tian, however, seemed to be unaware of Tang Bingyan's complex expression and continued. To make her believe, I said I could take my wife to meet her. Wife, do you have anything to do tomorrow? If not, can you accompany me to meet that female client so that she will be convinced? On the side, Awei looked at Su Tian in a daze. Let President Tang meet the female client? What is this for? Does he feel uncomfortable if he doesn't make President Tang angry for a day? However, just as Wei was preparing to be angry with Tang, he saw that instead of being angry, the boss was actually a little surprised and asked, "Do you want me to go with you to see her?" Yes. Su Tian nodded, but then he added very understandingly, "But I know you are usually very busy. If you don't have time, I will go and turn her down. Anyway, I have explained it clearly. I am a family man. She can believe it or not." What time tomorrow? Tang Bingyan interrupted Su Tian directly. Is 6 o'clock okay? Su Tian was slightly stunned, and immediately added, "Let's go to that Western restaurant you like." You actually remembered? Tang Bingyan was a little lost. She originally thought that she hated him so much that he wouldn't pay attention to her preferences, and he wouldn't remember the significance of this Western restaurant to them. Of course, I have to remember my wife's preferences. In fact, he was a little guilty. In his previous life, he had thought about how to get rid of Tang Bingyan's entanglement at all times, and he didn't remember her preferences at all. The reason why he remembered this restaurant was also because after the divorce in his previous life, Tang Bingyan repeatedly chose to meet there. Su Tian then picked up the snack box on the coffee table with a smile. Honey, I bought these rose cakes especially for you. Awei, who was standing nearby, shook off the goosebumps all over his body. Where did this scumbag learn to be so mushy? And didn't he know that Ms. Tang didn't like sweets? However, just as Wei was about to go over and dispose of the box of pastries for Tang Bingyan, he saw Tang Bingyan pick up a piece of rose cake and place it on her lips, biting into it lightly. Is it good? Su Tian asked with anticipation. It's delicious. Tang Bingyan nodded and finished the entire piece of rose cake with a noble and elegant gesture. Wei. Love can actually make people lose their sense of taste. For the first time, he felt that he was standing here and was somehow superfluous. Early the next morning, Su Tian called in Rongxuan to arrange a time and place to meet that evening. And Rongxuan had thought that Su Tian would delay the meeting to find someone to play the role of his fake wife, but she was pleasantly surprised that he sent the invitation so quickly. She was really curious about the woman Su Tian had found who was prettier and richer than she was. And Rongxuan arrived at the Saint Laurent restaurant half an hour early with her curiosity. At 5:50, Su Tian walked into the restaurant. You're here so early, Mizzen. Su Tian sat down opposite in Rongxuan and said with a smile. I came off this afternoon to do some business and happened to be close to this restaurant. And Rongxuan raised her eyebrows and stared at Su Tian, asking, "Where's your wife?" I told her to come at 6 o'clock, she should be here soon. Su Tian glanced at his watch and added, "But my wife is busy at work, she might be a little late." "Forget it, Su Tian, I won't be fooled by such an excuse." And Rongxuan seemed to have already seen through Su Tian, and said with a smile, "Are you going to say that your wife is working overtime and can't come today?" And Rongxuan didn't believe that Su Tian really had a wife, and now that he had come alone, she was even more certain of her suspicions. "You are willing to tell such an outrageous lie in order to reject me? Am I really so despicable that you don't even have the interest to find out?" As she spoke, and Rongxuan's face had already turned dark. She was never the type to pester someone, but she was really angry this time, angry that Su Tian was trying to get out of it in this way. "It's not that I really have a wife." Su Tian felt even more aggrieved than Doi. He had even gone to the trouble of inviting Tang Bingyan out, so why didn't Rongxuan believe him? And Rongxuan snorted, "Go on with your lies." After that, and Rongxuan didn't say anything else, just waiting quietly for Su Tian's so-called wife to arrive. A few minutes later, and Rongxuan looked at her watch and then asked Su Tian, "It's already 6 o'clock, where is your wife? I'll call and ask." Just as Su Tian took out his mobile phone from his jacket pocket and was about to make a call, the phone rang first. Chapter 49, Wife, you finally come. It's Ah Wei. If it weren't for Tang Bingyan's instructions, Ah Wei would never have contacted him on his own initiative. Could it be that Tang Bingyan really had something that kept her away? Su Tian looked at the caller ID and rubbed his brows. "Hello? Su Tian, Mr. Tang has something to do and will be a little late. Is Bingyan working overtime?" "Don't worry, it's fine if she comes over after she's finished." "Yes, anyway, you guys just wait a little longer." Awei's tone was hesitant, and he didn't seem to want to talk to Su Tian much. Su Tian pointed to his phone and said to Rongxuan, "Unfortunately, my wife really has something to do, but don't worry, she'll be here soon." "It's fine, I'll wait for her, no matter how late it is." And Rongxuan smiled and said to Su Tian, as if to block all his escape routes, "Even if she works overtime, she'll be off work before midnight, right? If she works all night, I can wait for her too, because this restaurant is open all night. We'll wait slowly, and we'll always wait for her. But only if." And Rongxuan leans forward and says to Su Tian, with her hands on the table, "You really do have a wife?" "Of course." Su Tian is not at all flustered. After an hour, Tang Bingyan still hadn't arrived. Su Tian knows that Tang Bingyan is busy and doesn't want to call to hurry her. But Ah Wei calls again. "Su Tian, it's going to take a little longer with Ms. Tang. Is she still busy?" "It's okay." Su Tian doesn't think about it and hangs up after saying that. But Rongxuan's face showed a look of "I told you so," and she cocked her lip in a somewhat smug manner. She didn't want to immediately expose Su Tian's trick, so she just went along with what he said, "I'm not in a hurry either. We can wait forever." So the two of them sat in the Western restaurant and waited for another hour. It was past dinner time, and the number of guests in the restaurant was gradually decreasing, but Tang Bingyan still hadn't shown up. After waiting for another 2 hours, Awei's phone rang again. Su Tian quickly answered the phone, and heard Awei's voice on the other end, which seemed to be a bit scared. "I'm sorry, Mr. Tang hasn't left yet." This time, Su Tian finally heard a hint in Awei's tone and asked hurriedly, "Is Bingyan busy? Or is she?" Su Tian thought of another possibility in his heart. Was it because Tang Bingyan had agreed to meet in Rongxuan yesterday on impulse that she now regretted it and didn't want to come? So he tentatively said to Awei, "If it's really not possible, let's forget about it today. It's the same to make another appointment when Bingyan has time." As soon as Su Tian finished speaking, Awei on the other end of the phone hurriedly said, "No, you can't cancel. Mr. Tang really has something important to deal with and can't come over for the time being." "I know, tell Bingyan for me that I'll wait for her and tell her not to worry." Su Tian saw Awei say with conviction that Tang Bingyan would come over, so he agreed. But in his heart, he wondered what could possibly be keeping Tang Bingyan from coming. Could it be that something had happened at the company? He immediately dismissed the possibility. With Tang Bingyan's skills, no matter what kind of trouble she was in, she should have solved it in a few hours. So why hasn't she shown up yet? Seeing that it was almost midnight, and Rongxuan on the other side was running out of patience and said to Su Tian, "Su Tian, stop acting. I know you don't have a wife, and you're not married. This excuse won't work with me. As she spoke, she brushed her hair back in a victorious manner and said leisurely, "Since you're single, I have the right to pursue you." Su Tian was a little speechless after hearing in Rongxuan's words, and, "How can I believe that I'm not lying to you? You want me to believe?" And Rongxuan raised her eyebrows. "Of course, if your wife can appear in front of me today, I will be convinced, otherwise I will assume that you are single." "She will definitely come today." Su Tian thought about what Wei had told him before, and said firmly, "As long as you have the patience to wait, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." "Okay, I'll wait a little longer." And Rongxuan called the waiter for a cup of coffee, obviously intending to continue to waste time with Su Tian. Although she was already 100% sure that Su Tian didn't have a wife, she still maintained a calm attitude and waited with Su Tian. After all, if you want to chase someone, especially someone like Su Tian who was the first person to interest her, you have to be a little patient, don't you? Before she knew it, another hour had passed. Although the restaurant was open all night, there were very few diners at this time of day. Apart from Su Tian and in Rongxuan's table, there was only a young couple in the corner. Half an hour later, the young couple also checked out and left. At this point, Su Tian and Rongxuan were the only ones left in the restaurant. The waiters in the restaurant kept casting inquiring glances at them. "These two people have been sitting here since 6 o'clock, but they haven't ordered a meal or left. Could it be that they don't have the money to pay?" And Rongxuan felt the waiter's strange gaze and her face was a little ugly. Her patience was exhausted, so she decided to confront Su Tian. "Su Tian, you." However, just as Rongxuan was about to speak, she suddenly heard a crisp wind chime ring at the entrance of the restaurant. Then, a figure of extreme beauty walked in from outside. And Rongxuan subconsciously looked in the direction of the door, and just one glance made her stiff and her eyes widen in surprise. The woman who had just entered had a small face with no makeup, and her skin, like a piece of jade, glowed with a delicate white luster under the night lights, breathtakingly beautiful. She was wearing a beige professional suit, and although it was simple and without any complicated decorations, it still could not hide the woman's aura, which was like a bright galaxy that made people unable to take their eyes off it. And Rongxuan suddenly remembered what Su Tian had once said. "My wife is prettier and richer than you." And Rongxuan didn't believe it at first, but now, seeing the young woman walking towards her, she could already feel a strong sense of crisis, but she still couldn't take her eyes off her. Even though this woman should be her rival, and Rongxuan still had to admit that she was prettier than she was. The main thing was that this woman's aura was something she could never match, even after so many years in the business world. "You are." And Rongxuan couldn't help but stand up and look at the young woman who had just entered. Just as she was about to speak, Su Tian quickly went over to her. "My wife, you've finally come." He affectionately took Tang Bingyan's arm and returned to Rongxuan. "And, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Tang Bingyan. Now you should believe that I'm not lying to you, right?" Chapter 50, My wife is so beautiful even when she's not dressed up. And Rongxuan looked at the intimate behavior of the two in front of her with a complex expression. To be honest, when she first saw Tang Bingyan, she was even a little disappointed, thinking to herself that this woman might be an actress hired by Su Tian to play along with him. But then she thought again, how could a woman like Tang Bingyan be willing to play along? There was only one possibility for her to be here, and that was that these two were indeed a couple. "Hello." Tang Bingyan looked at Rongxuan indifferently, and when she said hello, she only nodded slightly, looking like she was keeping people at a distance. "Hello, my name is Rongxuan." This kind of Tang Bingyan put a lot of pressure on Rongxuan, making her immediately dispel the urge to ask questions. "Honey, is there something urgent at the company?" Su Tian pulled Tang Bingyan down to sit and then asked the waiter to bring a glass of warm water. He tested the water in front of Rongxuan before passing it to Tang Bingyan. "You drink some water first." Tang Bingyan lowered her eyes slightly. She heard Su Tian's question and a slight unnatural expression appeared in her eyes, but when she looked up again everything was back to normal. "I've already told Wei that if you really can't make it, you can make another appointment some other day." Su Tian pinched Tang Bingxuan's shoulder tenderly. "However, I've already ordered the set meal in advance, so you should drink some warm water to warm your stomach before eating, otherwise it's easy to feel unwell." And Rongxuan, who was sitting across from her, watched as Su Tian asked Tang Bingyan about her health. She felt that she shouldn't have sat there. After the dishes were all served, the meal was even more tasteless. She only took a few bites and then left the table early, saying that she had something to do. Su Tian looked at Rongxuan's flustered back and breathed a sigh of relief. This time, and Rongxuan should really believe that he is a married man, and she won't bother him again, right? Wife. Su Tian skillfully cut the steak on his plate into a size that was just right for eating, and exchanged it with the plate in front of Tang Bingyan. You must be hungry after working for so long. Eat more. Ah Wei, who had followed Tang Bingyan in, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth when he heard Su Tian's words. Working for so long? Damn work. His boss has been getting ready since 1 p.m., looking like she's going to crush her rivals with her looks. After driving 5 makeup artists, 8 stylists, and 12 costume designers crazy, she still doesn't know what she's going to do if she doesn't have enough time. God knows she's only going to meet an ordinary rival, and people who don't know would think she's going to meet the president of M country. Of course, he would never tell Su Tian about this. Su Tian's trust value is still negative. If Su Tian knew that Tang had gone to such lengths to prepare for this date, the scumbag would have his tail up in the air. Su Tian didn't know what Wei was thinking, and even complained to him. You are Bingyan's most trusted person. When she is busy at work, you should remind her to take breaks and eat on time. Ah Wei. This has nothing to do with work, right? Forget it, pay attention next time. Su Tian did not notice Wei's expression, but seemed to have thought of something, and said to Tang Bingyan again, Honey, I told this mister and how outstanding my wife is. She didn't believe me before, but now that she's seen you in person, she must believe me. No surprise, from now on, she shouldn't have any thoughts for me anymore. After all, with such a beautiful wife, how could I still look at those mediocre women outside? You just came from work and you look so good without any makeup. If you put on some makeup, she'll be so jealous that she'll want to find a hole to crawl into. Chapter 51, Su Tian discovers the affair. Tang Bingyan. Ah Wei. He suddenly felt that Tang Bingyan was driving everyone crazy, and in the end, everyone was dissatisfied. However, Su Tian's words seemed unintentional, but they were quite useful to Tang Bingyan. She slightly curled her red lips and after finishing the meal, she casually took Su Tian's hand. Su Tian felt a warm touch on his right hand and subconsciously lowered his head to find that his hand was being tightly gripped by Tang Bingyan's small hand. Let's go, wife. As they walked out of the restaurant, it was extremely quiet, and all they could hear was the crisp sound of Tang Bingyan's high heels. The bright moonlight and street lights echoed each other, sprinkling on the ground. Su Tian was a little dazed, and he even felt a sense of peace and quiet. In his previous life, he and Tang Bingyan never had the opportunity to get along so peacefully, and after being reborn, this rare moment of peace actually made him feel so good. There were no plots, no misunderstandings, just the two of them, Tang Bingyan and Su Tian. However, after walking for a while, Su Tian suddenly stopped. Not far away, the two of them were walking quickly towards a hotel. Su Tian almost subconsciously picked up his phone and took a few pictures. What are you taking pictures of? Tang Bingyan asked next to Su Tian. Su Tian looked down at the pictures he had just taken, his eyes somewhat ambiguous. My good brother and his good brother's woman are in a hotel room. Yes, the ones who just walked into the hotel were Su Rixin and his brother Yin Shua's girlfriend in Xingyue. I wonder if his good brother's image will completely collapse if these photos in his hands are accidentally seen by the company's employees. Early the next morning, Su Tian went to work at Su's as usual. After explaining it clearly to Rongxuan, he believed that Rongxuan would not continue to harass him. Sure enough, the person who came to Su's to discuss follow-up cooperation today was the project manager of Anjiang Group. Su Tian sent the person out of the company after discussing follow-up cooperation matters with the other party. However, just when Su Tian thought he could spend the day in peace. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! The sound of an email alert rang, and employees from all departments of the Su Group received an anonymous email at almost the same time. The email vividly described how Su Tian had curried favor with the client, even going so far as to dine with the female client until late at night. At the same time, the attachment included photos of Su Tian entering the restaurant with Rongxuan last night and eating and chatting in the restaurant. All the photos showed no trace of Tang Bingyan. The pictures speak for themselves, and all of a sudden, Su's employees knew that the new vice president Su Tian had sold himself out to win over clients. How could Su, who was so honest and upright, have such a brother? This is the first time I've seen a man sell himself out to seduce a female client. If everyone in the company does this when they go out to talk about cooperation, then the company will be in chaos. Because the anonymous email was sent to a large number of people, Su Tian naturally saw it. He glanced at the email content and couldn't help but sneer. He didn't even have to think hard to guess who the sender of the anonymous email was. Although the senior management also had a prejudice against him, since he hadn't done anything that actually affected the company, they naturally didn't care. He had only just joined the company, but he had already received 2 major orders, and the most anxious of them all was Su Rixin. Su Tian smiled, but there was no smile in his eyes. Su Rixin, do you still think I was a fool who was played by you in my previous life? Since you are going to die, don't blame me. Chapter 52, Su Tian sends a photo. After Su Tian returned to the office, he also used an anonymous account to send an email to everyone in the company. The subject of the email was shock. General Su was actually the third party who interfered in the relationship between Yun Shua and Xing Yue. Attached to the content was a photo of Su Rixin and Xing Yue entering the hotel that Su Tian had taken at the hotel entrance in the middle of the night yesterday. The employees of the company had not yet recovered from the shock of Su Tian seducing a female customer in the middle of the night at the restaurant, and then received such a bigger mine, which immediately blew up. Oh my god, how is this possible? General Manager Su is an honest person, and he doesn't look like this kind of person at all. There are even photos of them going to the hotel in this email, so what's impossible about it? Yun Shua loves his fiancée so much that there are photos of them in the office. I am sure that the woman who is dating General Manager Su is Yun Shua's fiancée. Aren't Su and Yun Shua good friends? Yun Shua knew that Su had been busy lately, so he moved his office to help him. How could he repay his kindness with hatred? In the pantry, although some employees had heard about Su Rixin and Yun Shua's fiancée, they had no evidence and only spread it in a small circle, so it didn't attract much attention. But now, this well-reasoned and well-documented anonymous email has directly confirmed that Su Rixin is the third party who has destroyed the brotherly relationship. After the news that Su Rixin had stolen Yun Shua's girlfriend was exposed, Su's female colleagues were all indignant and felt unfair for Yun Shua. After all, Yun Shua is a rich second generation, and he usually likes to dress up, so he is very popular with the female colleagues in the company. As for the male colleagues who saw the email, they also had some reservations about Su Rixin's actions. We are all men, and we can put ourselves in each other's shoes. The most unacceptable thing is to be cuckolded, and this green hat is worn by your own good brother. Su Tian did not pay attention to the various comments about Su Rixin in the company. He left work on time and planned to go home to have dinner with Tang Bingyan, but as soon as he walked out of the company, he heard a heated argument. So what if I like Su Rixin? In my eyes, he is 10,000 times better than you. The woman's sharp voice stimulated Yun Shua's heart, word by word. When Yun Shua received the email, he was with Xing Yue. After he learned that Xing Yue and Su Rixin had been dating behind his back, he did not confront Xing Yue immediately. He always held a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that Xing Yue would break off her relationship with Su Rixin because of their childhood friendship. And Xing Yue had indeed been more obedient these days, often coming to the company to find him before work. But when he saw the photos in the anonymous email, he realized that the reason Xing Yue had been so eager to pick him up these days was because she wanted to take the opportunity to have an affair with Su Rixin. Yun Shua was so angry at the photos that he lost his temper and had a row with Xing Yue right outside the company. Xing Yue, if you don't like me, why did you agree to get engaged with me? He thought that he and Xing Yue were in love, but in the end, he was the one who was in love with himself. Why did I get engaged to you? If it weren't for the pressure from my family, do you think I would have paid any attention to you? Now that his true feelings had been revealed, and Xing Yue didn't bother to pretend anymore, Xu Xin was able to take over the family business at a young age and has a successful career. But what about you? Yun Shua, you just leave the company to others to manage, and you just sit around every day, taking your share of the dividends and waiting to die. Do I spend my days idly? Yun Shua clenched his fists in a pale face, and Xing Yue, so this is how you've been looking at me all along? If Xing Yue and Su Rixin's betrayal made Yun Shua angry and desperate, then Xing Yue's words were the last straw that broke the camel's back. If he really was a waste, he wouldn't have listened to Xing Yue in the first place, shifting his focus to Su's and working hard to clean up the mess for Su Rixin. However, not only did Su Rixin enjoy the fruits of his labor, he also cheated on her behind her back with his fiancée. Yes, that's how I see you. You're a waste in my eyes. The only person I love is Rixin, and you're not even worthy of being mentioned in the same sentence as him. And Xing Yue stared at Yun Shua with contempt. So, if you don't want things to get ugly, then be sensible and take the initiative to tell my parents to cancel the engagement. After that, Xing Yue never looked at Yun Shua again, and left without looking back. And Xing Yue. Hearing his beloved woman insult him like this, Yun Shua roared in anger, wanting to chase after her. At that moment, a speeding SUV suddenly rushed out from the intersection. The driver didn't expect someone to rush out onto the road, and it was too late to brake. Yun Shuo was also shocked, but the next moment, he suddenly felt relieved. He even thought about giving up and letting the car hit him, so that he would be free from all his troubles. Chapter 53, Working with Yun Shuo. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Yun Shuo, quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Because of inertia, the two fell to the ground together. You want to die. When the SUV passed by the two of them, the driver stuck his head out of the window and cursed, "What bad luck!" The expected pain did not appear, and Yun Shuo opened his eyes to see the person next to him. He was stunned. How could it be you? The next moment, he seemed to react to something, and his face suddenly turned cold. Su Tian, did you come to see me laugh? Mr. Yun, I saved you out of the kindness of my heart. Don't you know the difference between right and wrong? Su Tian got up from the ground, patted the dust off himself, and then reached out his hand to Yun Shuo. Yun Shuo's face was still ugly. He frowned and pushed Su Tian's outstretched hand away, and then stood up with his teeth clenched. You're kind? Yun Shuo snorted. For the sake of the contract and the unspoken rules with the female client, you're just as bad as Su Rixin. Forget it. Whatever you say is fine. I won't argue with you. Su Tian didn't care about Yun Shuo's prejudice against him. He saved Yun Shuo out of instinct, and didn't expect Yun Shuo to repay him for it. But his indifferent attitude only made Yun Shuo more angry. Even you look down on me? Why do you look down on me? Su Tian raised his eyebrows at this. Then he looked at Yun Shuo with a faint smile. If you want others to respect you, you have to show some results, don't you? He said, his voice revealing a hint of seduction. Mr. Yun, do you want to turn the tables in adversity? What do you mean? Yun Shuo stared at Su Tian warily, like a squirrel whose territory had been invaded. What adversity is this? It's just a woman. I'm worth tens of millions. Do I not have women who like me? Su Tian shrugged his shoulders. It's best that you think so. However, Su Tian's indifferent appearance made Yun Shuo even more angry. Su, do you also look down on me, thinking that I am a good-for-nothing who lives off my family? Su Tian still looked at him calmly. It doesn't matter how I think of you. What's important is whether you want to make the person who betrayed you pay the price? What do you want me to do? Aren't you Su Rixin's younger brother? Yun Shuo was a little wary. Are you here to trap me? Su Tian raised his eyebrows at Yun Shuo. You're still Su Rixin's good brother, and he still managed to make a fool of you, didn't he? Yun Shuo was silent. He heard from Su Tian's words that Su Tian didn't seem to like Su Rixin's style. Yun Shuo originally thought that Su Tian was just a womanizer who used lies to get ahead, but now he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to understand the person in front of him. Could it be that Su Tian's words weren't careless, but were instead deliberately exposing Su Rixin and reminding himself of his affair with Xing Yue? But Su Tian is Su Rixin's younger brother. Why would he do that? Wait. Yun Shuo suddenly remembered that Su Rixin had inadvertently revealed to him that Su Tian was an adopted son of the Su family and was very disobedient, causing his parents and him a headache. Su Rixin also scolded Su Tian at the time for being an ungrateful wretch who didn't know how to repay the Su family. Now it seems that he actually didn't understand Su Tian at all, but under Su Rixin's intentional guidance, he had already formed the preconceived notion that Su Tian was a waste who didn't know how to be grateful. But is that really the case? At this moment, Su Tian spoke again, and the allure in his voice was even more obvious. Mr. Yun, do you want everyone to know the true face of Su Rixin? Do you want Xing Yue to regret that she misjudged the person and lost a man who truly loves her? Chapter 54, Countermeasures. Yun Shuo heard Su Tian's words and his fists suddenly clenched. After a moment of silence, he looked straight at Su Tian and asked, "What do you want from me?" Although he was tempted by Su Tian's proposal, he was still rational. He didn't think Su Tian would help him for no reason. Su Tian slightly raised his lips. I hope to join forces with you to make Su Rixin lose his reputation and become my helper in the future. In return, I will make the person who hurt you pay the price. Yun Shuo was silent after hearing this. Soon, he frowned and asked Su Tian, why do you want to take revenge on Su Rixin? Because he shouldn't have his eyes on my woman. Your woman? Yun Shuo looked up in surprise. Which woman? In Rongxuan? Or maybe someone else, but she was taken by Su Rixin? But no matter who it was, Yun Shuo felt a kind of friendship with Su Tian at this moment. Since Su Tian had also been cuckolded by Su Rixin, it meant that he was not the only one who had made a fool of himself. Yun Shuo felt better, but still put on a condescending attitude. Then I'll give you a chance to work with me, but I warn you in advance, don't try to trick me, and don't try to influence my decision. Don't worry, we are in a cooperative relationship. If I harm you, it's the same as harming myself. Su Tian tried to make Yun Shua lower his guard. What are you going to do? Yun Shua's eyes flashed with a cold light. As Su Tian said, of course he wanted in Xingyue to regret it. Not only in Xingyue, but also Su Rixin. He wanted the couple to pay for betraying him. Su Tian smiled lightly when he heard Yun Shua's inquiry. You are now telling your parents to break off the engagement with Xingyue and terminate all cooperation with the Yin family, and cancel the dowry that was originally intended for Xingyue. Su Tian remembers very clearly that in his previous life, Xingyue's family relied on Yun's family's investment to gradually become one of the top 100 companies in Jiangqing City from an obscure small business, and later even left Yun's family behind with their resources. Since he is going to help Yun Shua, he must stop the cooperation between the two families. What did you say? Yun Shua's face changed when he heard that the marriage contract was to be dissolved. Su Tian raised his eyebrows. Why, do you still want to marry in Xingyue now? No, why would I want to marry that fickle woman? Yun Shua denied. The reason I got engaged to Xingyue was because we were childhood sweethearts, and partly because our two companies had project cooperation. Both sides know each other well, and with the entanglement of interests, it is only natural that Yun Shua and Xingyue are engaged, and it can be said to be a business marriage. Now suddenly the engagement with Xingyue is to be broken off, which will affect the company. Even if I don't want to marry Xingyue, I can't do it so suddenly. So suddenly? Su Tian suddenly interrupted Yun Shua. I heard that the Yin family is currently bidding for a piece of land, and your family has invested 50 million in them for this. Although 50 million is not a big deal for your family, if anything goes wrong with the project, your family's company will face the risk of a broken capital chain. You should also know that your parents are willing to take this money because Xingyue is their future daughter-in-law. Now that you know that Xingyue's heart is not with you at all, why do you want to let Jia take advantage of this? In his previous life, Su Rixin had been entangled with Xingyue, but while Xingyue accepted the Yun family's investment to develop her company, she also used her savings to support Su Rixin and lied to Yun Shua, saying that she was investing in financial management. If the Yin family were to win the highly competitive land plot in this life, and the Yun family were to cancel the engagement, the previous investment would probably be lost. Chapter 55. You don't want me to do that, do you? Yun Shua thought for a long time, and finally sighed and took out his phone. Then I'll call my dad first to sound him out. My parents are very satisfied with Xingyue. If I suddenly tell them that I want to break off the engagement, they will probably scold me instead, thinking that I have been fooling around and abandoning Xingyue. If you don't feel comfortable saying it, then I'll say it for you. Su Tian reached out his hand for Yun Shua's phone. You? Yun Shua hesitated. Can you do it? After all, there is no way you can make your parents agree to break off the engagement immediately, so it's better for me to try. Su Tian did not give Yun Shua a 100% guarantee, because that was not credible. Okay. Yun Shua hesitated for a moment, and finally handed over the unlocked phone. Su Tian opened the address book, found Yun Shua's mother's phone number, and dialed it. Hello? Shua, why are you calling me at this time? Aunt Yun, I'm not Yun Shua, I'm a friend of Yun Shua. Su Tian said in a very worried tone. Yun Shua just tried to commit suicide because he couldn't think straight. We are on our way to the hospital now. Can you come over? What? Yun Shua was shocked and subconsciously reached for the phone, but Su Tian quickly stopped him. Yun Shua's mother was shocked. What? Suicide? How could this happen? Why did Shua suddenly feel so bad? Auntie, you come over first. Jiangcheng Hospital. Su Tian hung up the phone after saying that. Let's go to the hospital. Yun Shua asked angrily. Su Tian, what the hell are you doing? Why did you lie to my mother and say that I wanted to commit suicide? If I hadn't stopped you in time when you were at the company gate, you would have been killed. Do you dare say that you didn't have the slightest thought of committing suicide? Su Tian's words made Yun Shua stunned, and at the same time, he was a little scared. If Su Tian hadn't stopped him today, he would have been hit by the speeding car. At such a high speed, he would have died. After all, your family and Aunt's family are still cooperating, and breaking off the engagement is no joke. If your parents don't know the seriousness of the matter, they will definitely think that you are arguing with Xingyue, or that you have abandoned her, and they will think that the responsibility lies with you. And if the people from the Yin family find out and come over to make a fuss, maybe your parents will even more strongly disagree with you breaking off the engagement. Yun Shua's face suddenly revealed a hint of realization. At the same time, a sense of guilt welled up in his eyes. Just now, when the car was rushing over, he really had some suicidal thoughts. At this moment, he couldn't help but be a little scared. If he really died, what would his parents do? Immediately, Yun Shua looked at Su Tian, and there was a strange look in his eyes. Su Tian. What's wrong? Su Tian was walking outside, and when he saw Yun Shua suddenly stop, he couldn't help but look at him in surprise. In fact, are you and Rongxuan not like I thought? When Yun Shua first heard Rongxuan confess to Su Tian, coupled with the preconceived impression, he thought that Su Tian was using the underhanded rules to attract customers, but now he felt that Su Tian was not the kind of man who would eat soft food. Of course, she did confess her love, but I rejected her. Su Tian said, Mizan didn't give me the order because she likes me. There was no need to tell Yun Shua about the bet, but such an explanation would definitely make Yun Shua believe that what he had seen before was a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Yun Shua felt uncomfortable because of his guilt. Why did you help me after I said that about you? I told you before, we have the same goal, this is mutually beneficial, now I help you, and you help me in the future. Su Tian didn't care about Yun Shua's previous misunderstanding. After all, he knew that the reason why Yun Shua had that impression of him was because Su Rixin had a subtle influence on him. His big brother, who was a beast with a human face, would not let go of any opportunity to throw dirty water at him. Yun Shua saw that Su Tian did not hold a grudge, and he was no longer awkward. Okay, then what do you need me to do? I will definitely help you. I haven't thought of it yet, but there is one thing I hope you can help me with in the future. Su Tian looked at Yun Shua, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Yun Shua felt Su Tian's gaze, and suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if he were a prey being stared at. You don't want me to do that kind of thing, do you? He shook off the goosebumps all over his body, and his face was full of rejection. I tell you, this young master of mine sells his talents, but not his body. Chapter 56, Persuading His Parents. Su Tian gave him a dirty look in return. If he hadn't known in advance that the other person would become a pop star who would become famous all over China, he would have probably persuaded him to go into acting, just based on Yun Shua's acting skills. You're thinking too much. I have a normal sexual orientation. I just hope that if you enter the entertainment industry as a singer, you will let me be your manager. During these few days of rebirth, Su Tian also made plans for his future self. Although he could continue to run the industrial projects of the Su Group with the help of his memories from the previous life, he felt that the entertainment industry was more challenging and more to his liking than those boring projects. Most importantly, the most profitable industry under the Tang family was the entertainment industry. If he wanted to gain the approval of Tang Bingyin's family, he naturally had to make some achievements in the entertainment industry. Of course, in order not to expose his privacy to everyone, he didn't want to make his debut, but to be an agent. And Yun Shua was his first target. This is the future superstar, so it would be beneficial to get on good terms with him as soon as possible. How did you know I wanted to be a singer? Yun Shua was taken aback by Su Tian's words. He knew very well that he did not have the talent to manage a company. His real interest was singing, but he knew that his parents would definitely not agree to his entering the entertainment industry, so he had not told anyone about it. Su Tian smiled faintly. I think you have a good voice, and you must sing well. Yun Shua was silent for a long time, and finally said, thank you. But I don't think I'll be able to sing. After all, my parents have a prejudice against the entertainment industry. The future is still long, you don't have to rush, but if you enter the entertainment industry, remember to find me as your agent. Sure, that's a deal. Although Yun Shua didn't think he could enter the entertainment industry, he still agreed to Su Tian's request. It's always good to have a dream. What if it comes true one day? On the way to the hospital, Su Tian and Yun Shua agreed on the same thing in advance. Although Yun Shua had no external injuries, he was told to have a full body checkup just in case. Not long after they had registered at the emergency room, Yun Shua's parents rushed over. As soon as they entered the hospital, they rushed straight to the emergency room, their faces showing obvious panic and anxiety. Yun Shua was sitting on a bench outside the emergency room. He looked pale and nervous, and it really looked like he had been scared. Uncle and aunt, don't worry. I've already registered Yun Shua for an examination. There won't be a problem. Yun Shua's parents saw that Yun Shua, who was sitting on the bench, did not have any obvious injuries, and they were slightly relieved. However, Yun Shua's mother immediately became nervous again. Shua, what happened? Why would he suddenly want to commit suicide? In the face of his parents' concern, Yun Shua, just as he had agreed with Su Tian earlier, lowered his head and remained silent. This sad and despondent look only made his parents more anxious. Uncle and aunt, Yun Shua really can't be blamed for this. Su Tian spoke up in time. Yun Shua was also hurt too badly by In Xingyue, so he didn't think straight for a while. And was hurt too badly by In Xingyue? Father Yun frowned and asked, what exactly happened? What did In Xingyue do that would make his son want to kill himself? Su Tian sighed. He had some conflicts with Miss An and Su Rixin. Father Yun was slightly startled, and then his brows furrowed even more tightly. Shua, did you have a fight with Xingyue? And what about Su Rixin? Isn't he your good brother? Did you have a fight with both of them at the same time? Su Tian quickly said, no, it was Su Rixin and In Xingyue who were having an affair behind Yun Shua's back. Now everyone in the company knows about it, and many employees are talking behind his back. Yun Shua was affected by the rumors and gossip, and that's why he acted on impulse. Chapter 57, They Don't Deserve It. Nonsense. Yun Fu's face suddenly changed. Yun Fu frowned, how could this be? I have known Xingyue since she was a child. She is well-behaved, gentle and virtuous. How could she have cheated on Yun Shua with Yun Shua's best friend? I think Xingyue is a bit of a princess sometimes, but her character is absolutely fine. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Su Tian looked at Yun Shua without saying a word. It seems that In Xingyue has been working hard on Yun Shua's parents. After such a thing happened, Yun Shua's parents' first reaction was to misunderstand and not believe it. Su Tian sighed, uncle and aunt, you don't know, and Xingyue has never liked Yun Shua. The reason she got engaged to Yun Shua is because her family can get benefits from your family. She doesn't care about the gifts Yun Shua bought for her, but she wears a bracelet that Su Rixin gave her every day. Moreover, a photo of In Xingyue and Su Rixin secretly dating was sent to everyone in the company as an anonymous email. Now all the employees know that In Xingyue is having an affair with Su Rixin behind Yun Shua's back. Alas! I guess the person who sent the secret email must have been disgusted by the two of them cheating on Yun Shua, so they did it. Yun Shua also received one. If you don't believe it, you can ask Yun Shua to find the email. After Su Tian finished speaking, he gave Yun Shua a wink. Yun Shua understood and quickly shook his head to refuse. It's just a few photos, there's nothing to see. Yun Shua's father's face turned cold. Give me your phone so I can take a look. The more Yun Shua said this, the more he felt that this matter was not simple. He snatched the phone from Yun Shua's hands and quickly found the anonymous email from the email account. The intimate photos of In Xingyue and Su Rixin on the email hurt Yun Shua's father's eyes, and he almost dropped the phone on the ground. Shua, why didn't you tell us about this? I thought In Xingyue was a good girl, but I never thought she was such a shameless woman. Uncle, don't blame Shua. He thought that In was just young and curious, so he kept putting up with it, hoping to give her a chance to change her mind. She said she wanted to go to a concert, so Yun Shua specially asked a friend to get her some VIP tickets, which she then gave to Su Rixin. Even I, as an outsider, couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and I kept persuading Yun Shua to break off the engagement with In Xingyue, but Yun Shua still couldn't let go, wanting to give In Xingyue another chance. Uncle and aunt, you should also persuade him quickly. Shua, why are you so stubborn? Yun's father looked at him with a look of disgust. With your qualifications, aren't you afraid you won't find a good woman to marry? Why do you insist on forcing yourself to be with a woman who doesn't like you? But now that our families have already set the wedding date, and there's also the cooperation. Yun Shua looked at him with a look of embarrassment. What cooperation? What cooperation? Do we have to marry a fickle woman just because of cooperation? Shua, don't worry about this. I will definitely get justice for you. Yun Shua frowned, then the cooperation between our two families. Don't worry about this. The money I plan to invest in Anja has not yet arrived. I will immediately notify the finance department to stop the payment. I will donate this money to the Hope Project instead of investing it in Anja. They don't deserve it. Chapter 58, Changing Clothes. As he spoke, Yun Shua's father took out his mobile phone and called his secretary. Yun Shua's mother, on the other hand, took Su Tian's hand with a grateful look on her face. You are also Shua's friend, thanks to you for enlightening him, otherwise if something really happened to our Shua, then our family would be broken. Auntie, my name is Su Tian, I am Yun Shua's friend, You don't have to worry, I will spend more time with him during this period of time, so that he won't think too much. It's really rare for our Shua to have a friend like you. Then please come to our home to visit sometime. I'll make you some of my special dishes. Yun Shua's mother was truly grateful to Su Tian. Su Rixin, who was also a friend, betrayed Yun Shua and stole Yun Shua's fiancée, but Su Tian was able to comfort Yun Shua when he was in a bad mood. Mom, this time it was really thanks to Su Tian. If he hadn't stopped me in time, I'm afraid. Yun Shua sighed, I've thought it through now. Instead of feeling sorry for myself for a woman who doesn't care about me, I'd better work hard in making Xingyue regret her choice. Shua, it's great that you figured it out so quickly. Yun's father was very pleased. Don't worry about the cancellation of the engagement, I will take care of it. Afterwards, the two of them didn't leave until they saw Yun Shua enter the examination room and wait until the examination report came out and everything was normal. Before leaving, Yun Shua's mother still worriedly persuaded him, Shua, why don't you go home to live for a few days? She was worried that her son would be upset because of Xingyue. No, I plan to let Su Tian stay with me for a few days. That's good. You young people can get along better. Su Tian, I'll leave Shua in your care. After Yun Shua's mother, who kept looking back, was dragged away by Yun Shua's father, Yun Shua and Su Tian also left the hospital. Su Tian, I didn't realize you had such talent for acting. Yun Shua let out a long sigh of relief. Su Tian smiled faintly and threw Yun Shua's car keys to Yun Shua, let's go. Where to? Yun Shua asked in confusion. The second step of the plan is to give you a makeover. Makeover? Yun Shua looked down at his suit and tie and asked in return, isn't my suit formal enough? Formal, but too formal. Su Tian shook his head at Yun Shua's unintelligent appearance. Objectively speaking, Yun Shua has very fair skin and a good appearance and figure. But he felt that girls like mature men, so in order to get in Xingyue's attention, he dressed up in a way that was old-fashioned, rigid and dull, even though he was only in his 20s and was in the prime of youth. He still remembered that in a previous life, Yun Shua had once performed on stage, with a golden side parting and curly hair, wearing a pure white casual outfit. Yun Shua is even younger now than he was back then, and with a hairstyle and outfit like that, his appearance will only be even better than it was in his previous life. People are visual creatures, and he doesn't believe that Xingyue won't be tempted when she sees Yun Shua like this. Soon, Su Tian took Yun Shua to the mall to pick out a few casual style shops, and let the salesperson help Yun Shua put together a few outfits. Yun Shua's skin was already so white that it had no flaws. After putting on a white casual outfit, he really stood in front of the mirror and felt a little bit dazzling. Will it seem a little too frivolous to wear this to the company? Yun Shua was used to the old-fashioned black suit, and suddenly becoming a white casual outfit was a bit uncomfortable. No, do you believe that I will post your current photo to the company group and you will gain a large number of fans? No, forget it. Su Tian smiled at the news. Then he suddenly seemed to think of something and said, by the way, speaking of company employees, do you know that the HR manager, Rongxuan, likes you? Yun Shua was stunned at first, then asked, where did you hear that? I can feel it a little. Yun Shua was silent for a moment, then nodded, I admit that she really has a crush on me, and she also confessed to me when I was in college, but I only liked Xingyue at that time, so I just rejected her and told her not to come to me in the future. Su Tian smiled and said, in fact, I think Rongxuan is quite a nice person. You have her contact information, right? Give her a call and ask her out for dinner. Su Tian had not often visited the Su group in his previous life, so he naturally did not notice Rongxuan's feelings for Yun Shua. However, in his previous life, he had heard of a major event. In the 4th year of Yun Shua's marriage to Xingyue, Yun Shua suddenly died. Soon after, Rongxuan's hit-and-run death of Xingyue made the news in Jiancheng. The purpose of her doing so was to find out that Yun Shua was killed by Xingyue and to avenge Yun Shua. Now he heard Yun Shua say that Rongxuan had liked Yun Shua for 4 or 5 years. Even though she had been rejected a few years ago, after graduating from university, she came to work at the Su group specifically so that she could have the opportunity to see Yun Shua a few more times. She is a very nice person, but I am not in the mood to talk about feelings now, and I don't like her. He immediately called Rongxuan out after he just got dumped. He really couldn't accept this kind of scum behavior. He just asked you to take her out to dinner, he didn't ask you to get married with her right away. Su Tian knew Yun Shua's concerns and said with a smile. What's more, this is also a chance for the two of you. You rejected her before because your heart was on Xingyue, and you didn't know her. Now that you've broken up with Xingyue, you should naturally look at other outstanding women around you. If you get to know her and find out that you were blind before, then Rongxuan is the woman for you. If you back out because of your concerns, you will miss a good marriage. And haven't you always wanted to get back at Xingyue? You found true love quickly after breaking up with her, and this is also a way to get back at her. Yunshuo still shook his head. I don't want to use my feelings to get back at her. Of course, I'm not asking you to deliberately use someone as a shield to get back at Xingyue. I'm just giving you and Rongxuan a chance to get to know each other. If you really don't like her after getting to know her, then just be clear and be good friends. Rongxuan's family background and looks are not bad, and she definitely has common interests with you. She is hundreds of times better than Xingyue, who is vain and only knows about shopping and beauty treatments. Why not give it a try? The girl who gave up her life for Yunshuo in her previous life, he didn't want the two of them to end up miserably in this life. Okay, but I'm only asking her out for a meal, at most I'll make a friend. Yunshuo deliberately emphasized the word friend before taking out his phone and sending a message to Rongxuan. Chapter 59 Yunshuo's popular song in his previous life. Rongxuan quickly replied and set a time and place to meet with Yunshuo. After accompanying Yunshuo to buy clothes, Su Tian stopped by the women's clothing store next door to order a limited edition handbag for the season. Only VIP members of this store are eligible to order limited edition handbags, and Su Tian used Yunshuo's mother's quota to order the first batch of stock, which will be available in a week. He plans to give this handbag to Tang Bingyan as a gift. Although it is not yet their anniversary, Su Tian has decided to make up for it by giving Tang Bingyan a little surprise every now and then. Let's go. Where to? Yunshuo, who really doesn't like shopping, finally managed to put the bags of clothes in the trunk. Just as he was about to relax, he heard Su Tian's words and his body visibly stiffened. Su Tian smiled and said, "The barbershop." After a while, Su Tian communicated his general requirements to Tony, and although the final result was not as good as the professional stylist in his previous life, it was a world of difference compared to Yunshuo's usual earthy and stiff hairstyle. Yunshuo looked at his own golden brown hair with a slight curl in the mirror, and then paired it with his current pure white casual outfit. Although he also felt that it was not bad, he just felt a little uncomfortable. Su Tian nodded with satisfaction. There will be a rehearsal for the company's annual meeting tomorrow afternoon, so you can wear this. Rehearsal for the annual meeting? Yunshuo was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked a little uncomfortable. Originally, he was indeed going to attend the rehearsal for the annual meeting tomorrow. After all, there was a performance by Xingyue. But now, tomorrow is the last review before the annual meeting, and you must be there. In addition, I didn't ask you to be a spectator. After that, Su Tian took out a piece of paper with the music and lyrics from his pocket. He had learned music in his previous life, and this was written according to his memory of his previous life. This song was written by Yunshuo after he was hit by a blow and became depressed, and then it became popular overnight by chance. What is this? Yunshuo took the paper and widened his eyes in surprise. Did you write this song? No. Su Tian made an excuse. I bought it from a talented songwriter. This song is so good. Can you introduce me to the songwriter? Yunshuo was excited, his eyes shining as he held the sheet of paper in his hands. This is so well written. He didn't even know why, but he felt that he had found traces of himself in this song. Could it be that the composer had some kind of strange connection with him? I'm afraid not. The condition for the other party selling me this song was that I keep his identity a secret. You know artists, they have some strange habits. The reason he wanted Yunshuo to perform at the annual meeting of the Su group was because the annual meeting had invited guests from all walks of life, and he happened to see the invitation list in the administrative department yesterday, which happened to include the owners of 2 music companies. Since the song was a hit in a previous life, Yunshuo's performance at the annual meeting would also attract widespread attention, which could pave the way for Yunshuo to enter the entertainment industry. After the incident with Xingyue, he believed that Yunshuo's parents should be afraid and would not have too many demands on Yunshuo. If Yunshuo wants to enter the entertainment industry and sing while taking care of the family company, Yunshuo's parents should not strongly oppose it. After Su Tian told Yunshuo his thoughts, Yunshuo also became excited. It has always been his dream to become a singer, and he wants to stand on stage one day and sing his own songs. He originally thought that this would always be a dream that could not be realized, but he did not expect the opportunity to come so suddenly. Okay, I'll go back and study this song now. After saying this, Yunshuo turned and left as quickly as he could. He really liked the song. After returning home, Yun Shua made a few changes to the lyrics and the discordant parts of the music score, and then stayed up late to practice singing until the early hours of the morning. The next afternoon, he arrived at the company's rehearsal hall on time. Isn't that boy handsome? Is he an employee hired by the company? You're just noticing it now? I saw it a long time ago. What employee? Is that Mr. Yun? Oh my god, he's Mr. Yun? He looks like a different person. General Manager Yun is so handsome. Yun Shua has been the center of gossip in the company for the past 2 days. Many female employees originally felt some sympathy for Yun Shua, but now, when they saw Yun Shua's new outfit, they were all surprised and covered their mouths in amazement. At this moment, Yun Shua had become the benchmark for the high-profile, handsome and rich men in the hearts of the female employees. Alas, I was really blind before, and I even thought that General Manager Su was more handsome than General Manager Yun. It seems that Mr. Yun was not dressed up before, but this is more than enough to enter the entertainment industry. Not far away, a young woman who was confirming the sound effects with the staff heard the commotion at the door and couldn't help but frown in annoyance. Yun Shua is here too? I made my words so clear, does he still want to bother me? Is this the last bit of self-respect a man has? This woman is in Xing Yue. Although she is not a Su employee, she had prepared a special performance for the annual meeting of the Su company in order to get Su Rixin's attention. She just didn't expect Yun Shua, that useless person, to be so persistent, because he had come to watch the rehearsal of her performance. Thinking about this, and Xing Yue turned back impatiently to look in the direction of the door, but she was instantly stunned in place. Who was that young Korean man in a clean white casual outfit, smiling and greeting the staff? Shouldn't Yun Shua be an old, boring, stuffy man who wears the same clothes all day? But the man at the door was completely different from her impression of him. Yun Shua at the moment was like the male lead in a Korean drama, exuding an irresistible charm with every move. And Xing Yue even pinched her fingers, thinking she was hallucinating. How could this be? How could Yun Shua have changed so much in such a short time? At this moment, the surrounding discussions continued. It seems that Mr. Yun is better looking. Why wouldn't Xing Yue choose Mr. Su over Mr. Yun? Mr. Su is actually quite handsome, but compared to Mr. Yun, he is far inferior. Oh my god, I really want to burn all the suits that Mr. Yun used to wear. After putting them on, he looked like an insurance salesman. He looks much better in his casual clothes. In fact, if we talk about background and status, Mr. Yun is better. Mr. Su only has our company, but Mr. Yun has shares in many listed groups. He only came to our company because of brotherly love and helped Mr. Su. But Mr. Su didn't appreciate it, and secretly hooked up with Mr. Yun's fiancée. This is really too much. At this moment, Su Rixin just walked in from outside the hall. Chapter 60, Choose One. He listened to the employee's words and his face was as gloomy as if he could kill. He coughed heavily, and his intense anger made him forget to maintain his own image, and he shouted directly at the crowd, I asked you to come here to rehearse, so if anyone wants to chat, just get out. The employees all shut up when they heard Su Rixin's rebuke. When Su Rixin saw Yun Shua, he suppressed his jealousy and forced a smile. Yun Shua, you haven't been to the company for the past 2 days, and I haven't heard back from you when I tried to contact you. Do you know how worried I am about you? He looked so open and honest, without the slightest hint of guilt for his misdeeds. His feelings for Yun Shua were more of resentment than gratitude. Although Yun Shua had always looked after him as a brother, he always felt that he was suffocated by the innate nobility of Yun Shua, as if Yun Shua's kindness to him was a high-handed act of charity. Yun Shua was a popular figure wherever he went in college, and he could easily control the weather with a wave of his hand. Although he took charge of the family company after graduating from college and entering society, and Yun Shua was idle all day with his shares, his reputation had plummeted, but the inferiority complex that had formed from the core still made Su Rixin want to trample Yun Shua underfoot in every way. So he gave Yun Shua some advice, telling him to behave maturely and stably in front of the shareholders and in Xing Yue, and also telling him that women like safe and reliable boyfriends, so he should not interfere too much in Xing Yue's life and give her enough personal space. He really succeeded, and seeing Yun Shua's fiancée chasing after him every day asking after his health, Su Rixin felt an indescribable sense of pride. He thought that this kind of pride would last a long time, but he never expected that Su Tian's unintentional words would expose his relationship with Xing Yue. When Yun Shua saw Su Rixin's pretentious posture, he wanted to vomit up the food he had eaten at noon. Don't worry about Mr. Su. Mr. Su has a million things to do every day, so pay more attention to the things you should care about. Su Rixin didn't expect Yun Shua to give him no face at all, and his face suddenly froze. On the side, and Xingyue also came back to her senses from her amazement at Yun Shua's appearance. Then, in her eyes, in addition to disgust, there was more pride. What could Yun Shua have done to change his appearance? It was just to attract her and make her change her mind. But soon, she slowly frowned and looked at Yun Shua and said, "Yun Shua, don't be so stubborn. It's because I don't like you that I want to break up with you. It has nothing to do with Rixin. You're putting all the blame on him. Are you even a man?" If Yun Shua had come over to say a few nice things to her, she might have really given him a chance. But now that Yun Shua is so disrespectful to Rixin, what's the difference between that and slapping her in public? Putting the blame on him? Yun Shua laughed coldly when he heard this. "I came here today to attend the annual meeting rehearsal. I really don't have that much time to waste it on someone who is not important." "You're here for the annual meeting rehearsal?" A flash of surprise crossed in Xingyue's eyes. How did she not know that Yun Shua was also here for the annual meeting rehearsal? However, before she could continue to be surprised, the manager of the administrative department walked up to the group with a program and smiled apologetically at everyone. "Please be quiet for a moment. Today is the last rehearsal for the company's annual meeting. We need to make a final selection of the official program. Because the annual meeting performance time is limited, and we have invited several big-name stars to perform, their time and order of appearance cannot be changed, so the programs we have already set need to be slightly adjusted." She looked at the people in front of her with some embarrassment and said, "In other words, some of the programs may have to be cut." The original program and duration did not conflict, but in Xingyue and Yun Shua suddenly wanted to add a program, so the original program had to be adjusted and changed. In addition, we have to take into account the schedules of the invited celebrities and internet celebrities, so we have to cancel one of the performances. However, most of the performances in this year's annual meeting are performed by multiple people. The employees have sacrificed their own time and rehearsed for months, so suddenly saying that it will be removed will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the employees. Therefore, the administrative manager decided to remove the solo performances. The current solo performances are only in Xingyue's modern dance, Yun Shua's solo, and the solo dance of the human resources manager, Rongxuan. Although the most logical choice would be to cut the dance by HR manager Rongxuan, it was a dance that had been in the works since the beginning of the preparations for the annual party. If it was to be cut, it would not only affect the effect, but also be unfair to Rongxuan, who had been rehearsing so hard. After much deliberation, the administrative manager made a decision. There are currently 2 solos in the annual party program, and because of the repetition of the format and the limited performance time, one of them had to be cut. The administrative manager looked at Xingyue, who was standing next to Su Rixin, and at the quiet and elegant Rongxuan, sitting in the corner, and said with some difficulty, "Missin and Manager Rong, what do you think about this? Are you kidding?" And Xingyue glared at the administrative manager in dissatisfaction. "I have performed in theaters with tens of thousands of people before, and I agreed to perform at your small annual meeting because of Mr. Su." The administrative manager smiled wryly. "Missin, your performance was indeed very good, but because the previous annual meetings program had already been arranged in advance, your sudden request to perform a program, and a 10-minute solo dance, is indeed a bit. Normally, a solo dance should be about 5 or 6 minutes long, but because of Xingyue and Su Rixin's relationship, the administrative manager was reluctant to say anything directly. Since both of you are performing solos, why don't you each perform first, and let everyone vote on which program should be kept?" "What?" And Xingyue's mind exploded. "It's already an honor for me to perform for you, and now you're deciding whether I should perform or not? Enough. You should keep quiet." Su Rixin couldn't help but speak up. He looked directly at Xingyue and said, "I think Xiao Tian's suggestion is good. Since your 2 performances are too similar, why not compare them and choose the best one to show the true style of our Su group?" "Rixin, you think I should compete with her?" And Xingyue stared in shock, her eyes brimming with tears of grievance. Su Rixin had actually gone so far as to give her a hard time in front of the staff, making her compete with a frontline employee. What was the difference between that and slapping her in front of everyone? If you don't want to compete, just give up your spot. Chapter 61, He's really looking at me. Su Rixin tried to appear impartial and selfless in front of the company employees in an attempt to salvage some goodwill. He knew very well that if Yun Shua had not suddenly wanted to add a program, there would not have been this farce. But now that he had already had a conflict with Yun Shua, he did not want to have any more direct conflicts with Yun Shua, even for his own benefit. At least in front of everyone, he had to appear to want to reconcile with Yun Shua. So he said directly, "Does anyone have any objections?" Let In Xingyue and manager Rongyan perform their own acts, and let everyone vote on which act should be performed at the annual meeting. I have no objections. Rongyan replied coldly, glancing at In Xingyue. She had always liked Yin Shua, and naturally had no good feelings towards In Xingyue, her rival. If In Xingyue really was a good match for Yin Shua, she would naturally silently wish the two well and give up her feelings for Yin Shua. But In Xingyue had already secretly hooked up with Su Rixin behind Yin Shua's back, even though she was already engaged to Yin Shua. This gave Rongyan, who had only wanted to quietly watch Yin Shua a little more, a glimmer of hope. Rongyan thought about the message Yin Shua had sent her yesterday, and subconsciously looked up in the direction of Yin Shua. Yin Shua felt Rongyan's burning gaze, and somewhat unnaturally coughed lightly, making a gesture of encouragement to her. Rongyan's cheeks flushed, and she quickly lowered her head, but her heart was beating faster and faster. Since everyone has no objections, you two should get ready to start the competition. After Su Rixin finished speaking, he completely ignored In Xingyue's sad eyes, turned around, and led Secretary Song to sit down off stage, looking like a judge. Su Tian also pulled Yin Shua away from where he was standing, and found a seat behind Su Rixin. On the other side, In Xingyue and Rongyan also walked into the fitting room to change clothes. In Xingyue looked at Rongyan with a high and mighty air. You are not my match. Now that you have given up, you won't make a fool of yourself. Rongyan smiled lightly and said, who will win is still uncertain. Her words implied something else. Whether it is this competition or Yin Shua, she is determined to win. Then we'll see. And Xingyue sneered with disdain. She was confident that she would not lose to Rongyan. With her strength, she could easily beat Rongyan in a fair competition, not to mention that Su Rixin was also present today, giving her all the advantages. She confidently went on stage. It had to be said that In Xingyue did have a foundation in dance, and although her arrogant and domineering aura was not very likable in reality, on stage it was full of energy, allowing her to bring her advantages into full play. After a lively dance, the audience burst into applause. The employees of the Su company had some prejudice against In Xingyue, but after watching her dance, they had to admit that In Xingyue did have the capital to be proud of. After the dance, In Xingyue proudly lifted her skirt and made a princess salute, then walked down to the audience like a victorious peacock with her head held high, and sat directly in the empty seat next to Su Rixin. This made many of the employees waver in their minds. No matter how much they hated her, In Xingyue was after all the scandalous girlfriend of their company's boss. What's more, In Xingyue's stage performance was indeed impeccable. This made the employees who originally thought that In Xingyue only wanted to put on a show change their original prejudice, and their hearts gradually tilted towards her. When Rongyan changed into her dance clothes and came out, the employees below were still immersed in Xingyue's graceful dance and unable to return to their senses. Rongyan had also learned dance since she was a child and had participated in many competitions. Rongyan stood on the stage, feeling the eyes of the audience watching her. Among them, there was also Yin Shua. What should she do? She began to feel nervous. The music began to play, and Rongyan instinctively brought out her professional dancer's qualities, but her heart was in turmoil. Yin Shua usually didn't come to watch rehearsals, so why was he here today? She had danced this dance several times before, and it had always gone well. But now, even without looking in Yin Shua's direction, she could feel the man's focused gaze. Is he looking at me? He seems to be looking at me. He really is looking at me. Rongyan was distracted, and her original triple axel jump was a flop, causing her to fall awkwardly to the ground. Ah! The audience was in an uproar. Rongyan had made such a big mistake, and even without a vote, the outcome was clear. And Xingyue laughed with glee. You studied dance, so how could you make such a mistake? If you let her perform, your company will lose face. Rongyan's face turned pale, and she bit her teeth and got up from the stage. With such a mistake, there was no need to continue the competition. But Rongyan's pride and dignity wouldn't allow her to give up. So she continued to dance the entire dance as if nothing had happened. After the performance, applause broke out from the audience. But everyone knew that the applause was only for sympathy, for the fact that she had lost the competition. What happened? Manager Rome had performed very well in the previous rehearsals. Yes, if she had performed this dance at the annual meeting, she would have been a hit. What a pity! Was she too nervous? After all, she was competing against Missen, so it was normal for her to be nervous. Missen was a bit domineering, but her dance skills were impeccable. The rehearsal room was originally a conference room that had been temporarily converted. The seats were very close to the stage, and Rongyan could hear the comments of the employees below. She lowered her head and a bitter smile curled her lips. She had lost. She wasn't afraid of losing, but she was unwilling to lose to Xingyue. Yun Shuo must also be disappointed in her, right? Rongyan didn't even dare to look in the direction of Yun Shuo, for fear of seeing the man's disgusted gaze. However, Yun Shuo, who was sitting in the audience at this time, was staring at Rongyan without blinking. He originally thought that Rongyan was a weak and fragile little woman, but after Rongyan insisted on finishing the entire dance after her mistake, it gave him a new understanding of the woman he had known since college. Perhaps Rongyan was not as boring as he had imagined, or perhaps they just lacked an opportunity to get to know each other. Although Yun Shuo still didn't have a heart, he wanted to take a step forward and give each other a chance. Is it not necessary to vote? The winner is obvious, right? Just when people were feeling sorry for Rongyan, and Xingyue walked up to the administrative manager like a victorious peacock. However, just as in Xingyue's complacent voice fell. Chapter 62, Going Home to Be with My Wife. Wait a minute, isn't there still a program that hasn't been reviewed? Su Tian suddenly stood up and said, normally, General Yun's program should also be reviewed. The administrative manager was a little worried, and at the same time, he greeted Su Tian's relatives in his heart. Can't make an exception because he's a shareholder? That's easy to say. Su Tian is a Su family member, so he's not afraid of holding shares. But she's just an ordinary worker, how dare she point her finger at Yun Shuo's program? It doesn't matter, just follow the process. Yun Shuo was completely unfazed, and walked confidently to the front of the stage. However, instead of going straight to the stage, he walked up to Rongyan and extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. Miss Rong, I need a dance partner for my performance. May I have the honor of inviting you to dance with me? What? Rongyan was so excited that she couldn't even finish her sentence. Miss Rong, are you unwilling? Yun Shuo saw Rongyan's stunned expression and felt inexplicably a little dumbfounded. No, it's not. Rongyan felt that she couldn't explain it clearly, so she could only nod repeatedly to show that she was willing. Su Tian looked at the interaction between Yun Shuo and Rongyan with satisfaction, and couldn't help but feel a little moved. Originally, he also wanted to suggest that Yun Shuo invite Rongyan to perform together, but he didn't expect that Yun Shuo had already learned without a teacher. He was very pleased with such obvious progress, and took the lead in applauding. Next, I will sing a song for everyone, Falling Snow. Yun Shuo made a gesture of invitation to Rongyan, and at the same time, he took the microphone and walked onto the stage. Soon, the accompaniment began, and Yun Shuo's magnetic voice shook the eardrums of the audience. This song was written by Yun Shuo in his previous life when he was down and out, and the style of the song was naturally somewhat melancholy. However, Yun Shuo in this life made a few changes, and in the midst of sadness, there was a little more of the spirit of wanting to return to the top. Rongyan was originally a ballet dancer, but because of Yun Shuo's style, she changed to modern dance at the last minute. Although she was still a bit rusty in her coordination, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women on stage made it possible for people to ignore the flaws of their first collaboration. Yun Shuo's song was so amazing that after the song ended, the audience was silent, and everyone was still immersed in the heart-wrenching atmosphere and unable to extricate themselves. It was only after a few seconds that the thunderous applause erupted. Mr. Yun, this song is really very good. Manager Rome's dance partner is also just right. This program must be performed at the annual meeting, it will definitely amaze the guests invited by the company. Since Manager Rong's solo dance was not selected, why not dance with Mr. Yun? It feels like Manager Rong and Mr. Yun are a perfect match. The female employees in the audience looked at Yun Shuo with starry eyes. They had all thought that Yun Shuo was a boring and inflexible man, but they had never expected him to change his style of dress and show off his talents. He was clearly the ideal man in their eyes. What was wrong with my eyes? I actually thought that President Su was more handsome than President Yun. I should really go and see an ophthalmologist. Shu, keep your voices down. Don't let the boss hear you. However, the sound of the employees whispering was heard by Su Rixin. He pretended to be unconcerned, but he was furious. He hated being compared to Yun Shuo. When they were in college, he was like Yun Shuo's lackey and was unremarkable. After graduating, he gained power in the company, but Yun Shuo was idle and took dividends to waste time. But now, after just a few days of living comfortably, Yun Shuo has ruined his carefully cultivated image. No, he must think of a way to absolutely not return to the state of that year. Just as he was thinking of a reasonable excuse to cancel Yun Shuo's show, and Xingyue had already run to Yun Shuo to accuse him. Yun Shuo, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Yun Shua looked at Xing Yue and suddenly felt that the woman he had liked for more than 10 years was somewhat strange. Why did you let that bumpkin dance with you? You did it on purpose to make me sick, didn't you? And Xing Yue had not yet had time to rejoice at winning Rongyan, when she was once again outshined by the other party, and vented her anger directly on Yun Shua. After Xing Yue had finished speaking, she thought that Yun Shua would still let her have her way as before, and would give up his own show according to her wishes. But obviously, she had miscalculated this time. And Xing Yue, stop trying to flatter yourself. I asked Rongyan to be my partner because she is suitable. As for you, since you have chosen Su Rixin, I wish you a long and happy life together, and don't go around causing trouble for others. Yun Shua had liked Xing Yue before, indulging her unreasonable behavior, but now that he had seen through the true colors of this woman, he naturally would not accommodate her like a fool. After saying that, Yun Shua was too lazy to bother with the angry Xing Yue and went straight to Rongyan, who had already changed out of her dance costume. Remember our date tonight? Yes, I remember. Rongyan's earlobes were flushed. This was the first time Yun Shua had invited her to dinner. Originally, she had planned to take 2 hours off after the rehearsal to go to the beauty salon for a makeover before going on the date. After work, I'll wait for you in the underground parking lot. Okay. Rongyan sighed to herself, knowing that Yun Shua had seen her at her worst. But why had Yun Shua suddenly asked her out to dinner? Was he trying to make things clear with her, telling her to stay away from him in the future? Yun Shua hadn't said anything yet, but Rongyan had already imagined the rejection in her mind, like a rabbit that had been robbed of its beloved carrot, leaving dejectedly. Su Tian, do you think there's something wrong with Rongyan? Yun Shua stared at Rongyan's back and thought about it. You'll have to ask her yourself. Su Tian could guess Rongyan's thoughts, but he didn't want to explain too much to Yun Shua. After all, dating is a matter between two people, and if he interfered too much, it would be counterproductive. Are you going to go on a date with me that night? Yun Shua was a little nervous. If Su Tian went with him, he wouldn't be at a loss. Although Yun Shua is a rich second generation, he is very innocent in love. Apart from Xing Yue, he has never dated any other girl. Su Tian couldn't help but sigh. What kind of eyes does Xing Yue have? She doesn't want the pearl, but she treasures the fish eye of Su Rixin. What's the point of you going on a date and me following you? Su Tian waved at Yun Shua. You go on your own, I have to go home to be with my wife. Chapter 63, Tang Bingyan's Horror. What? Do you really have a wife? Yun Shua was shocked. No wonder Su Tian was unmoved by Rongxuan's confession and Tang Xian's goodwill. Who is your wife? Can you bring her out to meet me someday? Let's talk about it some other time. Su Tian said vaguely. He knew that Tang Bingyan didn't like messy gatherings. The fact that she had gone with him to see Rongxuan the last time was already a great favor to him. I'm going home first. Call me if anything happens. Tang Bingyan has been very busy these 2 days, working overtime every day and coming home later than him. So Su Tian decided to leave work early today and go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients to cook dinner for Tang Bingyan himself. Su Tian bought a lot of fresh ingredients from the supermarket and also bought a box of osmanthus cakes from Zhengqing's famous online dessert shop. The rose cakes last time seemed a bit too sweet, so Su Tian changed to a slightly lighter flavor this time. Just as he parked the car and carried the groceries into the villa, he noticed that the villa was quiet and there was no sound at all. Usually, even if Tang Bingyan didn't come home, there were security guards and maids on duty in the villa, but since Su Tian had returned, he hadn't seen a single person. Could it be that Bingyan had given the maids a holiday? Su Tian first put the ingredients in the kitchen, and then thought about it and picked out the box of osmanthus cakes. He took out his mobile phone and planned to ask Tang Bingyan if she knew anything. However, after he dialed Tang Bingyan's number, he heard a cold electronic voice. Hello, the user you are calling is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Is it because my phone has no signal, or is the signal on Bingyan's side bad? Su Tian frowned and wanted to call again in the living room, but just as he was about to go to the living room from the kitchen, he suddenly faintly smelled a bloody smell in the air. Because of his experience in the previous life, Su Tian was extremely alert. His intuition told him that this strong smell of blood could only be produced after a person had lost a large amount of blood. Su Tian's heart sank. Could it be that there were robbers in the villa? He held his breath, made his footsteps very light, and tried to find the source of the smell of blood. Finally, he discovered that the smell of blood was coming from the basement. Su Tian had always known that there was a basement in the villa, but Tang Bingyan had expressly forbidden him to go down there in his previous life. At that time, he and Tang Bingyan were at each other's throats, so naturally he was not curious about the secrets of the mysterious basement. However, now that he was standing at the entrance to the basement stairs, facing the bloody smell and the cool breeze, his heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was about to burst out of his throat. Something bad must have happened. The first thought that came to Su Tian's mind was that Tang Bingyan had stored a large amount of cash and jewelry in the basement, and that the servants in the villa had led the robbers to the basement under threat or by bribing them. If Tang Bingyan had returned, she might also be in the basement. After getting the money, the robbers would naturally want to kill her to keep their mouths shut, which was why there was such a strong smell of blood. Su Tian looked at the dark entrance, took a deep breath, turned around, went back to the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and then came back again without making a sound. He wasn't sure what was going on down there, and he didn't dare to call the police. His concern for Tang Bingyan made him forget the danger for a moment, and he crept down the stairs. The further he went down, the stronger the smell of blood Su Tian smelled. Later, the strong, nauseating smell of blood made Su Tian cover his nose and mouth tightly, or he was afraid that he would vomit without realizing it. When he walked down the stairs, he heard a sound coming from the basement at the end of the corridor. Could it be that the robbers hadn't left yet? Su Tian became more alert and crept over, but when he got close to the closed door of the basement, he saw the scene inside through the glass window. Su Tian took a deep breath, and even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine when he saw the scene inside the room. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from inside. Ah! Tang Bingyan, you will die a horrible death. Ah-ha! The sound was so horrifying that it was as if an evil spirit had crawled out of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Su Tian's footsteps stopped, and a look of shock and disbelief appeared in his eyes. Through the glass window, he could see that the room was covered in blood. Tang Bingyan sat on the sofa in the room with a blank expression on her face. Next to her stood Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao, who he hadn't seen in a long time. In front of her was a figure that was so mangled that Su Tian could only tell from her screams that she was a woman. In addition, this woman was covered in blood, and she was convulsing, clearly suffering great torment. Su Tian even saw the white bones on the woman's arm as she struggled, and at the same time, pieces of flesh were scattered on the ground beside her. Such a visual impact made Su Tian feel cold all over, and although his tolerance was already very strong, seeing such a tragic scene still made his scalp numb. Continue. The next second, Tang Bingyan's cold voice rang out, and at this time, in front of her, it seemed like an inanimate object that could be disposed of at will. After Tang Bingyan gave the order, Chen Xiaoxiao raised her hand and swung the whip, slapping the woman hard. Ah! The woman screamed again, rolling on the ground and struggling, while cursing in her mouth. Tang Bingyan, I should have had a share of those things, I deserve them. I am your sister, you will be punished for doing this to me. Sister? Su Tian looked at the woman, whose flesh and blood were all mixed together, and his pupils suddenly contracted. It seemed that this woman should be a Tang family member. But the Tang family has many younger members, not to mention the side branches. He didn't know who this woman was, but from her voice, she definitely wasn't Tang Xin. Tang Bingyan, if Grandpa finds out that you have harmed your siblings, you will definitely be driven out of the family. I'm going to tell Grandpa about your crimes. Grandpa loves me so much, he will never allow you to do this to me. The woman struggled with great difficulty, slowly backing away, trying to crawl to the door. But she was too injured and had lost too much blood. This attempt to escape was nothing more than a last-ditch struggle in the eyes of Tang Bingyan and the others. Tang Bingyan calmly sat there, looking at the woman who was screaming and yelling with a look of indifference. At this time, the woman who had crawled to the door with her last breath had already raised her arm high and grabbed the doorknob. However, at this moment, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly flashed in front of the young woman, grabbed her by the neck, and easily lifted her up. The woman was choking and could only make a hoarse sound like a broken bellows. She kept struggling and moving her limbs, but she was completely unable to break free. This sudden change made Su Tian subconsciously take 2 steps back, and Chen Xiaoxiao, who had a keen sense of hearing, also immediately realized that there was movement outside the door. Who is it? Chapter 64, Wife, do you want to eat osmanthus cake? Su Tian heard the sound and his body froze for a moment. However, he then sighed lightly and slowly raised his hand to open the door to the basement. Su Tian? Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao both saw Su Tian and their breathing suddenly tightened. Oh no! Su Tian, why did you come back so early? Wei's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. It was just about time for him to get off work, and normally, Su Tian should still be on his way home, and wouldn't be back for at least an hour. Damn it! Su Tian came home early. Why didn't the guard at the villa gate notify him? Compared to Awei's panic, Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Su Tian with more contempt and hatred in her eyes. She had been punished by Tang Bingyan because of Su Tian, but she didn't blame Tang Bingyan at all. She just felt that her big sister had been confused by Su Tian, the scumbag. As long as she was there, she would never let Tang Bingyan hurt herself because of this man again. Su Tian, who had not had a strong intuitive feeling outside the door before, now faced the extremely bloody scene in the room, smelled the thick bloody smell that came at him, and felt a strong sense of discomfort. Although he had always been clear that Tang Bingyan had to be very capable to take the helm of the Tang family at such a young age, he was still shocked when he saw such a bloody and tragic scene. Even though he had been prepared, he was still shocked when he saw such a bloody and tragic scene. However, after experiencing the various grievances and grudges of the previous life, he had already seen clearly in this society of deceit and treachery. He understood that kindness and goodness would instead become a fatal weakness. Soon, Su Tian adjusted his facial expression. Then, he walked into the basement with the snack box in his hand, trying to make himself look as if nothing had happened. Tang Bingyan's face had become extremely ugly since she saw Su Tian, and there was even a hint of determination in her eyes to destroy everything. She had originally wanted to let Su Tian go, but Su Tian had given her hope. If Su Tian now took back everything because he had seen this, she really couldn't control herself and would do something crazy. However, just as Tang Bingyan was ready to face Su Tian's disgust and even be scolded for being disgusting, she saw Su Tian shake the snack box in his hand in front of her and ask softly, "Wife, do you want to eat Osmantha's cake? Do you want to eat Osmantha's cake?" For a moment, even Tang Bingyan, who was usually calm and almost cold-blooded, was stunned. The next moment, she suddenly looked up at Su Tian. She didn't expect to see any hatred or fear in Su Tian's face. Gradually, the ice in Tang Bingyan's eyes seemed to be melting. "Wife." Su Tian saw that Tang Bingyan didn't answer, and gently reminded her, "Osmantha's cakes don't taste good after a long time." On the side, Awei, who had witnessed all this, couldn't help but rub his forehead. "What a fool! Don't you see what kind of occasion this is? You're actually asking the young lady if she wants to eat Osmantha's cake. Is this the time to eat Osmantha's cake?" However, just as he was secretly cursing Su Tian for having a problem with his brain, he saw Tang Bingyan take the snack box that Su Tian had handed her with a slightly stiff hand. She silently opened the box, took out a piece of Osmantha's cake, and took a bite. "Ah way. Okay. Su Tian has no problem with his brain, it's his own brain that has a problem." Tang Bingyan took a small bite of the Osmantha's cake and looked at Su Tian, asking in a low voice, "Don't you have anything to ask me?" "Of course I do," Su Tian said with a sense of entitlement. Tang Bingyan's lips curled into a wry smile at this. Sure enough, what was supposed to come would still come. However, the next moment, Su Tian asked her in a solicitous tone, "I just bought some ribs at the supermarket. Do you like them braised or steamed?" Pop. The half-piece of Osmantha's cake in Tang Bingyan's hand fell into the snack box. Awei and Chen Xiaoxiao, who were not far away, also looked like they had seen a ghost. "Is that all you want to ask me?" Tang Bingyan stared at Su Tian's eyes seriously, trying to read Su Tian's thoughts at this moment, but Su Tian's eyes were very calm and without waves. "Of course, what else?" Su Tian said in a matter-of-fact tone, "If you don't like the ribs, I also bought you carp for soup. Don't you want to ask me why I did this?" Tang Bingyan looked straight at him and asked. "Why?" Su Tian seemed a little puzzled. The next moment, he glanced back at the woman who was being held by Chen Xiaoxiao, and then suddenly understood. "Are you asking her? She must have done something wrong to offend the wife, and you are punishing her." Chen Xiaoxiao. Ah way. This is definitely not the Su scumbag they knew before. Tang Bingyan didn't expect Su Tian to say that, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond. "Honey, don't worry, I will always support you no matter what you do. It's not a problem if you want to get rid of people who make you angry, just don't get yourself into trouble. After all, this is a society ruled by law, if you really can't handle it, just leave it to me, I'll find a way to help you." Chen Xiaoxiao gasped. Regardless of how Su Tian managed to say such a disgusting thing, how could he, a good-for-nothing, dare to say that he would seek justice for his daughter? What right did he have? If it weren't for his daughter, Su Tian would have died 1,000 times already at the hands of the Su family. At this moment, Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao had only one thought in mind: their daughter would never fall for this. However, at the moment when they both despised Su Tian, they saw a faint smile appear on Tang Bingyan's originally cold and refined face. Immediately, she nodded, and a smile like the first rays of the sun appeared on her small face. Okay. Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao. The two subconsciously glanced at each other, and both saw horror in each other's eyes. Could it be that their eldest daughter had also been possessed? Ding dong dong. Before the two could recover, a sudden burst of ringing came from their phones. Wei glanced at the caller ID and a look of panic came over his face. Miss, it's Grandpa's call. Tang Bingyan said with a blank expression, you answer it. Wei had no choice but to pick up the phone and press the speaker button. Grandpa, why are you calling Miss at dinner time? Is there something important? Let Bingyan answer the phone. The voice of the old master on the other end of the phone was stern, as if he was holding back his anger. Wei looked at Tang Bingyan with some trepidation. Tang Bingyan nodded to him, and Wei quickly walked a few steps and handed the phone to Tang Bingyan. Hello? Grandpa? Bingyan, why didn't you answer the phone just now? What are you doing now? The tone of the old master Tang was clearly interrogative. It was obvious that he had heard something and had deliberately called over. Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao looked grave. They both knew that the Tang family patriarch's biggest taboo was family discord. If the Tang patriarch knew what had just happened, he would definitely be furious and might even punish them. I'm at home. Tang Bingyan replied in a calm voice. Are you at home in Zhangcheng? The Tang patriarch's tone was still stern. Then let me ask you, did you ask someone to send the third girl? Is that Grandpa's phone? Before the Tang patriarch could finish his sentence, Su Tian next to him asked, let me talk to Grandpa for a few words? Chapter 65, Wife, I can sleep with you. Who are you? After hearing Su Tian's voice, the tone of the old man became even colder. Hello, Grandpa, I'm Su Tian. Su Tian replied respectfully, after marrying Bingyan, I should have taken the initiative to see you in the imperial capital, but I've been a bit busy with work recently, so I haven't been able to visit. I hope you can forgive me. But don't worry, Bingyan is doing fine here in Zhangcheng. We'll go back to see you together in a while. Are you Su Tian? Grandpa Tang was a little surprised. He had investigated Su Tian long before Tang Bingyan married against the family's wishes. However, Su Tian didn't like his granddaughter, and he had always wanted a divorce. Could it be that he was moved by his granddaughter and had changed his mind, wanting to live a stable life with her? It's me, Grandpa. Su Tian didn't seem to realize that Grandpa Tang was angry. Bingyan and I have been busy these 2 days. I got off work early today and made ribs for Bingyan, but she didn't seem to have much of an appetite. Although it's rude to ask, can you tell me what Bingyan likes to eat? Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao listened in stunned silence as Su Tian chatted with Grandpa Tang on the other end of the phone. Does Su Tian really have no sense of sight? Can't he tell that Grandpa Tang is angry? But after Su Tian's interference, Grandpa Tang also felt sorry for his granddaughter. When he heard that Tang Bingyan had no appetite recently, he even forgot the purpose of his call for a while. Bingyan, she has been a picky eater since she was a child. I have spent a lot of effort getting her to eat on time. I'll have the housekeeper compile a list of recipes and send it to Wei. You can refer to it. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. Su Tian seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he said again, Grandpa, if you want to talk to Bingyan, then I won't bother you. I'll give her the phone. No need. Grandpa Tang sighed, you and Bingyan eat well. After saying that, Grandpa Tang took the initiative to hang up the phone. At the same time, in the imperial capital. Grandpa, aren't you going to ask the young lady? The butler next to Grandpa Tang asked with some surprise. No need to ask. Grandpa Tang took off his glasses and rubbed his brows. I have investigated Su Tian. He is just an ordinary boy. He didn't want to marry Bingyan in the first place. Bingyan spent a lot of effort to chase after him. With that boy by her side, Bingyan would definitely not do those things, and she would not dare to let him see blood. But Su Tian's status is still too low, he is not worthy of the young lady. The housekeeper poured a cup of tea for the old Master Tang. The young lady has suffered a lot for this marriage. I am old and can't manage so much. As long as Bingyan likes it, I will let her go. Our Tang family's children don't need to sacrifice themselves through marriage. The children of those big families are mercenary at a young age, and they may not be worthy of Bingyan. Grandpa Tang is more perceptive. That's true. I didn't expect that kid to cook for the young lady himself. That's much better than those rich kids. Jiangqing Villa, Su Tian handed the phone to Tang Bingyan. Wife, I hope I didn't say anything to upset Grandpa, did I? Tang Bingyan stared at the phone Su Tian handed her, and shook her head after a moment of hesitation. Su Tian had changed so much in the past 2 days that she always thought she was still in a dream that she didn't want to wake up from no matter what. Miss, will Grandpa call again? Ah Wei asked cautiously. He still didn't quite believe that the matter had been settled. He thought that perhaps Grandpa Tang didn't want to question the young lady in front of an outsider like Su Tian, and wanted to settle the score later. It shouldn't be, Tang Bingyan said indifferently. She understood Grandpa's character. He must have investigated Su Tian before, and he knew that he definitely couldn't use those methods in front of Su Tian, based on how much he cared about Su Tian. So Su Tian was there, and she didn't need any explanation at all. Honey, let's go upstairs quickly, it's quite cold here. Su Tian reached out to Tang Bingyan. Let's go, I'll cook for you. You go upstairs and take a bath first, I'll call you when the food is ready. Next time, you can just let Ah Wei and the others do the dirty work. How could you come to a place like this? Su Tian, how dare you talk to the young lady like that? What does the young lady do, and it's not up to you to ask? Chen Xiaoxiao saw Su Tian in this state, and she was simply outraged. Who does he think he is, daring to tell the young lady what to do? Wei helplessly tugged Xiao Xiaochen. Just keep quiet, do you want to be locked up again? Su Tian was obviously trying to please the CEO, but why did it turn into telling her what to do? No wonder this woman has been single for more than 20 years and can't find a boyfriend. Am I wrong? You won't be attracted to this scum either? Chen Xiaoxiao was still a little dissatisfied, but when she saw Tang Bingyan's cold, emotionless eyes, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Miss Su Xiao, you guys go up first, we'll take care of it here. Ah Wei quickly opened the door to the basement room. The air circulated, and the heavy smell of blood in the room had also faded a lot. Chen Xiaoxiao was furious and glared at Ah Wei. She had only been confined for a few days, and even Ah Wei had turned against her? And he called Su Xiao a scumbag. Chen Xiaoxiao was confined because Tang Bingyan had concealed the news of Su Tian, so she naturally didn't notice that Su Tian had been going home on time every day after work these few days, and that he was always asking after Tang Bingyan. But Ah Wei had seen it all. Although he didn't believe that a prodigal son who repents is worth more than gold, now that Su Tian wanted to live a good life with the young lady, and the young lady had forgiven him, he felt that he had no right or reason to object. However, he saw that Chen Xiaoxiao still had a lot of hostility towards Su Tian, so he guessed that she wouldn't be able to figure it out so quickly. If she couldn't figure it out, that was fine, but he just hoped that she wouldn't be so smart as to go against the young lady's wishes. He hadn't lived long enough, and he didn't want to be punished every other day. In the middle of the night, Tang Bingyan's bedroom. Fire. A huge fire engulfed everything. Tang Bingyan could even feel the heat of the flames burning her skin. In the midst of the fire, Su Tian's figure gradually disappeared from her sight, and finally completely engulfed by the flames. No! Tang Bingyan shouted, jumped out of bed, and covered her chest, where her heart was, like a fish out of water, breathing in large gulps of fresh air. Her heart was beating irregularly, and she felt like she was falling. Tang Bingyan clenched her teeth in pain, trying to suppress the violent shaking of her body. With a pop, the lights in the room were turned on, and she subconsciously narrowed her eyes to block the warm white light pouring down from above. At that moment, a figure ran over from the door and directly embraced her in his arms. Tang Bingyan was momentarily stunned, but the familiar scent quickly calmed her. Honey, did you have another nightmare? Su Tian and Tang Bingyan still sleep in separate rooms. He had originally planned to sleep on the sofa in Tang Bingyan's master bedroom, but Tang Bingyan felt that it was not a good idea, so she simply asked the villa's maid to prepare a room next door. In fact, Su Tian wanted to sleep with Tang Bingyan, but he felt that it was too fast, so he wanted to wait for a suitable time when Tang Bingyan completely trusted him before taking their relationship to the next level. But tonight he was a little restless. He had just dozed off when he heard a cry of alarm from next door. Without thinking, he rushed to Tang Bingyan's room. Sure enough, he saw Tang Bingyan's face and knew that her sleep anxiety disorder had flared up again. I'm fine. Tang Bingyan was a little stiff in Su Tian's arms. Are you really okay? Su Tian saw Tang Bingyan's pale face and felt a little distressed. If you are afraid, I can sleep with you. Chapter 66, Go to please him? As soon as Su Tian finished speaking, he felt the body in his arms stiffen for a moment. Su Tian slightly curled his lips and hugged Tang Bingyan a little tighter. Don't you have anything you want to ask me? Tang Bingyan was silent for a few seconds, pushed Su Tian away slightly, and looked up at him. There are some things she has to face sooner or later. Rather than worrying about Su Tian hating her because of those things, it is better to come clean. But since Su Tian refused to leave when she first proposed a divorce, even if Su Tian thinks she is cold-blooded and thinks she is a demon, she will not let go again. What do you want me to ask? Su Tian was a little helpless. It turns out that his wife still cares about what happened in the evening, and she is even so worried that she has nightmares when she sleeps. Is he really so untrustworthy? Well, recalling all the misdeeds of his past life, he suddenly felt that if he were Tang Bingyan, he would not only not trust himself, but would also cut himself into 8 pieces. Thinking about it like this, his wife must absolutely love him. Don't you think I'm scary? Tang Bingyan paused, trying to ask in a calm tone. It's because she deserves to die. Su Tian once again embraced the person in front of him. This time, he hugged her very tightly, as if he wanted to embed Tang Bingyan into his body. Bingyan, you are not scary. You did those things because the other person touched your bottom line. Although Su Tian had many misunderstandings about Tang Bingyan in his previous life, he also knew how much pressure she had been under. She was surrounded by people who wanted to harm her and get ahead, including those so-called relatives. But what if I am the one who harms the innocent? Then I will be with you. Su Tian lowered his head and kissed Tang Bingyan's forehead gently, because I know that you will never hurt me. Tang Bingyan stared at Su Tian for a long time, and the ice in her dark eyes gradually began to melt. She looked straight at Su Tian, her tone was terrifyingly calm. Su Tian, don't lie to me. No, Bingyan. Su Tian said softly, I will never lie to you again. Although you may not be able to trust me right away, I will show you my sincerity. I want to live a good life with you. Tang Bingyan gave a soft but her beautiful eyes were still as dark as ink. Su Tian, if you are still lying to me, I hope you can lie to me for the rest of my life. At the same time, a VIP room in a beauty salon in the center of Zhengcheng. And Xing Yue and her 3 sisters were receiving services from a beautician. You are so smart and beautiful, why don't you go after Xing Yue, but you go after that unremarkable Rongyan? I think Yun Shuo's eyes are really blind. He just can't get Xing Yue, so he wants to find a replacement for Xing Yue. But, gee, this replacement is really not very good. While talking with her sisters, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something and looked at Xing Yue and said, Xing Yue, I remember that your family has a partnership with the Yun family. Since you and Yun Shuo are in such a state, will the partnership be in trouble? And Xing Yue snorted in disdain when she heard this. Yun Shuo is only looking for another woman to annoy me. He wouldn't dare to mess with such a big matter as the partnership between our 2 families. That's right. He was only playing with Rongyan to tease you. Unless he really doesn't want anything to do with you, he wouldn't dare to tamper with the cooperation between your 2 families. Upon hearing this, and Xing Yue's expression on her face became even more smug. However, just as she was about to continue to vent her grievances with her best friends, the phone next to her suddenly rang. And Xing Yue glanced at the caller ID and quickly made a gesture to the others to keep quiet. It's my grandmother calling. Then Xing Yue, you better answer it. We won't say anything. And Xing Yue picked up the phone and walked into the room in the middle of the box. She asked softly, Hello, Grandma, why are you calling me so late? Because the power of the Yin family is still in the hands of the old lady Yin, so Xing Yue is very respectful to her grandmother. Xing Yue, Grandma wants to ask you something. A somewhat aged but still authoritative voice came from the other end of the phone. Why hasn't the Yun family's capital been transferred yet? What? The Yun family's capital hasn't been transferred? And Xing Yue frowned in surprise. Didn't they promise to transfer the money as soon as the bank opened today? The Yun family said that there was a problem with their account and some of the cash was frozen. When Xing Yue heard the old lady's words, her anger suddenly welled up. What the hell is going on with Yun Shuo's family? They had already agreed to cooperate, so how could they back out at a critical moment? Old Lady Yin was obviously very dissatisfied with Yun's family's actions. However, someone who has experienced so much turmoil like her will always think more comprehensively. Xing Yue, tell your grandma the truth. Have you and Yun Shuo been fighting recently? No, we haven't. And Xing Yue was a little embarrassed, but she still pretended to be calm and said, We get along just fine. You're a child, don't always act like a spoiled brat in front of Yun Shuo. The Yun family is no worse off than ours, and he's a spoiled brat too. If you let him boss you around all day, he'll get tired of it too. Listen to your grandmother. You should put yourself in his shoes and buy him a gift or cook a meal for him. Let him know that you care about him, and the cooperation between our two families will naturally go more smoothly. Grandma, why should I go to him? I'm not his nanny, and I have to cook for him. Why should I? And Grandma, I told my family before that I have someone in my heart. The marriage with Yun Shua is just a family alliance for the sake of interests. How can you? Shut up. Mrs. N's tone changed, and she sternly scolded in Xingyue. Xingyue, I can let you do whatever you want, but marriage is no joke. Since our family has already formed an alliance with the Yun family, I don't care who you like, but on the surface you must fulfill your responsibilities as the Yun family's daughter-in-law, and you must never let anyone find fault with you. You must know that our company is now in a period of growth. As long as we can get the investment from the Yun family, our company will grow and develop in the future. I won't care who you want to be with. But if you ruin the cooperation between the two families because of your selfishness, I won't let you off. Although everyone in the Yun family knew that Xingyue didn't like Yun Shua, they still arranged for Xingyue and Yun Shua to get engaged for the sake of the family's interests. Of course, the Yun family only agreed to a temporary engagement, and the engagement could be cancelled once the Yun family had developed with the help of the Yun family. Now that they had not yet received the investment from the Yun family, neither Mrs. N nor Xingyue's parents would allow Xingyue to affect the relationship between the two families at such a critical juncture. I don't care what method you use, you must go and coax Yun Shua over the next 2 days, and ask them to transfer the funds to the company account as soon as possible. Chapter 67, No Comparison, No Harm. I know. And Xingyue reluctantly replied, I'll bring him lunch at the company tomorrow. The next day at noon, Su Tian and Yun Shua were having lunch in the company cafeteria. How was your date yesterday? Su Tian asked while eating. Yun Shua hesitated for a moment, but still said honestly, Su Tian, I confronted Rongxuan. Confronted? What did you tell her? I told her that it was your idea to invite her out to dinner, and that I was only inviting her to annoy Xingyue. Then I apologized to her, saying that I shouldn't have used her, and that I wasn't ready to start a relationship right away, and that we could be friends for now. Su Tian didn't expect Yun Shua to be so honest about their plan with Rongxuan. But now that Yun Shua has already told Rongxuan everything, and Rongxuan has agreed to be friends with him for the time being, it means that the other person doesn't care either. Forget it, if you and she really can't make it, it's good to be friends. After all, this is Yun Shua's private business, and Su Tian won't interfere too much. Yun Shua sighed, I actually think that Rongxuan is a good person. I deleted all the contact information of my female friends after being with her, including Rongxuan's, because I was worried that Xingyue would be jealous. In fact, when I was in college, I got along well with Rongxuan in the same club. At least I don't mind being friends. Well, don't be too stressed. Su Tian comforted him. Yun Shua nodded slightly, there's one more thing. Yesterday, my father told me that they didn't transfer money to N's company because the company account was frozen, and he had already started to recover the funds for the two companies' joint projects. An's side has not noticed it yet. Well, your father is personally handling the company's affairs, so it's definitely safe. However, just as Su Tian was about to tell Yun Shua to be careful of Njia's recent movements, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking over. It wasn't Xingyue. Su Tian immediately stopped talking and continued to eat. After the embarrassment of yesterday's public quarrel with Yun Shua, today's Xingyue sat down in Yun Shua's seat as if nothing had happened. Yun Shua, you're having lunch. What a coincidence. I had someone order a 5-star hotel's nutrition meal for you. She then instructed the 2 bodyguards behind her to place the meal boxes on the table. Yun Shua looked up at the dishes and saw that none of them were his favorites. Soon, his eyes fell on one of the seafood porridges. He didn't like the other things, but didn't Xingyue know that he was allergic to seafood? And Xingyue didn't notice Yun Shua's expression, but instead said to Yun Shua as if he was giving alms. Yun Shua, I brought you lunch especially. I was wrong before, so don't be angry. I'm a bit straightforward, and I've always been like this. Shouldn't you be used to it? Eat the lunch I brought you, and I'll consider you to have forgiven me. Su Tian couldn't help but put down his chopsticks and looked up at the woman sitting across from him. And Xingyue's brain circuits are really hard to figure out. He had never seen anyone apologize like this before, and today really opened his eyes. In fact, he knew very well that Xingyue was willing to bow to Yun Shua this time because the Yun family had put pressure on her, so she reluctantly came to admit her fault. Unfortunately, this young lady was used to being pampered by Yun Shua and had long since become accustomed to it. So even though she had to bow under pressure, she still made a full gesture, putting on an air of a high and mighty young lady. If it were the usual Yun Shua, he might still be taken in by Xing Yue and choose to forgive her. But now that Yun Shua has seen Xing Yue's true colors, he hates this woman to the bone and naturally won't be soft on her. As Su Tian had expected, Yun Shua pushed the seafood porridge in front of him away and said in a cold tone, "And Xing Yue, we were together for so long before, don't you know that I'm allergic to seafood?" And Xing Yue was stunned for a moment. "Are you allergic to seafood?" Damn it! When did Yun Shua tell her that he was allergic to seafood? Besides, where did she find the time to remember what Yun Shua likes to eat and what he doesn't like to eat? There are so many people around now, why would Yun Shua say anything even if he is allergic to seafood? She has already apologized humbly, so why does he have to make her lose face in front of everyone? And Xing Yue slowly clenched her fists and couldn't help but want to scold Yun Shua. But when she thought of what her grandmother had said on the phone yesterday, she took a few deep breaths, forced herself to calm down, and forced a smile to her face. "Maybe I forgot, but I bought a lot of food." "You can't eat seafood porridge, but you can eat other dishes. The food you brought is basically what Su Rixin likes to eat." Yun Shua's lips curled into a sneer, "And Xing Yue, are you sure you came to bring me food, not to bring it to Su Rixin? The food you brought me doesn't have anything I like to eat, but it's all the food that Su Rixin likes to eat." This apology is really sincere. And Xing Yue's face turned even more serious when she heard this. "I had someone send you these things before. I remember you clearly enjoyed eating them. Yun Shua, this time I really did something wrong. Don't make a fuss, okay?" Yun Shua smiled self-deprecatingly when he heard this, and his eyes were full of mockery. He enjoyed eating before? That's because Xing Yue rarely sent someone to bring him food, and he was so moved by it that he couldn't help it. Not to mention the dishes he didn't like, I'm afraid he would swallow leftovers without hesitation. Thinking about it, every time Xing Yue brought him food, Su Rixin was there, and every time he ordered dozens of boxes of food at once. Because he couldn't eat it all by himself, and Xing Yue would give the food to others, including Su Rixin's share. Now it seems that Xing Yue had already planned it out. Bringing him food was just a pretext, and the main purpose was to use those meals to please Su Rixin. It turns out that long before he knew anything about it, these two had already been conspiring behind his back. He had previously thought of Su Rixin as a friend, but he was really being stupid. "Come on, you big man, what are you being so sentimental about? I've brought you so much food, I can't let it go to waste." And Xing Yue said, taking a box of braised pork ribs and placing it in front of Yun Shua. "Hurry up and eat, these dishes will taste bad if they get cold." Su Tian, who had been watching the whole process, said, "Does this woman have a problem with her brain?" Not only did she not lower her standards to please Yun Shua, but she went to great lengths to send Yun Shua so many things that he didn't like to eat. After being exposed, instead of feeling ashamed, she even reasonably forced Yun Shua to eat everything she sent. Yun Shua had actually tolerated such a woman before, and it seems that love really makes people blind. But it was clear that Xing Yue had miscalculated this time. Even the most blind people have a day when they see clearly. "I told you I don't like these dishes. I'm not a trash can. Take them away." And Xing Yue had never thought that Yun Shua would dare to humiliate her like this. In her anger, her sharp nails almost dug into the flesh. "Yun Shua, don't go too far. You think I'm going too far now, but when you were carrying on with Su Rixin behind my back, did you ever think about how far you were going?" And Xing Yue was so angry that her eyes were red. The reason why she had the upper hand in her previous argument with Yun Shua was because Yun Shua always gave in to her and wouldn't let her feel wronged. How could it have come to this? Just as Xing Yue was about to explode and start yelling, a slender figure in a beige business suit appeared in front of her. And Xing Yue looked at the woman who was walking over, her face looking terrible. "Rongyan, how can you be such a pest?" Rongyan seemed not to have seen Xing Yue, and walked straight to Yun Shua's side, placing a delicate lunchbox in her hand on the table. "Yun Shua, are you having lunch? I happen to make a few dishes myself, so I'll give you a snack." She opened the lunchbox, taking out a series of delicate dishes, 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes, as well as cold snacks and neatly cut fruit for dessert. Chapter 68. Su Tian looks at Su Rixin's computer. "Rongyan, did you make all this yourself?" Yun Shua looked at the smiling woman standing in front of him in surprise. He thought that career-oriented women like Rongyan would not bother to cook in the kitchen. "Yes." Rongyan smiled embarrassedly, but my cooking is not very good, so don't be disgusted. How could I be disgusted when you worked so hard to cook for me? Yun Shua looked at the table and saw that the dishes that Rongyan had brought out were all the dishes he liked to eat, and even the fruit and snacks were exactly to his taste. Soon, his eyes fell on the lotus root balls with osmanthus. He didn't usually like to eat sweets, but he liked lotus root balls with osmanthus because his grandmother used to make them for him when he was a child. Whenever he was unhappy, his grandmother would bring him a bowl of lotus root balls with osmanthus, and if it was the season for osmanthus flowers, his grandmother would even use fresh osmanthus flowers to decorate them. Try it. If it's not to your liking, don't force yourself to eat it. Yun Shua heard Rongyan's soft voice and looked away from the lotus root balls with osmanthus powder. How did you know I like lamb chops? Yun Shua was surprised. I also like this mapo tofu. Wow, Manager Rong even knows Yun's taste. The employees who were quietly eating melon around the cafeteria had a shocked expression on their faces. Some people even call themselves Yun's fiancé, but they don't even know that Yun is allergic to seafood. Oops, apologizing to people like they're trash. Ha, if I had any face left, I wouldn't be able to stay here. You wait for me. And Xing Yue's face turned black when she heard the voices around her. She gave a fierce look at Rongyan and left. Angrily. Does anyone want to add more food? Yun Shua called his secretary, who was sitting not far away, and said, these things that Xing Yue brought, let's share them with everyone. Although these dishes don't suit his taste, they are after all the work of a 5-star chef, and it's a shame to waste food. Thank you, Mr. Yun. Then we won't be rude. The audience not only got to see a good show for free, but now they also got to eat delicious food. At this moment, many people felt that the rumors were wrong, and Yun Shua was not as inflexible and unreasonable as the rumors in the company had said. What about these? After the secretary had distributed the dishes that Xing Yue had brought to the nearby employees, she looked at the plates and bowls that Rongyan had brought and asked. I can finish all of these. Yun Shua guardedly stared at the secretary, as if he was afraid that the dishes in front of him would be taken away. But the secretary looked at the table confusedly. I'm afraid that these dishes can't be finished by 4 people? If you can't finish them, I'll take them home for a midnight snack. Yun Shua scooped up a spoonful of mapo tofu under Rongyan's expectant gaze, then immediately gave her a thumbs up. Rongyan, how come I didn't know you had a chef's skill? If you open a restaurant, I'll definitely come every day. Really? Rongyan lowered her head a little embarrassed. I'm glad you like it. I do. These dishes are all to my taste. Don't stand there, sit down and eat with us. Yun Shua invited Rongyan to sit down and asked, did you make the lotus root balls with osmanthus powder yourself? Yes. Rongyan nodded and said to Yun Shua, I remember hearing you talking with other classmates in college about how your grandmother used to make these for you, but I'm sure they're not as good as the ones in the restaurant. Yun Shua paused in the act of picking up a dish and looked up at Rongyan in disbelief. What? Rongyan was embarrassed by Yun Shua's gaze. Shouldn't I have acted on my own? No. Yun Shua hurriedly explained, I just didn't expect that you would remember my casual remark until now. If Yun Shua had agreed to go out with Rongyan before, it was because of Su Tian's suggestion and his own guilt that he couldn't respond. But at that moment, he was really moved. Even he didn't remember telling his classmates about it, but Rongyan had remembered and had even learned how to make the dessert. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be loved. It turns out that love is not just endless apologies and compromises, it can also be so romantic. Su Tian had been acting as a professional backdrop, silently eating the set meal on his plate. He had been fed a lot of dog food without knowing it, and at this moment, he suddenly missed his wife. When it was almost time to go home in the afternoon, Su Rixin called Su Tian to his office. What do you want? After entering Su Rixin's office, Su Tian went straight to the point. Su Rixin's face maintained his usual smile. Xiao Tian, I am your big brother after all, can't I call you over for nothing? If there's nothing important, then we have nothing to talk about. I have to go home to be with my wife, so I won't waste my brother's time. Xiao Tian, have you been misunderstanding your brother lately? I can explain about the Xing Yue incident. I don't like her at all, and I've always rejected her. But she is Yun Shua's fiancée after all, and I was worried that telling Yun Shua would make him feel embarrassed, so I kept it a secret. Misunderstanding? If it were Su Tian before he was reborn, he might really have thought it was a misunderstanding, thinking that Yun Shua was not giving Su Rixin a chance to explain. But now Su Tian is no longer the fool who was fooled by Su Rixin. Ding ling ling. Before Su Rixin could say anything else, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Su Tian glanced at the caller ID and saw a woman's name. He had some impression of the name, and it seemed to be Su Rixin's admirer. Xiao Tian, you sit down first. I'm going to take this call. Su Rixin's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly took the phone and walked onto the balcony of the office. He was very good at enjoying himself. When choosing an office, he deliberately reserved a room with a small balcony. There were 2 deck chairs and a small coffee table on the balcony. When he had nothing to do, Su Rixin would drink afternoon tea on the balcony. However, it was obvious that the soundproofing of the balcony was not very good, and even when Su Rixin hid outside to make a phone call with Su Tian, there were still intermittent sounds coming out. I'm sorry, the company is busy this week, and I may not have time to spend with you. How about this, next week I will definitely find time to go shopping with you, okay? Su Rixin's tone was gentle, unlike the lukewarm response he gave to Xingyue. Perhaps this is a fish that hasn't taken the bait yet. Su Rixin is selfish, extremely powerful, and has a very clear goal. He can pretend to be a stable and considerate good husband to women he has just met or hasn't yet won over, but he doesn't have as much patience with women like Xingyue who have already given up hope. Su Tian was not interested in listening to Su Rixin's mushy love words anymore, and turned his attention to his desk. Su Rixin's computer screen was still on, and Su Tian saw a WeChat message notification in the lower right corner of the screen. He looked in Su Rixin's direction again and saw that the other party was so focused on the phone that he hadn't noticed him at all, so he moved the mouse to the WeChat interface. The top conversation was with a familiar name, Yan Xingxue. Su Tian's pupils twitched violently after seeing the conversation between the two. Chapter 69, Sending a Limited Edition Sports Car. This name Su Tian would never forget. In his previous life, when he was down and out, this woman claimed to be his sister and helped him out several times. At that time, Su Tian was very curious about Yan Xingxue's identity and wanted to know why she risked her life to save him. Unfortunately, he was in a situation where he could barely save himself, and he was not able to investigate. Why did Yan Xingxue help him in his previous life? Su Tian felt a little heavy, quickly closed the WeChat interface, pretended to be nothing, waited for Su Rixin to return, and then after a few casual words, he found an excuse to leave. This heavy mood lasted until he got home. Tang Bingyan soon discovered his abnormality and asked with concern. What's wrong with you? Bingyan. Su Tian took a deep breath and looked up at Tang Bingyan and said, You know that I am the adopted son of the Su family, right? What happened? Tang Bingyan's beautiful, cold eyes suddenly showed a hint of emotion. No, I just suddenly wanted to know my own background. Are my biological parents still alive? Do I have any other relatives? On the way home, Su Tian thought a lot. Yan Xingxue claimed to be his sister and helped him at any cost. Could it be that she really was his relative? After all, he had very few friends in his previous life, and apart from Tang Bingyan, the only person who could value him more than his own life was Yan Xingxue. If Tang Bingyan is doing it out of love, then what is Yan Xingxue doing it for? Don't you have enough of me? Tang Bingyan forcefully turned Su Tian's chin, forcing him to look at her. There's no need to pursue the past, you just need to remember that you are Su Tian, my husband, that's enough. That's not what I meant. Su Tian thought that Tang Bingyan was too possessive, and could only explain with a smile, I just think that maybe my family is looking for me too. Tang Bingyan remained silent, and her hand on his chin tightened slightly, leaving a mark on Su Tian's skin. Su Tian saw that Tang Bingyan's mood was a little off, so he changed his tone. Okay, since you don't want me to check, I won't. Tang Bingyan's character of not letting him get involved with others was exactly the same as in the previous life. In the previous life, Tang Bingyan didn't like the rest of the Su family and always wanted to separate him from the Su family. At the time, Su Tian felt that Tang Bingyan was cold-blooded and heartless, and wanted to separate him from his family. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid Tang Bingyan has long since seen that Su Rixin and the others have ill intentions towards them. Wife, I've promised not to investigate anymore. Can you smile? Seeing that Tang Bingyan's face was still cold, he couldn't help but lift his hand and touch her face. Wife, you still look better when you smile. Like this? Tang Bingyan raised the corners of her mouth without expression, pulling out a stiff arc. Su Tian. As long as you're happy. But I have to say, although stiff, it's still damn good looking. He stared at Tang Bingyan's face, which was so beautiful that it was suffocating, and thought of a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Someone as talented and beautiful as Tang Bingyan, who already had 100 billion in her possession in her 20s, why would she look at him? Wife, why are you so good to me? Su Tian sat on the sofa and wrapped his arms around Tang Bingyan's waist. He could clearly feel the person in his arms stiffen for a moment, and his bad thoughts made him pinch her waist. Tang Bingyan's body became even more rigid, as if she had turned into an ice sculpture in Su Tian's arms. I will always be good to you. After a long silence, Tang Bingyan slowly opened her mouth. In return, I will always be good to you. Su Tian took advantage of Tang Bingyan's inattention to quickly turn his head and kiss her red lips, then casually got up and stretched. I'm so hungry, honey. I'm going to cook dinner. What do you want to eat tonight? Tang Bingyan was still in a daze, staring at Su Tian's back, until he walked into the kitchen. If this is how every day is, it seems pretty good. A faint smile appeared on her face, and she quickly walked towards the kitchen. The next day during lunch break, Su Tian and Yun Shua were on their way to the cafeteria to eat when they suddenly saw a group of female employees rushing towards the elevator, their faces still showing signs of excitement. What's going on? Where are you going? Su Tian asked a female employee. Vice President, General Manager Yun. The female employee saw Su Tian and Yun Shua and her expression was distorted. She stammered and replied, No, nothing, we are just going for a walk. After that, she ran away without looking back. There is definitely something wrong. Su Tian and Yun Shua looked at each other and turned to the elevator for the executives. Soon, they arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the company. Where is the boss? Has anyone notified the boss? There were already a lot of people at the gate, pointing outside and talking excitedly. It is said that there are only 100 of these cars in the world, and Missin is really something. If someone would give me such a cool car, I would definitely take her to the civil affairs office to get married on the spot. I've never seen a silver car before, it's so dazzling. I've never seen anything like it today. Su Tian looked in the direction of the crowd and saw a silver-gray sports car parked outside the company. And Xingyue, wearing a short sundress, was standing in front of the car like a car model, holding a delicate velvet box in her hand. The boss is here. The boss is here. At this moment, the crowd suddenly made way for him, and Su Rixin, dressed in a suit, quickly walked out. Missin, why are you here? Su Rixin was surprised to see Xingyue, and then frowned. Are you here to see Yun Shua? Rixin, I'm here to see you. And Xingyue walked up to Su Rixin with love in her eyes and handed him the box. Didn't you say you liked this sports car? I asked a friend to buy it for you. She looked at Su Rixin expectantly, like she was showing off a treasure, waiting for Su Rixin to praise her. Rixin, I like you. Ever since I first saw you, you've been the only one in my heart. Since you don't have a girlfriend, why don't you try it with me? It seemed like she was trying to get back at Yun Shua for not giving her face yesterday, or maybe she was no longer satisfied with just maintaining an ambiguous relationship with Su Rixin. She wanted to be Su Rixin's official girlfriend. She wanted Yun Shua to regret treating her so badly yesterday, to come to her and apologize, to beg her forgiveness, and to ask her to get back together with him. Chapter 70, The project was won. She confessed. She confessed. Oh my god, a beautiful woman confessed to me with a limited edition sports car. And Xingyue's high-profile confession not only attracted the attention of Su's group employees, but also attracted many passers-by. Su Rixin maintained a gentle and elegant appearance on the surface, but in his heart, he cursed in Xingyue a million times for being a fool. Now that their affair has become public knowledge, and Xingyue still insists on being so high-profile. What a fool! Su Rixin didn't want to be known as a man who stole his brother's girlfriend, but this limited edition sports car was exactly what he had been dreaming of. When Su Rixin learned that this limited edition sports car was available for sale, he asked a friend to find out about it, but in the end he didn't get a chance to buy one. Now that Xingyue is giving him the car, there is no reason for him not to accept it. However, he couldn't just accept it, he had to find a good reason. And he definitely couldn't agree to be with Xingyue in front of everyone. If this got out, how could he maintain his image as a single, wealthy young man? Missin, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. I only mentioned it casually before, but I didn't expect you to take it so seriously. Su Rixin pretended to accept the box from Xingyue, and then raised his voice as if he didn't mean it. I'll transfer the money to you later. Rixin, you don't need to transfer money to me. What kind of relationship do we have? There's no need to be so calculating. And Xingyue saw Su Rixin accept the car keys and thought he had agreed to her. Her smile became even brighter. So do I count as your? Missin, there are too many people here. Let's talk upstairs, Su Rixin said, and without waiting for a response from Xingyue, he turned and walked into the company. And Xingyue had no choice but to quickly follow. Su Rixin's tactics for coaxing women were indeed brilliant. In front of everyone, he accepted the gift but promised to transfer money to Xingyue. Even if it was mentioned by someone with ulterior motives in the future, he could use the excuse that it was a favor between friends. And he didn't admit publicly that Xingyue was his girlfriend, so if he wanted to dump her in the future, he could always say that it was all her wishful thinking. He hadn't promised anything, so he was naturally innocent. As for the transfer, he knew Xingyue too well. And Xingyue loved him so much that she would never take his money. Did the confession succeed? Did the male lead say yes? Su Rixin and Xingyue left one after the other, leaving the onlookers outside dumbfounded. He must have said yes. How could he not say yes to such a beautiful woman? Not necessarily. I think the man is no ordinary person. Didn't you hear someone call him boss? Maybe he's a big boss. A big boss and a rich girl, what a perfect match. Su Tian, who was in the crowd, couldn't help but shake his head when he heard the onlookers' discussion. This Xingyue is really keen on killing herself. The Yun family delayed the payment, and the Yun family must have told Xingyue to please Yun Shua, otherwise Xingyue would not have deliberately gone to the company to deliver food to Yun Shua. But this Xingyue is used to being a princess, because Yun Shua did not give her face and continued to be her lapdog, so in retaliation she even openly confessed to Su Rixin in front of the company. With such a spoiled brat, the Yun family company will never amount to anything. Yun Shua, who was going down the stairs with Su Tian, only glanced at what was going on outside and then turned around and went upstairs. Su Tian didn't follow him up. At times like this, he needed to give Yun Shua some space. But he believed that Yun Shua would be able to figure it out. It's just that no one would feel comfortable if the woman they had been pursuing for 5 or 6 years confessed her love for another man in front of them. In the following days, Xingyue, because Su Rixin had not explicitly rejected her, had already regarded herself as Su Rixin's official girlfriend, and was even pointing her finger at the company's employees as the boss's wife. Yun Shua completely ignored Xingyue, and even when he saw her at the company, he never took the initiative to say hello. That afternoon, Su Tian was having afternoon tea in Yun Shua's office. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, Yun Shua's phone rang. It's my father. Yun Shua glanced at the caller ID. It must be the result of the project that Jia was competing for. Su Tian put down his cup. Yun Shua didn't intend to hide it from Su Tian and put the phone on speaker. Hello? Shua, we won the project. Yun Shua's father on the other end of the phone was a bit excited. Your friend's proposal was very good, and we found a small company with no advantages among the bidding companies to cooperate with, and easily defeated Jia. Because the Yun family intended to cooperate with the Yun family when the project was tendered, they did not register. By the time Yun Shua's father knew what Xingyue had done, it was too late to register for the competition. So Su Tian gave Yun Shua's father the idea of choosing a small company with no background among the other bidding companies. In this way, the small company, which had no hope of winning the bid, received the benefits from the Yun family, and the Yun family could more easily win the bid. Also, Shua, I have officially announced the cancellation of your engagement with Xingyue. This time, I have to thank your friend. If it weren't for his reminder, your mother and I would still be in the dark. After Su Tian's reminder, Yun Shua's father had already withdrawn all of his investments in the Yun family before the engagement was cancelled. Even if the two families fall out now, the losses will not be great. While Su Tian and Yun Shua's father were talking on the phone, upstairs in Su Rixin's office, and Xingyue was sitting on Su Rixin's lap playing with her mobile phone, completely unaware of what she was about to face. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll call to reserve a table. Because Xingyue had given him the sports car he had always dreamed of, Su Rixin had been treating her with great care and consideration. Even though Xingyue had been pestering him every day, he had not shown much impatience. Great, I want to eat Japanese food. And Xingyue looked up and kissed Su Rixin on the cheek. Dear, you are so good to me. Xingyue, today is the day the bid for the project your family is involved in is opened, right? Has your family contacted you? Su Rixin asked as if he didn't care. No, but don't worry. And Xingyue was confident, the other competitors are not a threat. As long as the funds are in place, this project will definitely be ours. That's good. I was worried that because of me, there would be a rift between your family and the Yun family. If Yun Shua encouraged his parents to withdraw their investment, he wouldn't dare. And Xing Yue was still confident, the Yun family and our family have many interests involved, and one hair can move the whole body. It is impossible for the Yun family to have a rift with our family just because Yun Shua said a few bad things. And the Yun family has been able to develop into one of the top 50 companies in Jiangqing over the years, and it is all thanks to our Yun family. If it weren't for our Yun family, where would they have achieved today's success? Chapter 71, and Xing Yue was beaten. Su Rixin nodded, that's right. Although your Yun family's assets are not as much as the Yun family, you have connections. In today's society, if you don't have connections, it's basically impossible to move forward. Yun Shua relies on your family to be able to live comfortably, but he doesn't know how to cherish it. He finds fault with you and argues with you every other day. Even I, as a brother, can't stand it anymore. I have to say that Su Rixin's ability to confuse right and wrong is also at the level of an actor. It's obvious that Xing Yue is making things up, and Yun Shua will beat or scold him if anything doesn't meet her expectations, but in Su Rixin's mouth, it becomes Yun Shua looking for trouble. It's still Rixin who is good to me. I actually don't have any feelings for him. And Xing Yue was very grateful for Su Rixin's defense. This time our family got the project. After the formalities are complete, I'll go and talk to my grandmother and let you participate as a shareholder. Su Rixin slightly raised the corner of his lips and revealed a smug smile. Xing Yue, you are too good to me. It is my honor in this life to meet a woman as understanding as you. However, just as the two were flirting and cooing, and Xing Yue's phone suddenly rang. It's my dad's call, probably to tell me the good news. Su Rixin also raised his eyebrows and showed a happy expression. He had also invested in the Yun family project, and now that the Yun family had won the project, he could also get a share. The Yun family was simply making a wedding dress for others, and Yun Shua was just his defeated opponent. Dad, is there any good news? And Xing Yue asked excitedly. And Xing Yue, you go home right now. And Xing Yue's father said in a serious tone. However, and Xing Yue was still immersed in her own dream at the moment, and she didn't hear her father's anger at all. Okay, I'm going home now. Putting down her phone, and Xing Yue kissed Su Rixin's face again. My dad told me to go home, probably to celebrate, so you just wait for my good news. Okay. Su Rixin's smile on his face became even stronger. Su Rixin, wait a while, I'll take you to see my grandmother. I think she'll like you. If Su Rixin was to join the Yun family project, she would have to get past Mrs. N. But Xing Yue was confident that Su Rixin was 100 times better than Yun Shua, and that her grandmother would definitely agree to their relationship. Su Rixin smiled and said, okay. And Xing Yue couldn't wait to rush back to the Yun family. As soon as she entered the door, she couldn't wait to ask. Dad, Mom, are you planning a celebration? Have you booked a table at the hotel banquet hall or are you going to Grandma's house? She hurriedly changed her shoes at the entrance and ran into the living room. She thought she would see her parents smiling, but what awaited her was a slap from her father. With a loud slap. And Xing Yue's half of her face instantly burned with pain. Dad? And Xing Yue was stunned by the slap and covered her face for a few seconds before she reacted. She yelled at her father, what are you doing? And Xing Yue's mother came over and hugged her daughter in pain, complaining to her father. Why can't you talk things over? She's your own daughter, how could you hit her so hard? If she weren't my own daughter, I'd beat her to death right now. Her father was still angry and glared at her, breathing heavily. Go and ask your daughter what she has done. Are you all out of your minds? And Xing Yue had been spoiled since she was a child and had never been wronged like this before, so she spoke without thinking. Shouldn't you be celebrating the successful bid? She had given up the chance to have a candlelit dinner with Su Rixin and was in high spirits when she came home, but she didn't come home to be slapped. Xing Yue, you should keep your mouth shut. When Anne's mother heard about the bidding, her face also turned a bit ugly. It's all the fault of the Yun family. They originally said they would cooperate with us to win the project together, but who knew that they kept saying there were problems with the company account and refused to transfer the money. What? And Xing Yue was shocked. The Yun family is competing with us for the winning bid? And the result? The Yun family had sufficient funds and was very powerful. And Mu side, in the end, they won the bid. How could the Yun family go back on their word? And Xing Yue was furious and yelled furiously, how dare they steal our family's project and not give us the funds? If they only wanted the project, we wouldn't be able to understand. And Mu was worried, when you and Yun Shua get married, what difference will there be between the Yun family and our family? It's just what? Xing Yue felt dizzy and didn't want to hear any more bad news. It's just that after the bidding was over, Yun Shua's father announced in public that the marriage contract with our Yin family was cancelled and that they would no longer cooperate with the Yin family in the future. Mom, are you serious? Xing Yue's body swayed and she almost fell. How dare they cancel the marriage contract? Without us, the Yun family would not have developed so quickly. Now that they are rich, they want to kick us out. No way. This time, the Yun family must give us an explanation. Anne's mother hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked. Xing Yue, be honest with me. Is the sudden cancellation of the marriage contract related to you? And Xing Yue's eyes showed a momentary sense of guilt. But the next moment, she thought of Yun Shua licking her for so many years, and immediately shook her head. How could it be related to me? However, when Yin Shangyue heard what Yin Shangyue said, his anger immediately rose. If you hadn't done anything to make Yun Shua angry, how could the Yun family suddenly cancel the engagement? Useless thing, do you know how much Anne's paid for this bid? Not only did they stop a production line for sufficient working capital, they also borrowed money from the bank to invest in the initial preparations. Now that the project has been snatched away by the Yun family, they want to cut off all ties with us. This is going to bankrupt Anne's. Do you know what Yun Jinting told me when I went to question him? He said he wanted to know why the engagement was broken off, so he went back to ask your good daughter. How dare you say this has nothing to do with you? How did I raise such a stupid person? Did I remind you that before the project is secured, it is a critical period, and you should usually coax Yun Shua and not play the spoiled brat? And Xing Yue's heart sank at these words. Xing Yue, tell me the truth. What's going on between you and Yun Shua? Did you have a fight? Or did you play a temper tantrum and unilaterally go cold with him? If it's just a fight, we can still make it up. Otherwise, this time, our Yin family will really go bankrupt. How can we explain this to your grandmother? Anne's mother still knew a lot about her daughter's personality. And father seemed to have suddenly thought of something and asked coldly. Last time when grandma called you, she asked you to send some gifts to Yunshua to make him happy. And Xing Yue realized what was going on and was already a little confused. However, under her parents' questioning, she still tried to hide her guilt. Dad, Mom, I have no problem with Yunshua. Don't you know my personality? Although I occasionally have a little temper in front of Yunshua, which girl doesn't have a little trouble with her partner in a relationship? I have no problems with Yunshua recently, and I have always been very polite in front of Yunshua's family. And Xing Yue was right. Although she was rude to Yunshua, she always behaved like a lady in front of Yunshua's parents, so much so that Yunshua's parents thought she was a good and sensible girl and treated her like their own daughter, often buying her all kinds of gifts. If Su Tian hadn't found a way to make Yunshua's father, Yun Jinting, see. And Xing Yue's true colors, the Yun family would have thought that Yunshua had bullied in Xing Yue. You have always behaved well with the Yun family, so why does Yun Jinting suddenly have such a bad opinion of you? Who knows? I don't think I've done anything to offend them recently. Dad, Mom, I think the Yun family thinks that the Yun family is a big company and looks down on us, and wants to curry favor with other big families in Jiangqing City. This can't be my fault, can it? I'm also a victim. Anne's father was originally doubtful, but seeing in Xing Yue so righteous, he began to waver. On the other hand, and Xing Yue's mother completely believed what she said and patted her swollen face tenderly. Xing Yue, you've been wrong this time. My dear, Xing Yue and Yun Shua were obviously getting along well, but Jin Jining made it sound like Xing Yue had done something wrong to their family. I think they're deliberately picking a fight this time and want to use us up and then kick us out. Yun Jining, do you really think our Yin family is easy to bully? Father Yin slammed the coffee table. Our Yin family has always worked hard to support the Yin family, but now you are crossing the bridge and tearing down the bridge, which is simply too much. Chapter 72, he was really blind before. Seeing that both parents were on her side, and Xing Yue's uneasy heart returned to her stomach. Fortunately, she knew how to do superficial work, and usually behaved like a well-behaved and sensible person in front of the Yun family's parents, making them praise her endlessly. And Yun Shua, that idiot, has always defended himself in front of his parents, so the Yun family is quite satisfied with their future daughter-in-law. But soon she frowned again. Why would Yun Jinting suddenly become dissatisfied with her and want to break off the engagement? She believed that Yun Shua, the dog-licking love-struck fool, would cling to her even if he knew he didn't like her, and would never break off the engagement, let alone say anything bad about her to his parents. And when she publicly gave Su Rishin a sports car and made a high-profile declaration of love, it only made Yun Shua feel threatened. In order to prevent her from leaving, he should treat her even better. After all, the reason why Yun Shuo had changed his style of dressing and deliberately associated with that kind of woman in front of her was not to attract her attention. In Xingyue's heart, Yun Shuo was like a dog she kept, one that she could call whenever she wanted and dismiss whenever she wanted, and one that would protect her unconditionally and never betray her. But why had the Yun family withdrawn their investment and publicly announced the cancellation of the engagement? And Xingyue scratched her head in annoyance. Damn it! It must be Yun Shuo again. Yun Shuo wanted to use this radical method to make her feel a sense of crisis and marry him willingly. How despicable. As she thought about this, and Xingyue's face suddenly turned cold. Yun Shuo wanted to win her back in such a disgusting way, but he was dreaming. Then she looked at her father and said, "Dad, now that we haven't got the project, please think of a way. What can I do now?" And Xingyue's father said angrily, "Since the Yun family has now taken the project, if we want to keep the company, we can only ask the Yun family to agree to bring us in and try to recover as much as possible. If the Yun family agrees, there is still a chance to repair our relationship, but if Yun Xinxing, that old fox, really wants to go against us and break our relationship, I can only tell others in the industry about their ugly behavior. As long as we make the Yun family's reputation bad, I don't think any company will dare to cooperate with them in the future, and which family will dare to marry their daughter to them." Upon hearing this, and Xingyue immediately felt more confident. "Dad, this is the way to do it. We can't let the Yun family ride roughshod over us. Alas, Xingyue, I originally thought Yun Shuo was a man I could trust with my life, but I never expected their family to be so despicable. Yes, my dear, it must have been hard for you to keep fawning over the Yun family all this time." And Xingyue finally let out a sigh of relief as she listened to her parents' comforting words. Early the next morning, and Xingyue went to several places before finally finding Yun Shuo in a cafe with Su Tian. She walked directly and angrily up to Yun Shuo. "Yun Shuo, I gave you face, didn't I? I didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful little person. Now that you have a new love, you want to dump me and break off our engagement, right? This marriage was arranged by our two families, so why are you unilaterally breaking it off? You Yun's got the big project and now you want to kick us out and eat it all up behind our backs?" And Xingyue's face was distorted with anger, and she was no longer the gentle lady she had been. She pointed her finger at Yun Shuo and shouted at him, attracting the attention of the other customers in the cafe. Yun Shuo didn't even bat an eyelid at Xingyue's unreasonable accusations, but instead picked up his coffee cup and drank from it. "Is that all you came to say to me? What else?" Seeing Yun Shuo's indifferent attitude, and Xingyue was even more furious. "That project should have been ours, the Yun family. You stole my family's project, don't you think you should give me an explanation?" This time, even Su Tian was shocked by Xingyue's stubborn face. He originally thought that if it came to shamelessness, no one could match Su Rixin. Now it seems that Xingyue is even more shameless than him. No wonder these two are like-minded. In a sense, the two are a perfect match. "And Xingyue, you say I am ungrateful?" Yun Shuo sneered, but in his heart, he was left with nothing but desolation. This is the woman he wanted to hold in his hands and love. He was really blind before. He looked straight at Xingyue and slowly said, "Who said that the marriage contract was made by the parents of both sides and could not be honored? Who said they didn't like me at all? If it weren't for the pressure from my family, they wouldn't even look at me. Now that I want to break off the engagement, shouldn't you be happy?" And Xingyue was so stunned that she couldn't reply, and glared at Yun Shuo resentfully, warning him viciously. "Yun Shuo, don't talk to me about this useless stuff. The engagement can't be broken off. I order you to call your father right now and ask him to share the project he got with us, and to develop it together. After that, if you insist on breaking off the engagement, it's not impossible, but you have to give me compensation for the loss of youth, and all related projects in the future must be unconditionally given to Ans. If you do as I say, I can still forgive you and continue to be friends with you. Otherwise, I will hate you for the rest of my life and never see you again." And Xingyue had revealed her true intentions. She knew how much Yun Shuo loved her, and she simply couldn't accept a complete break with him. The reason why Yun Shuo has been so upset recently is that he just wants her to change her mind. Including finding that woman Rongxuan, who is not worthy of being on stage, is just to make her angry and make her jealous. So when she came to find Yun Shuo this time, she was very sure that he would compromise, just like before. As long as she got angry and threatened Yun Shuo with breaking off contact, Yun Shuo would be like a dog, kneeling in front of her and begging for mercy. However, this time, Xingyue didn't expect that she had miscalculated. Yun Shuo looked at Xingyue's hideous features and shameless face, and suddenly felt like he was dreaming. Why did he love Xing Yue so much before? Why? He always thought that Xing Yue was just a little bit of a spoiled brat, and he could tolerate it. But now he finally discovered that Xing Yue was not just bad-tempered, but also had a black heart. Xing Yue, I was really blind before, that's why I fell for you. What did you say? Xing Yue's eyes widened. Say that again? I said, I regret it, I gave my feelings to someone like you before. After saying that, Yun Shua got up and walked out of the cafe. Chapter 73, The Old Lady of the Yin Family. Yun Shua, what do you mean? Stop right there. Xing Yue stamped her feet in anger, but Yun Shua left without looking back. She received strange looks from the customers in the cafe and felt humiliated, so she quickly ran out with her head down. At this moment, she thought that Yun Shua was playing hard to get. He would deliberately stop at the door and wait for her to chase him out, just like before. Only this time, there was no one waiting for her outside the door. Because the project that the Yun Shua family won the bid for was still in the process of being implemented, and the final results had not been announced, so apart from the people involved, no one else knew the details. Because Xing Yue had been bragging about her company's certainty of winning the bid, the employees of the Su Group all thought that An's company had won the bid, and when they met Xing Yue and the company, they always had to flatter her a little. But Xing Yue was not in the mood to enjoy the flattery of the employees. When she came to see Su Rixin these days, she was always distracted, and her attitude towards Su Rixin was not as affectionate as before. Su Rixin naturally noticed Xing Yue's abnormality and silently guessed that it was because of the changes in Yun Shua these days that Xing Yue was shaken. He was worried that because the Yin family had won the big project and was about to enter the ranks of the top 50 companies in Jiangcheng, they had become arrogant and looked down on him as the general manager of a small company. Even though Su Rixin had never wanted to make Xing Yue his wife, he could not let go of the benefits that were about to come his way. Xing Yue had promised him that once the Yin family won the project, she would bring him in to develop it together. At this critical juncture, he would not allow anything to go wrong in his relationship with Xing Yue. So, Su Rixin began to pay more attention to Xing Yue, and his attitude became even more gentle than before. He even took the initiative to ask Xing Yue out to the movies. Just as the two of them were about to buy movie tickets and enter the cinema, Xing Yue received a call from her grandmother. Xing Yue avoided Su Rixin and quietly walked to the side. Hello? Grandma, how are things at the company? Xing Yue, the Yun family is really outrageous. The voice of the old lady came through the phone. They simply refused to reconcile with our family. That bastard Yun Jinting even dared not to answer my call. I am his elder, but he doesn't even give me face. The Yun family could have solved An's difficulties by simply drafting a cooperation agreement, but they chose to stand by and watch. Is the old man really not at all concerned about old feelings? Xing Yue was also furious. Just as the father is, so is the son. They are all bad people. The Yun family is so unkind and unrighteous, I will never let it go. Old Lady Yin had already been overwhelmed by anger and despair. Yun Jinting thought that he could rest easy by not seeing me? He was dreaming. I will let everyone see the ugly face of the Yun family, and they will never be able to hold their heads up in the Jiangcheng business community again. Grandma, what are you going to do? Don't worry, Xing Yue. I'm going to get you justice this time. Grandma Yin was confident. I'll let everyone know that Yun Shua is a fickle-minded person. Grandma, don't get too excited. Let's discuss the plan together. Before Xing Yue could finish her sentence, Grandma Yin had already hung up the phone. Perhaps it was because Xing Yue's grim expression was a bit scary. Su Rixin hesitated for a moment before coming over. Xing Yue, the movie is about to start. What's wrong with you? Did Yun Shua call you again? No, Rixin, don't worry. I'm fine. Xing Yue shook her head pale, but her heart was a little uneasy. What's going on at the Yuns? Isn't Yun Shua trying to win her back by playing hard to get? Why hasn't he gone to their house to apologize? If it's not him, then let's go in quickly. Su Rixin thought that Yun Shua was coming to bother Xing Yue again, making Xing Yue waver, so he took Xing Yue's waist and led her to the movie theater. He had reserved a couple seat and deliberately chosen a romantic film. In this environment and atmosphere, wasn't Xing Yue completely under his control? That Yun Shua had first changed his style of dress, and then flirted with Rongxuan, thinking that he couldn't see what he was up to? No matter how hard he tried, he would eventually be defeated by his own men. Su's group. It was originally the weekend, but because of the annual meeting, the employees were all working overtime. At lunchtime, because Su Tian went out to meet a client, Yun Shuo went to the staff cafeteria to eat alone. When the employees who also came to eat saw Yun Shuo alone, they whispered to each other. Mr. Yun is working overtime again today, and the boss isn't even here. The boss is busy dating, so Mr. Yun, being a single guy, has to work overtime. So the rumors are true, the boss and Xing Yue have become a couple? There's no way that's not true. I saw Xing Yue confess her love to the boss with the keys to his sports car. But isn't Xing Yue Mr. Yun's fiancé? What fiancé? And Xing Yue has never admitted to it, so I guess Mr. Yun is just being wishful. Su Rixin naturally did not allow the company to have rumors that were unfavorable to himself, so he asked Xing Yue to clarify that she and Yun Shuo had never been engaged. And Xing Yue was overwhelmed by Su Rixin's gentle attitude, and because the Su family had no business dealings with the Yun family, she pretended to make a phone call when she passed by the pantry, in fact, to distance herself from Yun Shuo, saying that the two had never been engaged and that Yun Shuo was just being infatuated and clinging to her. Now that the two protagonists have made their positions clear, the onlookers naturally changed their positions. The character of the deep-hearted second male is easy to use, but if he is a stalker, he is a paranoid, and no woman will like him. The small staff who were originally infatuated with Yun Shuo because of his change in style quickly lowered their heads and said that they could not accept a paranoid man like Yun Shuo, who was a stalker, and might be suspected of domestic violence in the future. Yun Shuo, of course, knew nothing about these opinions, nor did he know that Xing Yue had made such a remark in front of everyone. After lunch, he was about to go back to the office when he saw a small assistant running over to him panting. Mr. Yun, you should go down and take a look. What's wrong? Yun Shuo saw the assistant's anxious look and quickened his pace towards the elevator. There's an old lady in the lobby making a lot of noise, saying she wants to see you. An old lady? Yun Shuo frowned and guessed who the old lady was. When the elevator reached the first floor, Yun Shuo heard a shrill and piercing old voice coming from the lobby as soon as he walked out. Where is Yun Shuo? Tell him to come out. If I don't see Yun Shuo today, I'll smash up your company. Yun Shuo looked in the direction of the lobby and saw a short, gray-haired old lady throwing a tantrum. The two vases on the reception desk had been smashed to pieces by her, and the receptionist was standing next to the old lady, trembling and tearful, with obvious finger marks on her face. Why didn't you call security? Yun Shuo asked his assistant coldly. She said she was the person in charge of the Yangshi group. The assistant said with difficulty, even though there was no business between the two companies, she didn't dare offend this big shot. Forget it, I'll handle it. Yun Shuo suppressed his anger and walked over quickly. When he heard upstairs that it was an old lady causing trouble, he guessed that it might be Xing Yue's grandmother, but he never imagined that the Yin family would really be so low, actually coming to the company to cause trouble. Stop it. Yun Shuo's voice restored a moment of silence in the hall, but soon ignited the fuse of another bomb. Yun Shuo, you finally showed up. When the old lady saw Yun Shuo, she excitedly pounced on him, kicking and hitting him. You little bastard, we gave Xing Yue to you, not for you to ruin her. Now that your family has become rich, you're going to abandon her? I'm going to let everyone know about your ugly face of a heartless man today. Chapter 74, Confessing and Giving a Token of Love. Old lady please respect yourself. Although Yun Shuo was angry, his upbringing did not allow him to lay hands on an old lady, so he could only avoid old lady Anne's attacks as much as possible. Even so, a bloody mark was left on his cheek by her fingernail. You backstabbing scum. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Madame An raised her voice. Who was it that was like a dog, pestering our Xing Yue and saying he wanted to marry her? With your qualifications, you are not good enough for our Xing Yue. We only let you and Xing Yue get engaged because we thought you were honest and reliable. But now that your family company has become successful, you've turned your back on us and want to marry a rich girl. Do you think we and family members are all fools, allowing you to take advantage of us without saying a word? I was really blind at the time, how could I have agreed to your marriage with Xing Yue? Without giving her a chance to speak, Mrs. An pointed at Yun Shuo and shouted at him, letting off steam. After that, she pretended to be weak and tried to win the sympathy of the onlookers. If you hadn't used your sweet talk to deceive Xing Yue and make her follow you blindly, I wouldn't have sent my granddaughter into the fire pit. You Yuns think we're easy to bully, playing with my granddaughter's feelings, and trying to squeeze all the value out of the Yin family before kicking them out. I'm going to expose your true colors in front of everyone today, so that everyone can see how disgusting you and your Yuns are. Yun Shuo listened to the angry words of the old lady and even forgot the pain of his facial injuries for a moment. Was this still the kind and gentle old lady? During the Chinese New Year and other holidays, he would bring gifts and visit the old lady in person. At that time, the old lady praised him endlessly and treated him like a beloved grandson. But the old lady in front of him now was like a crazy woman who confounded right and wrong and was repulsive. Moreover, it seemed that the Yin family had never considered him a good match for Xingyue, and in the end, it was all his wishful thinking and obsessive behavior. Ha ha. Yun Shua smiled at himself in mockery. It turned out that his feelings were worthless in the eyes of the Yin family. At that moment, Yun Shua was actually a little disheartened. He had really treated the Yin family as his own family. Even when he learned that Xingyue had been having an affair with his best friend behind his back, he did not take it out on the rest of the Yin family. He was even prepared to treat the old lady as his own elder and show her respect, but in the end, all he got was heartless ridicule and curses. What kind of expression is that? Why do you look at me like I've wronged you? Don't think I don't know that you've been fooling around with that little slut outside behind Xingyue's back. You're already engaged to Xingyue, but you're still not content, and you finally persuaded Yun Jinting to tear up the contract with the Yin family and take all our projects away, leaving us bankrupt. You're even more vicious than Chen Shimi. Just as the old lady finished speaking, Su Tian, who had heard that there was trouble downstairs, hurriedly arrived. He heard the old lady's vicious curses and immediately angrily walked into the crowd. What are you old lady talking nonsense about? How could General Yun have an engagement with Xingyue? The old lady, who was venting her anger, heard someone dare to question her. Her mean eyes looked straight at Su Tian. How is it impossible? I am Xingyue's grandmother, can my words be false? Then she seemed to realize something and looked scared. Could it be that Yun Shua, that scum, has been pretending to be single at the company? He said he wasn't engaged to Xingyue, right? You've all been deceived by him. He and my granddaughter have been childhood sweethearts, and when she turned 18, our families got engaged. My granddaughter always wanted to marry into the Yun family and raise children with Yun Shua. She was always obedient to Yun Shua and his family, but I never thought that the Yun family would turn their backs on her and cancel the engagement. Everyone, please judge for me. My granddaughter has been with Yun Shua since she was 18 years old. Now that the Yun family has developed well, Yun Shua has turned his back on her and wants to abandon her at the end. Yun Shua, you must give us a reason today, or I'm not done with you. The words of Mrs. N left the onlookers stunned. What? And Xingyue is really Yun Shua's fiancé? But is the old lady confused by anger, and why is she talking nonsense? She said that Xingyue is determined to marry Yun Shua, which is a big joke. Old lady Yin originally thought that the crowd would join her in condemning Yun Shua, but when she didn't hear the expected scolding, she couldn't help but look around curiously. She immediately noticed that the crowd's eyes were not right, but she didn't know what was going on. Su Tian sneered and said again. You even made such an outrageous lie to slander Mr. Yun. And Xingyue is my brother Su Rixin's woman and my future sister-in-law. How could she have an engagement with Mr. Yun? Nonsense. When Madame An saw Su Tian questioning her again and again, she was furious. Who are you? How could my granddaughter be your sister-in-law? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll rip your mouth off. Are you a reasonable person? And Xingyue is my brother Su Rixin's girlfriend. Everyone in the company knows this. Now you're running to my brother's company to make a scene and slander him as a third party. Have you thought about the consequences? Madame An was dumbfounded when she heard this. She only knew that Yun Shua worked at the Su Group, and when she got hot-headed, she came to find Yun Shua to settle the score. Now, when she thought about it, she remembered that Xingyue had said that Yun Shua seemed to work at her friend's company and even had shares. She opened her mouth and looked at Yun Shua in a daze. After seeing the bruises on Yun Shua's face, she suddenly turned her head away with a guilty conscience. What is going on? Su Tian's words made the onlookers suddenly understand and also figure out the whole story. The receptionist who had just been slapped by Granny and quickly walked over. Are you really Xingyue's grandmother? Then how come you don't know that Xingyue doesn't like General Manager Yun at all? Before, Xingyue said that the marriage contract was all Yun's wishful thinking, and the two families had never settled on it. And a week ago, Xingyue confessed to our boss in front of the company, and also gave him a sports car as a token of love. Chapter 75 Su Rixin, Shameless Third Wheel. You're talking nonsense. Old Lady Yin was furious and refused to believe it. No matter what, you're all in this together. How much did Yun Shua give you to help him tell such a lie? We didn't lie. The receptionist continued unabashedly, on the day Xing Yue confessed, it was a weekday, and many employees of the company saw it. Someone even took a short video. Yes, before Yin Shua learned that Xing Yue and our boss Su went to a hotel room behind his back and had a big fight with Xing Yue, we originally thought that boss Su had stolen his good friend's girlfriend, but Xing Yue personally came out to dispel the rumors, saying that she only liked our boss Su and had nothing to do with Yin Shua. There is no engagement with Mr. Yun, and that is what your granddaughter said. If she didn't want to say it, no one forced her, right? Because of Xing Yue's explanation and trust in Su Ri's character, the employees of the company all thought that Xing Yue really had nothing to do with Yin Shua, and that it was only Yin Shua who was pursuing Xing Yue unilaterally. But just now, what old lady Yin said directly confirmed that Xing Yue was lying. Xing Yue was clearly engaged to Yin Shua, and she was still going behind his back to have sex with his best friend. After the employees were shocked, they all whispered as if they had discovered a new continent. Oh my god, our boss Su is really a male mistress. I didn't expect that boss Su would be like this. He and Yin Shua are good friends, and Yin Shua even helped him come to work at the company. Even if he is my boss, I will still scold him. Third parties will suffer retribution. By the way, have you heard that the big project that Xing Yue has been bragging about has not been awarded to the Yun family at all? If I were the Yun family, I would not be able to continue working with them. I also heard that the Yun family originally made a little money by relying on the Yun family. Most of the projects they participated in were invested by the Yun family. Without the Yun family would not have been able to get any projects at all. Then how dare Xing Yue cheat on her husband? And her grandmother still dares to come to the company and make trouble? I've never seen such a shameless family. The surrounding chatter grew louder and louder, and these people simply did not avoid the old lady Yin. Hearing the sarcasm and curses directed at her family, the old lady Yin's face turned pale and she trembled. She came to Su's today with high spirits to seek justice for Xing Yue and the Yun family, and to bring the Yun family to ruin, but she never expected that this commotion would not only not bring her any benefits, but also let her learn the real reason why the Yun family wanted to cancel the engagement. Xing Yue never told her that she had dumped Yin Shua and publicly denied the engagement with Yin Shua. This was like slapping her in the face in front of everyone. Su Tian stood in the crowd watching the fun, occasionally glancing in the direction of the company entrance. He had just sent a WeChat message to Su Rixin, not directly saying that Madam An had come to cause trouble, but rather making an excuse that a big client had come to the company to cooperate with them. Su Tian knew that with Su Rixin's personality, he would definitely come back as quickly as possible, fearing that he would snatch the client away. Sure enough, Su Rixin, who was watching a movie with Xing Yue, hurried over after receiving Su Tian's WeChat message. As soon as he saw Su Tian, he rushed straight through the crowd and grabbed Su Rixin's arm. Big brother, you're finally back. This old lady came to our company to cause trouble and scared away all the clients. She also said that you were the third party, and no matter how we tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. If that's the case, let's call the police. In an instant, everyone in the company lobby looked at Su Rixin, who was looking confused, and also saw Xing Yue, who was intimately holding Su Rixin's arm. Su Tian's words seemed to be defending justice, but in fact, they made everyone present realize Su Rixin's existence. The vice president is still protecting his brother at this time. Is his brain okay? And Xing Yue's grandmother admitted that Xing Yue and general manager Yun had been engaged. Isn't general manager Su the third party? This Xing Yue is really shameless. She said that she had nothing to do with Yun Zong, that it was Yun Zong who was pestering her, but in fact she has taken advantage of the Yun family in every way. Now the Yun family is about to close down because they have offended the Yun family, but she still has the heart to come to the company and pester Mr. Su and ask him out on a date. Su Rixin realized what was happening and quickly shook off Xing Yue's hand. What had happened? Why had Xing Yue's grandmother come to his company to cause trouble? And why is An's company on the verge of bankruptcy? Didn't An's company just win a major project? But he had just heard the employees talking about how the Yun family had stolen the project from An's company and almost driven An's company to bankruptcy. How could that be? Just a moment ago, when they were watching the movie, and Xing Yue had promised him that once the contract with the Yun family was signed, she would immediately bring him in. How could the duck that was already in his mouth fly away? Su Rixin often heard Xing Yue and himself talk about how powerful the Yun group was, and how the Yun family dared not offend them. But the reality had slapped him in the face, and made him sober up. And Xing Yue had been lying to him. Perhaps it was because Xing Yue was usually generous with her money that he thought the Yun family was powerful. Now that he thought about it, the Yin family might not have been as confident as he had imagined. Otherwise, how could they have fallen into a bankruptcy crisis because of a project? Damn it! That bitch in Xingyue dared to write him a blank check. Su Rixin didn't have much affection for Xingyue in the first place. He was willing to be intimate with her because he wanted to take revenge on Yun Shua and because he wanted to get some benefits from the Yin family. If he had known that the Yin family was all show, he would have been better off focusing on other women. For example, Qin Yubing of Qin Feng Industrial, who has at least 60% of the company's shares and is the boss of the company. Recently, Qin Feng Industrial has also been awarded a major project. Unfortunately, in order to suppress Yun Xuan because of Xingyue's promise, he has recently focused all his attention on her, missing several appointments with Qin Yubing. Unfortunately. It's really a pity. Su Rixin heard many unheard of accusations and was furious, turning pale. Because of this damned and family old lady, the prestige he had worked so hard to establish in the company was destroyed in an instant. He knew very well the way these employees worked. Even though they dared not point fingers at him because of his status, they would certainly gossip behind his back. Most importantly, if this caused other shareholders to be dissatisfied and collectively force him to step down, I'm afraid even his father couldn't save him. Seeing Su Rixin's angry pale face, and Xingyue rushed to the old lady's side, angry and anxious, and yelled at her. "Grandma, what are you doing? This is a company, is this where you make trouble? How dare you yell at me? Tell me, is what they say true? Are you really having an affair with another man behind Yun Shua's back?" After saying this, Granny Yin looked at Su Rixin with piercing eyes. If looks could kill, I'm afraid that Su Rixin would have been killed by 1,000 knives by now. "Grandma, can't you speak nicely? Rixin is not some wild man. I'll explain when I get home." Grandma Yin's last hope was shattered. Seeing in Xingyue's attitude of wanting to settle things peacefully, she couldn't help but understand that her granddaughter was really involved with this man named Su Rixin. Grandma Yin thought about how she had come to the ZUS to make a scene without knowing the facts, and even scratched Yun Shua's face. She had lived for so many years, but she had never been so humiliated. But once the words were out, they were like water spilled. Knowing that there was no way to undo it, old lady invented all her anger on Su Rixin. She came to Su Rixin as quickly as she could, grabbed him by the collar and yelled at him. "Why did you have to be a mistress and ruin someone's relationship when you were so young?" Chapter 76, Su Rixin's Secret Girlfriend. Su Rixin was speechless and could only explain weakly. "It's a misunderstanding. Old lady, listen to my explanation." "What do you have to explain?" "My granddaughter and Yun Shua were originally very close. If you hadn't seduced my granddaughter, would she have been with you? Yun Shua's family is one of the top 50 companies in Jiangcheng. How could she have fallen for a small-time boss like you? You must have used sweet talk to trick my granddaughter. I've seen plenty of guys like you. You're just a gold digger." "Pa! Shameless. Grandma, what are you talking about?" "It has nothing to do with Rixin. He didn't chase after me, I liked him." And Xingyue was worried about Su Rixin and came over to grab An's arm and drag her aside. Su Rixin is humorous and funny, and he is motivated, which is a million times better than Yun Shua, who just sits around and waits for death. "Even if I have to suffer with Rixin, I don't want to marry Yun Shua." "Shut up." When she heard what Xingyue had said, and Lao Tai almost fainted from anger. "Don't embarrass me here. Apologize to Yun Shua right now and promise to live with him in the future. If you have anything to do with this kind of man who lives off other people, I will make this incident known to everyone today, so that everyone knows that this man is a good-for-nothing who lives off other people." And Xingyue saw that Su Rixin's face was pale and he was about to collapse, and her heart ached so much that her eyes were red. She immediately turned her head and shouted at Granny Yin. "Granny, why do you want me to apologize? Do you think Yun Shua is faithful? He also has a fling with a junior staff member in the company every day. Why don't you say anything about him?" "Granny Yin, you really misunderstood. Su Rixin took the opportunity to clear his name. I really didn't know that Xingyue was engaged to Yun Shua. I am a good friend of Yun Shua. How could I steal his fiancée? I knew that Yun Shua was pursuing Xingyu, so I reluctantly rejected Xingyu's confession, but a girl as outstanding as Xingyu would move me even if I were made of stone. Later, I thought that since the man was not married and the woman was not married, I had the right to pursue my own happiness, so I recently got a little closer to Xingyu. I dare swear to heaven that I really didn't know she was engaged to Yun Shua." Su Rixin took advantage of the fact that Madam An didn't know the truth and described himself in a few words as an innocent victim. This made the staff who didn't know the truth really think that he was wronged, and that Xing Yue had secretly concealed the engagement and shamelessly pursued him. Judging from this, there must be some other hidden circumstances. If President Su really didn't know that Xing Yue and Yun Shua were engaged, it would be understandable if he was tempted by Xing Yue's crazy pursuit. It was all Xing Yue's fault. She was playing with two men at the same time, and President Su was also deceived. Hearing the gossip of the surrounding staff, Su Tian raised a sardonic smile on his lips. He, as the big brother, still knew how to minimize his losses as always. However, did he think that by denying everything, he could restore his reputation? The best was yet to come. He then quickly stepped forward and put his arm around Su Rixin's shoulders, comforting him. Brother, are you all right? Don't pay any attention to this kind of person. If you didn't steal General Yun's fiancé, justice will be on your side. While he was talking, he took the opportunity when everyone was distracted by Su Rixin to quietly take the mobile phone out of Su Rixin's jacket pocket with his other hand. Well, I believe that justice is in the hearts of the people. Su Rixin lowered his head slightly, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for that idiot Su Tian calling him out in public, he would have already taken the elevator upstairs, and there would be no need to confront Madam An in public. Sooner or later, he would make that idiot pay. Big brother, calm down, don't get angry and hurt your body. Su Tian glanced in the direction of the company entrance, and asked in a low voice, do you want me to call the police? Don't meddle in other people's business. Su Rixin was upset and glared at Su Tian. Report to the police? Does he not feel humiliated enough? Su Tian nodded and silently retreated. After returning to the crowd, he looked down at Su Rixin's phone in his hand. The last time he was in the office, he accidentally saw Su Rixin's unlock code, so he shouldn't have changed it in such a short time. He easily unlocked the code, flipped through the contacts and quickly skimmed through them, then locked his eyes on Qin Yubing's name. This Qin Yubing is the president of Qin Feng Industrial and is also a powerful woman in the real estate industry in Jiangchang. He never expected that this woman was also a fish raised by Su Rixin. Not only were there phone records, but there were also a large number of explicit love messages in WeChat. Su Tian continued to flip through them and found that even when Su Rixin was with Xing Yue just now, he was also sending mushy messages to Qin Yubing. He opened the text message interface and quickly edited a text message. Dear, I miss you. Can you come to the company to see me? After seeing that the text message was successfully sent, Su Tian quickly deleted the text message and then took the opportunity to put the phone back in Su Rixin's pocket. Su Rixin's attention was entirely on Mrs. An and Xing Yue during the entire process, and he had no intention of paying attention to him. After Su Tian sent the text message, he found that the public opinion in the crowd had completely reversed. Su Rixin is very good at winning people over at the company, and he tries hard to portray himself as a kind, considerate and humorous boss. Even after his affair with Xing Yue was exposed, he still had a large number of supporters. Now they listened to Su Rixin's explanation and thought that he had been cheated by Xing Yue, a woman who was playing with two men at the same time. Some female employees cursed Xing Yue for being shameless, while others blamed Lautai for not being strict enough with her. Some even scolded Yun Shua, thinking that he, as Su Rixin's best friend, had not taken the initiative to give way and let his best friend and sweetheart be. It seemed that in this chaotic love triangle, Su Rixin was the most innocent victim. Yun Shua looked at Su Rixin's hypocritical behavior with indifference, feeling only a wave of nausea. He subconsciously wanted to turn and leave, but was stopped by Su Tian. Don't go yet. You have to watch the whole show. Su Tian said in a low voice. The whole audience? Yun Shua was stunned and didn't know what Su Tian was up to. Even if the evidence was conclusive, Su Rixin could still be cleared. He really couldn't think of any other way to make the couple suffer the consequences of their own actions. I said I would make Xing Yue regret it. However, before Yun Shua could ask anything, Xing Yue suddenly ran over angrily. Yun Shua, you're a coward. You are now seeing me and Rixin lose face. Are you very pleased? Today, she lost all face and dared not do anything to the old lady. She could only vent all her anger on Yun Shua's head. Su Rixin, who was next to Xing Yue, also sighed. Yun Shua, you are my good brother. There have been many misunderstandings between us. Please believe me, I have not done anything to you. I hope you will not make trouble with Xing Yue and her family's project. Chapter 77. Why did you send me a nude photo? I have to say, Su Rixin is really something. With a casual remark, he not only made it seem like a misunderstanding that he and Xing Yue had an affair, but also hinted that Yun Shua would stop at nothing to take revenge. Rixin, you don't need to be so humble. And Xing Yue was extremely distressed. If we really did something wrong, it's because we didn't see his true colors in time. After that, she looked at Yun Shua with cold eyes. Yun Shua, you have schemed against me and Rexin, you are vicious, you will be punished. Su Tian was simply amazed. How can someone be so shameless, turning right into wrong, and turning the tables? Grandma, I didn't do anything wrong, I don't need to apologize to Yun Shua. If the Yun family wants to tear up their face, then they can, I'm not afraid of him. Looking at Su Rixin beside her, and Xing Yue felt a sense of pride that she was willing to sacrifice everything for love. Romeo and Juliet, Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, their love was not blessed either, right? But even so, it did not prevent them from choosing each other firmly. Rixin, even if the whole world is my enemy, I will never compromise. You are the best man I have ever met. I have no regrets being with you. And Xing Yue immediately identified herself as the tragic heroine in a Mary Sue TV drama. Whether or not the surrounding audience was moved, she was moved to tears and tightly embraced Su Rixin, as if she was going to stand by him through thick and thin. However, the self-confident Xing Yue did not receive a response from Su Rixin, who was willing to follow her to the grave, but instead received a loud slap in the face. A capable woman in a dark gray business suit suddenly rushed into the crowd, grabbed Xing Yue by the hair and pulled her away from Su Rixin, and then hit Xing Yue hard in the face with her other hand. Ah! And Xing Yue screamed in pain. She looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared and screamed. Who are you, crazy woman? Why are you hitting me? I should be lenient on you. The gray-clad woman looked down at Xing Yue, whose hair was disheveled and her face covered in finger marks, and shouted angrily. You shameless bitch. If you dare to bother my boyfriend again, I'll skin you alive. Your boyfriend? What are you talking about? And Xing Yue stared at the woman in front of her in disbelief, then turned to Su Rixin for help. Rixin, do you know this crazy woman? Yubing, why are you here? Su Rixin's face suddenly changed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't expect Qin Yubing to suddenly come to the company to find him. In order not to let his behavior of having two women on his feet be exposed, he could only hastily pull Qin Yubing aside. Yubing, you go first. I will explain to you later. I'm not leaving. This shameless woman is still pestering you? If I don't teach her a lesson today, she won't know her own identity. Qin Yubing knew about Xing Yue. Once, when she was on a date with Su Rixin, she accidentally saw Xing Yue sending him photos of her wearing revealing clothes. At the time, Su Rixin explained that Xing Yue had been pestering him, and that he had refused her several times, but to no avail. At the time, she had offered to personally intervene on Su Rixin's behalf, but the other party had said that she could handle it, and in addition, she had not seen Xing Yue harassing Su Rixin again after that, so Qin Yubing gradually forgot about this woman. In the past 2 days, Qin Yubing had been suspicious of Su Rixin's neglect. After receiving Su Rixin's text message just now, she was overjoyed and immediately drove to the Su's without thinking. However, Qin Yubing did not expect that as soon as she entered the company, she saw Xing Yue cling to Su Rixin like a piece of meat. Seeing Xing Yue cling to her boyfriend in front of everyone, she was immediately overwhelmed by anger and rushed up to give Xing Yue a slap. In her opinion, it must be that Su Rixin had rejected Xing Yue, and Xing Yue was unwilling to accept it, so she brought people to the company to make trouble. As Su Rixin's official girlfriend, she naturally had to step forward to help Su Rixin at this time. And Xing Yue, how can you be so shameless? Can't you live without seducing other people's men? Qin Yubing pulled Su Rixin behind her and stood in front of Xing Yue as the wife of the house. My boyfriend has already warned you not to bother him anymore, but you insist on pestering him. Do you like being a mistress? Then I'll do a good job of advertising for you, so that everyone in the whole city knows that you and Xing Yue are a bitch who likes to interfere in other people's relationships. I'm the mistress? And Xing Yue laughed in anger, pointing at Qin Yubing's nose and yelling, are you out of your mind? I'm Rixin's girlfriend. Do I need to step in? Where did you come from? If you're sick in the head, go to the hospital and stop daydreaming all day. And Xing Yue had never seen Qin Yubing before, and thought she was just a suitor of Su Rixin's. It was only after learning that Su Rixin had a girlfriend that she came here to go crazy. You are Su Rixin's girlfriend? Qin Yubing snorted, don't flatter yourself. A few days ago, Su Rixin complained to me that there was an ugly woman who kept pestering him. I guess the person who has been shamelessly pestering him in the name of company investment is you, right? Su Rixin heard the two women arguing and his heart sank. He had to pluck up the courage to step forward and stop them. Stop arguing, talk it over. There are so many people here, it's easy to be misunderstood. Xin Yubing and Xing Yue were both people who valued their reputation. If they weren't provoked, why would they fight like shrews in front of everyone? So after they heard Su Rixin's words, their emotions all eased. Perhaps there really was a misunderstanding? Xin Yubing took a deep breath and looked away from Xing Yue. She was worried that if she insisted on making a scene here, Su Rixin would despise her. And Xing Yue still stared at Xin Yubing with a menacing look, but she no longer had the momentum to argue. In her opinion, this woman must have failed to win her man and was angry and wanted to sling mud at them. If she continued to argue with her outside, wouldn't that be what this bitch wanted? Su Tian saw that Xing Yue and Xin Yubing had calmed down, and a dark light appeared in his eyes. Su Rixin wanted to settle the matter peacefully, but that was impossible. Today, he must let everyone present see the true face of this villain. He stepped forward, looking as if he was standing up for Su Rixin. And Xing Yue, I always thought that you and my brother were truly in love, but I never thought that you were just being self-absorbed and clinging to him. What you are doing has seriously affected my brother's life. And Xing Yue had wanted to keep the peace, but when she saw Su Tian also come out to question her, she exploded. Su Tian, you piece of trash, if you say anything else, I'll have someone break your legs. Don't think that just because you're protected by Rixin, I won't dare do anything to you. As the saying goes, the older sister-in-law is like a mother, so I'm your elder. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll do it for Rixin and kick you out of the Su family. Su Rixin just let out a sigh of relief, but his heart didn't settle back down and started pounding again. He looked at Xing Yue, who wanted to exchange insults with Su Tian for hundreds of rounds, and the veins in his temples were popping. Su Tian is a useless piece of trash who can't get anything done. Xin Yubing saw that Xing Yue had already claimed to be Su Tian's sister-in-law, so she naturally didn't want to be outdone. Pa! Sister-in-law? And Xing Yue, you are getting more and more shameless. Rixin only doesn't want to say too much because he has business dealings with you. He often complains to me that you are pestering him and are about to die of boredom. Xin Yubing said, took out her mobile phone from her handbag, found the voice in the WeChat chat history and played it in public. Dear, who is that woman called Xing Yue? Why is she pestering you and sending you nude photos? Chapter 78, Kill you, you dead scum. As the voice came out, the surrounding murmuring suddenly disappeared and the whole audience fell silent. Soon, Su Rixin's voice came out of the phone. It's just a client. Our company has recently been working with her family. Su Rixin's tone was indulgent. Baby, don't worry, I have nothing to do with her. Besides, my good friend Yun Shua likes her. How could I possibly compete with my brother? Since you don't like her, just say so clearly. Xin Yubing's tone was obviously dissatisfied. I would like to, but we still need to work together. If I say it too decisively, it will be too awkward to see each other in the future. Su Rixin continued to explain with a good temper, after this cooperation is over, I will have no contact with her. You don't know, these days she has been pestering me, I'm almost bored to death. If it weren't for the cooperation, I would have been happy to stay away from her as far as possible. Then you know that it would be good to tell Xing Yue that you have a girlfriend, right? Xin Yubing in the voice was a little impatient and couldn't wait to swear sovereignty. Su Rixin coaxed her with kind words. I told her, I said I had someone I liked and we would soon be in a relationship, but Xing Yue didn't believe me and kept pestering me, even threatening to pull out of the project. I know you're upset, but this project is very important to me, and I really can't afford to offend Xing Yue. After this project is over, I won't work with her anymore, okay? Okay, after this project is over, you should immediately cut off all contact with that woman. I'll introduce you to some projects. Xin Yubing paused and continued, but this bitch is shameless. She knows you have a girlfriend, but she still hounds you. I think I should find some girlfriends to teach her a lesson. We all hang out in the same circles. Since Xing Yue doesn't follow the rules, I can't blame me for bullying the little guy. No, don't go looking for trouble with her. Although Xing Yue is annoying, she is after all my brother's fiancée. If you really go to teach her a lesson, she will cry and make a fuss, and I won't be able to explain to my brother. Don't worry, I only have you in my heart. And Xing Yue is a woman of average looks and ability, how can she compare to you? Okay, But you have to come out with me this weekend. Xin Yubing was completely coaxed by Su Rixin. Everyone around was stunned by this conversation. If Su Rixin hadn't stepped in and taken the phone from Qin Yubing, there would have been even more explicit flirting. Qin Yubing, why did you let outsiders listen to our private conversation? Su Rixin was furious. He had never expected Qin Yubing to broadcast their intimate conversation in front of everyone. I was just trying to clear your name. Qin Yubing looked at Su Rixin, who was furious, and finally realized that something was wrong. You said you would accompany me on the weekend, but this morning you said you had something to do. I was working overtime, wasn't I? Su Rixin subconsciously looked for an excuse. Su Tian took the opportunity to say, and Xing Yue, you heard the recording, what else is there to explain? My brother knows that you are Yun Shua's fiancé, and he admits that he doesn't like you, and that you are a stalker. I said that my brother could not be the third party. He and Yun are always good friends. How could he be with you? It's all because of you. You failed to seduce my brother, and because of love, you provoked my brother and Yun's relationship. How could you be so vicious? And Xing Yue listened to Su Tian's accusations, trembling all over, unable to say a word for a long time. The recording just now shattered all her pride and illusions. She never imagined that Su Rixin would be talking about her behind her back like that with another woman. It took a moment for her to react, and then she raised her hand and slapped Su Rixin hard. Su Rixin, you're a scumbag. Am I pestering you? If you hadn't kept giving me hope and made me think you like me, would I have chased after you? You went to a concert with me and admitted to having feelings for me, but you said you were faithful and wanted to start as friends. Now you're saying I'm stalking you? If you don't like me, why don't you just tell me? Why did you accept my investment and my gifts? And Xing Yue said, and she threw 2 movie tickets out of her jacket pocket. Since you're so reluctant, why don't you go on a date with your girlfriend instead of going to a movie with me? The movie tickets fell to the ground, and Qin Yubing took a quick step forward and bent down to pick them up. The couple seats really are for couples. Qin Yubing, who always presents herself as a strong woman, had red eyes and tear stains around the corners of her eyes. Didn't you say you were going to work overtime? The general manager of the Su Group, working overtime means watching a movie in the couple's seat with someone else? With a loud slap, Qin Yubing threw the 2 movie tickets in Su Rixin's face. The movement was not large, but it was very similar to a loud slap. Su Rixin was speechless and pale. He had thought that his ambiguous attitude would make the 2 women stay by his side as spare tires, but he never expected that it would backfire. None of the employees in the company had expected such an ending, especially those female employees who had believed in Su Rixin wholeheartedly, and they were heartbroken. They had never expected that their idolized boss was actually a 2-timing softie. This can't be true. How could the boss be such a person? The receptionist's filter broke and she began to doubt life. Now that the truth is out, what's not to believe? We all wronged Yun Shua before. It was clearly Su Rixin who knew that Yun Shua and Xing Yue were engaged, but he still went to hook up with Xing Yue. While he was hooking up with Xing Yue, he was also chatting with other women on WeChat. Isn't this the scumbag Neptune? Judging from his skillful technique, it's not the first time he's done this. Is he keeping 2 women at the same time? I'm afraid it's more like 3, 4, or even more. Next to her, Madame An was so angry that her blood pressure spiked. She pointed at Xing Yue with trembling hands and scolded her. And Xing Yue, is this the man you're defending? You're ruining our family because of this animal Su Rixin, and what about him? Old Lady An was heartbroken, he was after your money. After yelling at Xing Yue, she waved her arm to hit Su Rixin. Xing Yue, let me explain. I didn't. What else is there to explain? And Xing Yue suddenly realized and also pounced on the man in front of her and started to fight with her. She had lost everything for this man, but she never expected that the love she had hoped for in the end was just a joke. I love you so much, but you are cheating on me with other women, and you still say that I am a stalker. I will beat you to death, you scum. Chapter 79, I feel so sorry for myself. Su Rixin was caught off guard by Xing Yue's 2 slaps and quickly hid behind Qin Yubing. But how could Qin Yubing help him at this point? She quickly joined the team of people beating Su Rixin. You bastard, I trusted you so much, but you lied to me. Qin Yubing was not stupid. Since Su Rixin dared to distort the truth in front of her and make Xing Yue sound so bad, he was probably also slandering her in front of other women. All the original affection had turned into a bubble, and now she just wanted to vent her anger. Stop fighting. If you don't stop, we'll call the police. The Su employees symbolically stepped forward to stop the fight, but since Su Rixin had previously ordered them not to call the police, they didn't bother to get involved. These people still have to work at the company in the future, so they naturally don't dare offend Su Rixin. But from this day on, Su Rixin's carefully cultivated image was also ruined in an instant. At least in the company, he would not be respected for a long time to come. Su Rixin clutched his head in a panic, trying to avoid the fight between Xing Yue and Qin Yubing. But he was too concerned about his reputation to really fight the women, and his fighting ability was naturally not as good as the two women who were blinded by their anger. Su Tian, come and help me. Pull these crazy women apart. Su Rixin had several bloody scratches on his face from the fingernails of the two women, and he could only ask Su Tian, who was closest to him, for help. Su Tian naturally wouldn't go to help. He stood there with a disappointed expression on his face, muttering, "Big brother, I didn't think you were really like this. You really let me down." "No, Xiao Tian, you have to believe me. There's been a misunderstanding." Su Rixin was worried that Su Tian would suspect his previous actions because of this incident, and hurriedly explained to him. However, he had to deal with the beating of the three women in front of him, so where did he have the energy to make up a story? Yun Shua, who was standing on the other side and watching the farce with a cold eye, couldn't help but shake his head. This Su Tian, his acting skills are really too strong. Su Rixin, under Su Tian's arrangement, fell into the trap that had been set up step by step, and Su Rixin still didn't realize it until now. "You dead scum! Why don't you die?" And Xing Yue was scolding Su Rixin while patting him, and suddenly, she was pushed by Su Rixin and almost fell to the ground. "And Xing Yue, stop it!" Su Rixin finally exploded. "Don't think I won't dare to hit you just because you're a woman." Su Rixin panted, like a dog cornered into a corner. He couldn't provoke Qin Yubing, but what could he fear from the Yin family, who were about to go bankrupt? This time, and Xing Yue seemed to have not heard, standing there blankly, looking in the direction outside the crowd. Yun Shua, with his arms folded, stood tall and watched the farce with a cold eye. The tears in Xing Yue's eyes were even more torrential. The moment she saw Yun Shua, it was as if all her strength had been sucked out of her, and she was no longer able to beat Su Rixin. Her makeup was smudged, two of her carefully manicured nails were broken, and her hair was disheveled like a madwoman. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that she had also been a little princess who was loved and cherished by Yun Shua, and she simply did not need to suffer such humiliation. Yun Shua. And Xing Yue suddenly realized this and rushed to Yun Shua like she was grasping at a last straw, reaching out to him and about to throw herself into his arms. "I was wrong. I was blinded by my own desires. I really know that I was wrong. Will you forgive me? I will never do it again. Let's get married and live a good life together." However, just as Xing Yue was about to throw herself into Yun Shua's arms, Yun Shua moved aside, causing her to miss. And Xing Yue couldn't stop herself and fell to the ground. Old Lady Yin was so upset that she couldn't believe it. She never thought that Xing Yue would be so stupid as to lose a good husband for a good-for-nothing man. But at this point, she can only look at Yun Shua with a wry smile and say, "Yun Shua, now that the truth is clear, Xing Yue knows she was wrong. After all, you have been dating for so many years, you must have some feelings for each other. Xing Yue has come back in time, so just forget about everything that happened, okay? Don't worry, I will definitely teach Xing Yue how to be a good wife when we get back. I can guarantee that from now on, my granddaughter will definitely live with you in a down-to-earth manner and will never be fickle-minded. Now your father is still angry, and I can understand that. After you go back today, can you explain to them for me? Find a time to get together with our two families to clear up the misunderstanding, and sign the cooperation agreement by the way. The project cooperation can't be postponed any longer. If it goes on like this, our Yin family will really collapse. Yun Shua, for my sake, please forgive Xing Yue. How about we continue to cooperate?" Yun Shua looked at Madame An expressionlessly, without any emotional fluctuations. When Madame An had finished speaking, staring at him expectantly, he said, "On your behalf? I'm sorry, Madame An, you have no face with me. And I never ask about the family company. Regarding the project cooperation, you should talk to my father in person. As for my marriage to Xing Yue, as she said, she never agreed, so it naturally doesn't count. The Yin family only thinks about their own interests. Even though they know that Xing Yue betrayed them first, they shamelessly ask him to forgive her, without considering how much damage Xing Yue's betrayal has caused him. He can't possibly have anything to do with this family again. When she heard this, the old lady's face changed again and again. As an elder, she had already made Xingyue bow her head and apologize, but Yun Shuo was unmoved, which made her feel ashamed. Then, she looked at Yun Shuo, and her tone became stiff. Yun Shuo, you are someone I have watched grow up. Do you really want to break with our family? You are a man, Xingyue is just too young, and she hasn't committed any principle-related mistakes. Principle-related mistakes? Yun Shuo was slightly stunned, and then laughed. She has already gone out to have a new room with Su Rixin. According to you, as long as she hasn't married another man, it's not a principle-related mistake? At this moment, he suddenly felt that he was really stupid, and he had actually treated such a selfish person as a family member. When she saw that Yun Shuo really didn't give her any face, old lady An's face suddenly became even more ugly. Yun Shuo, is this how you talk to your elders? However, before she could continue to make trouble, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Shuo, what happened to the injury on your face? At the same time the voice sounded, a group of people walked in from outside the company. At the head of the group was Yun Jinting, Yun Shuo's father. Chapter 80, Tang Bingyan's grandfather comes to Zhengcheng. Behind Yun Jinting were Yun Shuo's mother and a middle-aged man. The man looked somewhat similar to Wen Xingyue, and was, without a doubt, Wen Xingyue's father. When Yun's mother saw the scratches on Yun Shuo's face, she immediately quickened her pace and ran over to Yun Shuo. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Yun Shuo was a little surprised. He was afraid that his parents would feel sorry for him and subconsciously wanted to cover up the wounds on his face, but he was too late. Yun Shu's mother's eyes were red, and she reached out with a pained expression to touch the wounds on Yun Shuo's face. She immediately saw that these scratches were clearly made by a woman's fingernails, and she asked directly. Shuo, who hit you? And Xingyue or old lady Yun? Yun Imo knew her son's character well. The Yun family's education would never allow Yun Shuo to fight with a woman. But now she regretted having taught Yun Shuo too well behaved, and allowing the Yun family's women to bully him. In-laws, this is all a misunderstanding. Old lady Yun looked at Yun Imo in panic and quickly said, let's not make a fool of ourselves here. Let's find a place to talk first. A misunderstanding? Yun Imo walked straight up to Yun Shuo and put herself in front of him. She looked at old lady Yun with an unprecedented coldness in her eyes. After my son found out that Xingyue had cheated on him, he was in a daze and almost had an accident. Now you're telling me about misunderstandings? If my son hadn't been saved by a friend from work, I'm afraid he'd still be lying in the hospital. And Xingyue's infidelity is a given fact. Don't tell me she's young and doesn't know any better, and that she just made a small mistake. In China, anyone who is 18 is an adult, and she should pay the price for what she did. Old lady Yun was shocked to hear this. She had never thought of this episode, no wonder the Yun family was so angry. On the side, and Xingyue's father heard Yun Mu's words and his face suddenly sank. Although he knew that his family was in the wrong, he still licked his old face this morning and begged Yun Jinting to calm down. But An's father suddenly received a phone call saying that his mother went to Su's to find Yun Shuo and make trouble. Now that his mother has caused such a scene, and Xingyue has cheated on him and blamed it all on Yun Shuo, the two families' cooperation is probably completely hopeless. Thinking about the Yun family's imminent collapse, he trembled with anger. But he dared not vent his anger on Lao Tai, so he vented all his anger on Xingyue. He suddenly walked up to Xingyue and then slapped. You ungrateful girl. What have I taught you? Without a word, Xingyue's father walked up to her and slapped her twice, knocking her to the ground. Apologize to Yun Shuo and your future mother-in-law. No need. I don't deserve to be your future mother-in-law. Mrs. Yun snorted. Your daughter said in front of many people that the marriage contract was invalid, and now we are also announcing the dissolution of the marriage contract in public. Mrs. Yun. Xingyue's father was pale, but he was still racking his brains to explain. My mother must have been unaware of it, otherwise she wouldn't have come to find Yun Shuo. Can you? No. Mrs. Yun said coldly, not to mention that you didn't know, even we didn't expect our son to be bullied by Xingyue all the time. My son bought jewelry and dresses worth hundreds of thousands of yuan for Xingyue every season, and he even went to his friends to buy VIP tickets for various concerts to cater to her preferences. As a result, your daughter, wearing the clothes my son bought for her and holding the tickets my son got for her, went to invite other men. What does she think my son is? A fool? And Guobang, before, we only broke off the cooperation between the two families, and we didn't rub salt in the wound. It wasn't because we were concerned about our friendship with your family, but because we wanted to draw a clear line with you as soon as possible, so that my son wouldn't be reminded of the past. But now that you don't know how to be grateful, don't blame us for being ruthless." With that, Yun Fu turned to look at Yun Jinting. "Old Yun, since the Yin family is so brazenly bullying my son, I'm going to make sure they never get a chance to turn things around." Although Yun Jinting has always managed the company, Yun Fu's words carry a lot of weight. Her words now completely cut off the Yin family's path to survival. "Shua, go home with me to get your medicine." After saying this, Yun Shu directly grabbed Yun Shua and walked out of the company without looking back. Yun Jinting hurriedly followed. When he passed by Su Tian, he nodded slightly to show his respect. Su Tian, who was facing the door, read the other person's lips and shook his head with a smile, indicating that he didn't need to thank him. "In-law, let me explain." Seeing this, Madame An hurriedly chased after him. And Fu An and Xing Yue also followed closely behind. After the Yun and families left, the crowd that had gathered also dispersed. After a while, Yun Shua, who had left the Su company with his parents, called Su Tian. "My dad said that you sent him and my mom a message?" "Yes, I was worried that Mrs. N would make a scene and no one would be able to control it." "Thanks, brother." Yun Shua was a little moved. "I owe you another favor." "Why are you still being polite to me?" Su Tian smiled indifferently. "Just remember our agreement." "Don't worry, I won't forget." Yun Shua thought for a moment and continued, "I figured it out during this time. It's better to work hard for my dream than to keep doing things I don't like." "That's right, wait a minute, I have a call coming in, I'll talk to you later." Su Tian looked at the caller ID and saw Tang Bingyan's name. It was during work hours, and Tang Bingyan would not call him during work hours. "Hello? Honey, what's wrong?" "Su Tian, are you busy tonight?" "No, why?" Su Tian asked with a smile, "Honey, do you want to take me out for a date?" Tang Bingyan was silent for a moment before continuing, "My grandfather is in Jiangcheng. At 5 p.m., Wei parked the car in front of a shopping mall in the central area of Jiangcheng." Su Tian hurriedly got into the car with a large bag of gift bags. "Honey, why did Grandpa suddenly come to Jiangcheng?" Su Tian originally planned to improve his career before going to the imperial capital with Tang Bingyan to see the Tang family patriarch. But now that the patriarch has come to Jiangcheng, he can't avoid seeing him. After receiving a call from Tang Bingyan, Su Tian went to a nearby shopping mall to choose a gift for the patriarch. "Grandpa is old and has rheumatism. The temperature has been dropping recently in the capital, and his body can't take it anymore, so he went to a hot spring sanatorium in Jiangcheng to stay for a while. The Tang family has many properties in Jiangcheng, including a single-family villa in the Lushan Hot Spring Villa." In fact, the reason Tang Bingyan was able to meet Su Tian in the first place was because she was accompanying her grandfather to the sanatorium. "Grandpa's health is not good. Should we find a doctor to take a look at him?" Su Tian thought of Zheng Zizhen.